Qi stands at Cloud's End Cliff, staring into an abyss even Qianye Ying'er's divine perception cannot pierce. The heaven-smiting devil emperor waits below, and the Brahma soul bell has just been struck. Leave a like and subscribe before the next tribulation hits. Qi flew toward the profound sky continent. He did not fly at a fast pace, but he had a frown on his face, as if there was something weighing on his mind. Qianye Ying'er kept an even distance behind him. She swept her spiritual perception over this world that was exceptionally lowly and inferior compared to all the other worlds that she knew of. "Master, what is on your mind?" He Ling asked with concern. Qi came back to his senses and said, "What kind of a person do you think the heaven-smiting devil emperor is from these past few encounters?" He Ling thought about it seriously for a while before replying. "When I first met her, I was terrified, uncontrollably terrified. But after she and Master had interacted a few times, I did not feel frightened anymore. But instead, because of her and Master, my previous perception of devil and darkness profound energy has changed. Also, I feel that she is very, very lonely. It's a kind of loneliness that cannot be described. And every time I see her, this feeling gets even more intense. I see, it's not just me who feels that way." Qi had a complicated expression on his face. In this universe, too many people have exhausted their means to chase after the highest privilege, position, and power. They become like that the higher they climb. Meanwhile, the heaven-smiting devil emperor's power is something that others cannot stand against, and she exists far above everything in this era. She can command and order any living being, and do anything she wishes to do. The things she wants can be easily obtained as long as they exist. She can even decide the life and death of any living being. She can even easily change all the laws, rules, and structures. The Dragon Monarch is the ruler of the primal chaos, but even if there were 10 of him, he would not be able to possess such absolute prestige and power. Even supreme experts who have given their life to pursue a higher level would never dare to have such extravagant thoughts. Yet the heaven-smiting devil emperor who possesses everything is shockingly indifferent ever since she returned to the primal chaos. She has shown no anger, nor did she look down on all creation with arrogance. Neither did she give any orders, commands, or demands. No happiness, anger, or grief could be felt from her. She did not even announce publicly or even allow those who knew the truth to publicize her existence. It's not just that, she has no interest in the evil infant wheel of myriad tribulations or the ancestral divine art whatsoever. Qi shook his head and said, "It's difficult to understand. The heaven-smithing devil emperor has existed for an incomparably long time. Her lifetime's worth of experience cannot be compared to any living being in this era. Thus, it is absolutely normal that we are not able to understand her frame of mind," He Ling said in a soft voice. It was like when she stayed by Xianxia's side for a few years, yet never truly understood Xianxia's thoughts, especially what she did to Qi. Qi thought for a while before nodding. "Amen, you're right. The only thing I am certain about is that we both feel the same way. She is very lonely, and her loneliness is something that we may never understand throughout our whole lives. She asked me to look for her in a month, and she will tell me her answer." Qi's brow furrowed, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "I have a feeling that the answer that she will give me in a month will most probably decide the fate of the primal chaos from then on." Returning to the profound sky continent, Qi swept his spiritual perception across, and found that Wuxin was indeed at Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. As he entered Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace, Wuxin was not cultivating her powers, but Qianye Ying'er was teaching her how to write. She concentrated on her studies, as her white hand seemed to gently dance over the paper. The writing strength applied was neither heavy nor light. Her penmanship was elegant and lacked any childlike features. Qi looked on silently, not wanting to disturb them initially. But later on, his gaze and mind had been unconsciously immersed in her writing, and he was no longer willing to tear his eyes away. She lifted her eyes to look at her achievement after she had once again filled a whole page. She smiled satisfactorily and was about to ask for a reward from her mother when she noticed a smiling Qi who had appeared out of nowhere. "Daddy!" Wuxin called in a lovable voice as her eyes lit up, and she launched herself at him. It was only at this moment that Qianye Ying'er noticed Qi's presence and turned around. "You're back!" She saw a golden-robed girl behind Qi, and her beautiful eyes instantly froze. There was no profound energy radiating from Qianye Ying'er, but the formless aura that she radiated, an aura which had even mightily reigned over all living creatures in the God Realm, gave Qianye Ying'er a terrifying sense of oppression that far surpassed anything that she knew. "Ha-ha!" Qianye swooped Yuan Wuxin into his arms, but her delicate 14-and-a-half-year-old body had grown a lot. She had already grown slightly past his shoulders, and he could no longer simply grab her up with one arm like he used to. It gave him a strange feeling of regret as he blurted out, "We've not seen each other for only half a month, so why does it seem as if you've grown even taller?" Before he knew it, his daughter was already just 2 years from a marriageable age. Jie Yuan was exactly 16 years old when she married him back then. Time was truly cruel. Yuan Wuxin giggled and flopped around in his arms for quite some time before her attention was drawn to Qianye Ying'er, who just stood there quietly. Even Yuan Wuxin, who was still ignorant, thought that her appearance was so ridiculously beautiful, and she asked, "Daddy, who is that big sister?" "She couldn't be. She is my follower." Qianye quickly interrupted the words she was about to say before shooting Qianye Ying'er a pure and firm gaze. "Qianye Ying'er? Follower?" Yuan Wuxin clearly had some suspicions and said, "Is it really not some strange relationship? And also, why does this big sister wear a mask? Still, this mask is really pretty." "Of course it's because she isn't good-looking. That's why she has to cover her face up," Qianye said with a completely straight face. Qianye Ying'er turned her face slightly, and it seemed that she did not like Qianye's assessment. Yuan Wuxin took an earnest look at Qianye Ying'er for a long while. Every inch of her face that was not covered by the mask was as beautiful as a jade sculpture, delicate and so perfect to the extent that it would make others gasp in surprise. Yuan Wuxin whispered, "But she looks as if she is really very beautiful." Actually, she may look very beautiful in the eyes of others, but if placed next to your mother, she can't even compare, and so, in Daddy's eyes, she is considered someone who is relatively ugly," Qianye said beamingly. Qianye Ying'er took an earnest look at Qianye Ying'er before turning her entire face away. "Oh!" Yuan Wuxin seemed to understand Qianye's explanation. "SL." Those words had just left Qianye's mouth when he suddenly realized that the name, Slave Ying, was not appropriate to be mentioned in front of his daughter, and he swiftly corrected himself. "Qianye, this is my daughter. From now on, her orders are equivalent to mine. You must spare nothing to protect her when you are by her side." "Yes," Qianye Ying'er acknowledged his orders. "Qianye," Yuan Wuxin softly whispered. "What a strange name. Let's not talk about her anymore." Qianye stooped down slightly and said with a smile, "Wuxin, make a guess as to what present I got for you." "Eh?" Yuan Wuxin's face did not show surprise or curiosity, but rather one of suspicion. "Daddy actually did not forget it this time?" The corner of Qianye's eyes twitched for a moment as he said gloomily, "My sudden return the last time was totally unexpected. I absolutely did not forget. I will surely accomplish everything that I have promised Wuxin." "Hey. Wuxin's crescent brows arched as she laughed sweetly and stretched out her snow-white hand. Present." Yuan Wuxin could no longer hide the emotions on her face, and she was brimming over with anticipation and excitement. A light flashed in front of Qianye, and a simple white silk robe appeared in his hand. The robe glimmered a pure and mysterious faint light. The light appeared to be like a gentle fog at times and the moonlight at others. "Wow, such a beautiful robe." Yuan Wuxin had been instantly attracted to what she saw. "It is called the Vast Moon Divine Robe, and it comes from the Moon God Realm of the Eastern God region." Qianye passed it into Yuan Wuxin's hands and smiled slightly. "Not only is it beautiful, it can also protect you well. If you wear it, no one on this planet will be able to hurt you." Only the Moon God Realm possessed the Vast Moon Divine Robe. It was incomparably precious. One would have to be at least the level of a Moon Divine Envoy to be qualified to possess it. Qianye conveniently took it from Jie Yuan's bedchamber, and it was not just this one piece. Jie Yuan had repeatedly asked him for it, but he had blatantly refused to return it, and in the end, she had to helplessly drop the matter. "Wow!" Yuan Wuxin exclaimed in a lovable manner as she clasped the Vast Moon Divine Robe in her hands. The robe was light as air, and a sort of exceptionally mysterious and enthralling aura quietly enveloped her entire body as she said, "This is my first time seeing such a beautiful robe, but it will look even better if Mother wears this." "Don't worry, your mother has one too." Qianye stretched his hand out once again, and a sparkling white jade appeared on his palm. The piece of jade was dainty and exquisite, but it radiated an aura that was even more mysterious than the one coming from the Vast Moon Divine Robe. "And there's also this." That unique aura caused Qianye Ying'er's gaze to swivel towards them, and it lingered over Qianye's palm for a brief moment. "Eternal Imagery Stone?" Qianye Ying'er said to herself. She naturally knew how rare and valuable the eternal imagery stone was. What is this? Yun Wuxin took the stone and looked at it curiously. This is a profound imagery stone. Huh, profound imagery stone? Yun Wuxin was clearly surprised. But it's not an ordinary profound imagery stone. Yun Qi smiled slightly and continued his explanation. Whatever image it records will be retained forever, and you will never have to worry about it disappearing or crumbling. In other words, for the rest of your life, you will be able to look at whatever image you wish to record any time with this. Hence, it has a special name. It is called an eternal imagery stone. Even Qianye Ying'er, who was extremely indifferent, was slightly moved by Yun Qi's description of the eternal imagery stone. Wow, Yun Wuxin evidently did not understand the concept of the eternal imagery stone clearly. But she still squealed with excitement and carefully played around with it for a while. Her star eyes twinkled as she asked, "So, how do I use this?" Because this present is for Yuxin, I did not try it out, but I think that its application method should be the same as an ordinary profound imagery stone. Yun Qi thought for a while. I'll give it a try. Yun Wuxin took the eternal imagery stone, faced Yun Qi and poured in her profound energy. Soon after, a mysterious dim light flashed on the eternal imagery stone. Yun Wuxin used her spiritual perception to explore the eternal imagery stone, and she laughed soon after. So this is what Daddy looks like. Will it truly not disappear forever and ever? Amen, Yun Qi nodded with certainty. Then I want to record Mother, Master, Grandpa, Grandma, many people, and many different places. Yun Wuxin shouted with excitement, but her hand that held the eternal imagery stone suddenly became sluggish, and a subtle expression appeared on her face. What's wrong? Yun Qi asked. She restrained her profound energy and spiritual perception that was immersed in the eternal imagery stone. With a whoosh, Yun Wuxin hid her hands behind her back and laughed joyfully. I like this present so much, thank you, Daddy. As long as you like it. He would always feel incomparably glad and satisfied whenever he saw Yun Wuxin's happy expression. At the same time, he was thinking of ways to thank Mu Feixu. But the present that I have prepared for Daddy is not completed yet. Yun Wuxin was a little apprehensive and said, Can Daddy wait for a little while more? Qianye Ying'er told him that Yun Wuxin was preparing a mysterious present for him the last time he returned. For this present, she personally went to many places in the profound sky continent and illusory demon realm, but she was not willing to tell him exactly what the present was. All right, Yun Qi replied with a small smile. Then has Daddy finished what he wanted to do? Yun Wuxin asked. Not yet. Then, when will Daddy leave this time? Probably half a month later, Yun Qi said. Half a month? Yun Wuxin mumbled under her breath as she seriously thought about it for a while. After that, she spoke up with a resolute gaze in her eyes. I will surely completely the present before Daddy leaves this time. Oh, I'll go right now. Daddy is not to peek. All right, I will not peek, Yun Qi said with a smile. After speaking, Yun Wuxin ran away hurriedly, but after running for a short distance, she suddenly turned around with a serious look on her face. Daddy, you must not go anywhere tonight and can only accompany Mother, not even to see Master. Yun Qi. A daughter would naturally be biased towards her birth mother. Yun Qi shook his head as he smiled and said to Qianye Ying'er, You don't have to follow me during this period of time. Go and protect Wuxin. You have to obey her every word. Yes, Qianye Ying'er responded and followed after Yun Wuxin in the blink of an eye. Yuechin, what on earth did Wuxin prepare for me? It had only been a short while since Yun Wuxin left, but Yun Qi already couldn't help himself. Yuechin shot him a glance and said, You'll like it. Yun Qi had no choice but to stop asking. That didn't mean his curiosity was sated, though. How is that thing that you're busy with? Yuechin asked. You've never told us about the details, so we know that you didn't want us to worry. It's something very serious, isn't it? It is serious, and it's definitely bigger than whatever it is you all are imagining. Yun Qi nodded at her before a smile appeared on his face. But don't worry, it won't affect me or our planet even in the worst-case scenario. Oh, a bit of doubt entered Yuechin's eyes. I'm sure you didn't know how special our little planet is in the wider world. At any rate, there's absolutely nothing you need to worry about. In fact, if a relatively good outcome is achieved, then... Yun Qi said in a hopeful tone, I should be able to take Wuxin and everyone to the God Realm when the time is right. I'm sure Wuxin would enjoy the Snow Song Realm considering how much she likes Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. Barring any surprises, the outcome should be clear in a month's time. If it's so urgent, why have you chosen this time to return? It's because something important is coming soon, of course. Qianye looked into the distance and said, "It'll be my grandfather's 70th birthday in 13 days. I was trapped in the primordial profound arc during my grandpa's 60th birthday. Not only was I unable to attend, I even caused him a great deal of grief and pain. That's why I will be organizing his birthday personally this time." "I see," Qianye Ying'er nodded. Xiao Lai wasn't Qianye's real grandfather, but everyone close to Qianye knew just how important he was in Qianye's life. It was no mere gratitude for having raised him to adulthood alone. "That woman named Qianye just now, Qianye Ying'er raised her eyebrows slightly. Qianye Ying'er's aura was so scary that the feeling of suffocation and fear still hadn't faded away from her. "She is the one I told you before, Qianye Ying'er," said Qianye. "What?" Qianye Ying'er exclaimed in shock. Back then, Qianye had described Qianye Ying'er as the scariest woman alive in God Realm. It was she who had almost driven him into a dead end of no return. "Don't worry, I managed to implant a slave imprint in her due to certain reasons. Now she's only my obedient slave," Qianye consoled her with a smile. His answer had clearly frightened Qianye Ying'er because Qianye Ying'er was accompanying Qianye right now. "Slave? Imprint?" Qianye Ying'er sounded even more surprised after that, but her face quickly turned accepting and cold. She had never been an old-fashioned or soft-hearted person. "I suppose there's no one better to use a heretical soul imprint on than her." Suddenly, Qianye Ying'er remembered something and stared at Qianye silently. "You didn't touch her, did you?" "No, no," Qianye immediately shook his head and uttered in a completely confident tone. "Absolutely not. Really?" Qianye Ying'er was actually surprised to see how confident and truthful Qianye was looking. "This doesn't seem to fit your nature." "Ahaha." Qianye stepped towards and hugged Qianye Ying'er with both arms. "Why would I deign to touch an evil monster when I have my little fairy right here?" As promised, Qianye began preparing for Xiao Lai's 70th birthday feast. He knew that Xiao Lai disliked excessive attention and noise, so the preparations were done with little fanfare, and only a handful of people received invitation cards from him. Although the preparations were simple, Qianye attended to all the work personally and did his utmost. This was the first time he had organized a birthday feast for Xiao Lai. He hoped that it would repay at least a fraction of what Xiao Lai had given him throughout the years. In the morning, he worked hard with Xiao Yun to prepare everything. But in the night, he never failed to succumb to his licentious nature and enjoyed his many wives to his heart's content. He was aware since a long time ago that his dragon god bloodline was probably the reason behind his unusually high sex drive. Probably, moreover, the main reason he always kept Qianye Ying'er at an arm's length was to prevent her from spying or seeing through his true nature. At the very least, his life was bland and boring whenever Qianye Ying'er was around him, though he had no idea that a ton of weird conversations happened between Qianye and Qianye Ying'er every day. "Qianye, Auntie Qianye, why do you always call Daddy Master? It sounds so weird." "Qianye Ying'er, it's because Master has planted a slave imprint in me. For the next 1,000 years, I must be absolutely loyal to him." "Qianye, slave imprint, what's that? It doesn't sound like a good thing." "Auntie Qianye, you didn't actually want to call Daddy Master, did you?" "Qianye Ying'er, Master's strength is the reason I was planted with a slave imprint. Consent has no role in this." Because of Qianye's order, Qianye Ying'er always answered Qianye's questions seriously. "Does this mean that Daddy is an amazing person in that place called the God Realm?" Qianye's eyes lit up. "Amen, Master is a very impressive and special person. One might even say that he's the most special person in the whole world," answered Qianye Ying'er. "He. Joy welled up in Qianye as her image of her father suddenly grew bigger and more mysterious than before. She clasped her hands together and asked longingly, "Say, do you think Daddy will like the gift I prepared?" "He will," Qianye Ying'er answered without hesitation. "Master is a person who cares too much for love and bonds. He would love any gift you give him because you'd poured your heart's blood and love into them." "Amen. Mommy and Master said the same thing too," answered Qianye before staring at Qianye Ying'er's golden mask. "Auntie Qianye, I'd like to see your face. Is that okay?" "Master has ordered me not to take off my mask without his explicit permission," said Qianye Ying'er. "Just this one time, please. I'm really curious. I cannot go against Master's orders. You're stingy." Qianye pursed her lips together in disappointment before asking another question. "Say, Daddy said that you're very strong. Are you stronger than Daddy?" Yes, answered Qianye Ying'er. Wah! Yun Wuxin let out an exclamation of surprise. Can you show me exactly how strong you are? I cannot do that, answered Qianye Ying'er. Ah, why's that? It's because this planet is far too fragile. This planet would definitely be destroyed if I unleashed my full power, Qianye Ying'er answered frankly. Yun Wuxin. Now it's complete, Yun Wuxin said while cupping something between her hands carefully. Colorful light could be seen peeking from between her fingers and illuminating her starry eyes. One might say that she had invested all of her heart's blood into preparing the item in her hands. This was the first time she had spent so much effort to prepare a gift. Tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday, and Daddy cares about that a lot. Should I give him the gift now or after the birthday? Qianye Ying'er answered from beside her. There is a chance something might happen if you wait. The sooner the better. Qianye Ying'er was an extremely cautious and collected person, and she definitely wasn't the type who would try to make a child happy. In fact, she barely had any emotional words in her vocabulary at all. However, Yun Wuxin had already gotten used to her way of talking during the past few days, so after a moment's thought she replied, Amen. You're right. Daddy has gone away without warning several times already. If he goes away again, let's go find Daddy right now. Qianye Ying'er nodded and raised a finger. The scenery before her and Yun Wuxin changed immediately. The space of the blue pole star was as fragile as paper to someone like her. She and Yun Wuxin instantly appeared near Yun Qi. Sensing their presence, Yun Qi turned around and tried to speak, but Yun Wuxin interrupted him urgently while lifting her hands, saying, Daddy, this is my gift to you? Oh, Yun Qi immediately swallowed whatever he was about to say. His facial features had been tense with anticipation for weeks, but Yun Wuxin's words had soothed them unconsciously. It's finished. I've been anticipating this for a very long time. The first thing that entered Yun Qi's eyes after Yun Wuxin had opened her palm were 3 colorful but pure rays of light. 3 jade stones about the size of a dragon eye fruit lay quietly in Yun Wuxin's hands. They didn't share the same shape or color, and they looked slightly translucent. They also glowed weakly like glazed jade stones. Yun Qi immediately recognized them to be 3 glazed sound stones. A glazed sound stone was a kind of jade stone that could record sounds and replay them. They exist in every plane, and they're cheaper than even the most average profound imagery stone after all. The profound imagery stone could record both image and sound, but the glazed sound stone could only record sounds. In fact, most of the time they were simply byproducts created during the process of making sound transmission stones or sound transmission jades. On the blue pole star, most glazed sound stones were grayish-black in color and completely lightless. However, the ones Yun Wuxin were holding had a golden, azure, and crimson glow in them. Their color was incredibly pure as well. Colored glazed sound stones could be seen everywhere in the God Realm. Frankly, it was something that almost no profound practitioners would pay attention to even if they were left on the ground. However, Yun Qi knew that colored glazed sound stones were extremely rare on Blue Pole Star due to the planet's poor elemental activity. What this meant was that on Blue Pole Star, colored glazed sound stones would only appear in extreme environments where the elements were unusually active. For example, such places include volcanic areas, deep seas, desolate deserts, and so on. But not only were these 3-colored glazed light stones similar in size, their color looked extremely pure. Yun Wuxin must have traveled to these extreme locations herself and searched for a very, very long time. They look beautiful, said Yun Qi with a smile before he accepted the gift gently and held it in his own palms. The 3 glazed sound stones were strung together by a single strand of bluish-black thread. The moment he brushed his finger against the string, Yun Qi immediately realized something and lifted it up slightly. Is this your hair, Wuxin? Yeah, Yun Wuxin beamed at him. The length is just right. I poured a lot of Phoenix divine power into it, so it definitely won't break unless you do it on purpose. Haha, of course I wouldn't break it, Yun Qi laughed. This isn't that important. Yun Wuxin took a small step forward and stared at him expectantly with starry eyes. Replay the sound I left for you, Daddy. These are very important. All right. Yun Qi nodded with a smile before touching the center of the glazed sound stone with a finger. The one he chose was the golden glazed sound stone that almost looked like a perfect heart shape. There were traces of profound energy around it, so clearly it was something Yun Wuxin had carefully shaped with her own hands. Yun Wuxin's voice came from the glazed sound stone as he touched it with profound energy. Daddy Wuxin is thinking about you. The girl's voice was soft, sweet, and infused with her purest desire. Forget Qianye, even Qianye Ying'er felt like her heart was melting in that one instant. This is a reminder to Daddy that you have a daughter waiting at home, so don't always go outside and come back often, okay? Yun Wuxin's tone was completely serious even though her eyebrows were curled into crescents. All right, Yun Chi's lips parted slightly for a moment before he promised gently, I promise you I'll stay by your side every day once I'm done with this matter. Hee, don't forget what you promised, Daddy, said Yun Wuxin before twirling her eyes. There are 2 more left. They are also very important. Yun Chi touched the blue glazed sound stone to his left. It was shaped like a triangle, and it was imbued with a kind of deliberate sharpness. Daddy, you absolutely cannot involve yourself in dangerous things. This time, the voice that came out of the glazed sound stone sounded unusually serious. Yun Chi smiled and said, You're reminding me to keep myself safe, right? HMPH. As long as you know my meaning. Yun Wuxin's nose and lips moved up slightly. Mommy and Master always say that Daddy likes to show off and do very dangerous things. There were too many times you almost threw your life away, Yun Chi. I don't care about what happened in the past, but you're a man with a daughter right now. There is no daddy worse than the one who makes their daughter lose a daddy, so you absolutely cannot do anything dangerous again in the future, okay? Not even a bit. You cannot even if someone calls you a coward. All right. Yun Chi put a hand to his chest and said very seriously, I promise you that I will protect myself no matter where I am and stop doing anything that is dangerous in the future. His gaze landed on the 3rd glazed sound stone. This glazed sound stone was crimson in color, and it contained a high amount of fire aura. It was very likely discovered in places like molten lava. What surprised Yun Chi, however, was its unusual shape. It looked incredibly uneven, and if he looked at it from a certain angle, it kind of looked like a tiny clenched fist. Is this a fist? Asked Yun Chi. Yep, Yun Wuxin nodded. It's a fist. This one was quite difficult to do. I had to spend a long time to shape it like this, and I almost broke it in the process. The voice inside is just as important. A fist. Slightly curious about his daughter's thoughts when she made this thing, he touched the glazed sound stone and heard, Daddy, you must control your lower self. Yun Chi, Omacron. He. Yun Wuxin giggled through half-narrowed eye slits. I'm not the only one who's saying this. Mommy and Master agree with me too. I can't believe she taught you words like this. Your mommy deserves a spanking later, said Yun Chi while pretending to grit his teeth. Mommy also told me to tell you to watch out not to touch this glazed sound stone by accident when you're doing weird things with other aunties in the future. At number %, Yun Chi facepalmed and thought to himself, Heavens, even my little fairy has turned strange. Hey, Yun Wuxin blinked her eyes at him and asked, Daddy, your face looks very strange. Is this gift not to your liking? Yun Chi shook his head immediately and smiled. Of course not. This is the most precious gift I've ever received in my life. The moment he finished saying this, he lifted the string of glazed sound stones and put it around his neck gently. Glazed sound stones were completely ordinary to someone of Yun Chi's experience and power, but these ones in particular carried the priceless thoughts and wishes of his precious daughter. I will wear them forever. This way I'll always be able to listen to your voice no matter where I am. He opened his arms and hugged his daughter gently. His grip unconsciously grew stronger and stronger. Ah! Yun Wuxin let out a groan. Daddy, your heartbeat sounds really fast. Amen. Yun Chi closed his eyes as the purest, warmest smile he had ever gathered appeared on his face. Wuxin, my daughter, thank you. Aya. Yun Wuxin actually felt embarrassed after hearing his thanks. It's just a little gift, Daddy. You don't need to say such strange things. I'm not just thanking you for your gift. I'm also thanking you for turning me into the luckiest man in the world. Huh. His words caught Yun Wuxin off guard. Wuxin, please remember this. Yun Chi whispered next to his daughter's ears. No matter what happened in the past or will happen in the future, I will always be the luckiest man alive as long as you're safe and happy. Amen. Yun Wuxin replied softly before hugging her own father and leaning her head against his shoulder. Qianye Ying'er turned around to look at the couple, and for a long time she actually found herself incapable of looking away. When she finally shifted her gaze away from them, a flash of loss and sorrow that was strange even to her passed through her golden pupils. Cloud City was a little noisy but peaceful. Floating Cloud City was the smallest city in the entire Blue Wind Nation, but now it was also the most unusual place in the entire profound Sky Continent. There was no one who cultivated the profound way who didn't know that it was where spiritual Master Yun was born. However, Floating Cloud City remained as quiet and secluded as ever, and no obvious change came over it. Every day, a large number of profound practitioners from the profound sky continent, or even illusory demon realm, would visit Floating Cloud City to worship the birthplace of spiritual Master Yun. But they always did it from a distance. No one dared to disturb or sully this quiet city in the slightest. As for the citizens of Floating Cloud City, very, very few of them truly understood what the title, Spiritual Master Yun, truly meant in their world. Even fewer people knew that the Xiao clan was attended by the greatest people in the profound sky continent, or even the entire planet today. I wish that great-grandpa will enjoy eternal wealth and peace, and live as long as MT. Nan, please drink tea, great-grandpa. Xiao Lai was seated in the middle of the hall. Xiao Yang'an was currently kneeling in front of him primly and serving him tea with a serious look on his face. Good boy, good boy. Xiao Lai accepted the teacup with a chuckle and finished the drink in one gulp. He wore a gentle smile on his face. A long time ago, when Xiao Lai was still in his 50s, he had looked unusually old despite being a spirit profound realm practitioner. Yun Qi's death especially had turned his hair completely white in almost a single night. Today was his 70th birthday, but not only did he have black hair and a healthy complexion, he looked at least 30 years younger. His appearance was completely different from what it used to be. There was no place Xiao Lai loved more than the Xiao clan. It was a place he wasn't willing to leave for long, even though he had been wounded and disappointed in the past. Yun Qi had brought over his wives and daughters, and Xiao Yun brought his wife and his son over in the early morning to congratulate him on his birthday and serve him tea. Wuxin serves great-grandpa tea. It was Yun Wuxin's turn to kneel on the ground and serve Xiao Lai tea after Xiao Yang'an. Xiao Lai accepted the tea and let out a sigh. He smiled and said, "To think that even Chair has a daughter this big already. Time truly waits for no one." "But great-grandpa, you're growing younger and younger, aren't you?" Yun Wuxin blinked cutely with a smile on her face. "So there's no way time can catch up to you. A lot more 70 years are waiting for you down the line." "Ha ha ha ha," Xiao Lai laughed joyfully. "Great-grandpa wouldn't want to age too quickly with such a good great-granddaughter too." Again, he finished the tea he was served in one gulp. The warmth in the tea spread to his entire body instead of stopping at just his internal organs. When the two juniors were done serving tea, Yun Qi and Xiao Yun exchanged a glance with each other. The latter smiled at him and said, "You first, big brother." Although Yun Qi's true surname wasn't Xiao, it made absolutely no difference to Xiao Yun. Yun Qi would always be his brother. "All right," Yun Qi didn't turn down his offer. He strode forward, poured a cup of tea, and knelt in front of Xiao Lai. Grandson Yun Qi serves tea to grandfather. He wishes that grandfather will enjoy a heaven of good fortune and boundless lifespan. It was a simple and down-to-earth birthday congratulations from a grandson to his grandfather, but it rang loud and clear in everyone's ears. Exactly how many people in the entire world was Yun Qi willing to kneel to with all his heart? There were only his parents and Xiao Lai. Xiao Lai accepted the teacup, but didn't drain it immediately. Instead, he looked at Yun Qi and let out a sigh. "Chair, to be honest with you, I once blamed you and even hated you right after Ying'er's passing. But what I got back from you was a million times reciprocation and good fortune. It is my eternal blessing to have a grandson like you." But Yun Qi shook his head and said softly, "Uncle Xiao, Auntie Xiao, and grandmother have all passed away because of me. You should have blamed me and hated me for my role in their passing. But not only did you raise me to adulthood without ever abandoning me or looking down on me, you treated me better than even Lingxi, your real granddaughter. You could never bring yourself to scold or punish me too harshly for the mistakes I made. Moreover, you have had to swallow countless injustices for me, and to heal my profound veins you even bowed and begged countless people for a cure despite your given name. Lie, fierce. You shouldn't say that this is reciprocation and good fortune, grandfather. It is simply the filial duty that any grown junior should perform. Even now, this is nothing but a drop in the sea of kindness that I still owe you. It is my honor to encounter you in this life. Grandfather," Xiao Lai smiled. He could still remember that delicate, gentle boy that always needed his protection as clear as yesterday. And yet a dozen or so years later, he had grown to become a legendary god that watched over the entire continent. But the boy had never changed. Despite climbing to such heights, he still bowed humbly in front of him just like before. Beside Yun Qi, Qianye Ying'er also bowed respectfully towards Xiao Lai before saying, Your granddaughter-in-law serves you tea, grandfather. Jie Qingyu might have been the first to wed to Yun Qi, but no one had any doubt that Kang Yue was Yun Qi's real first wife. Even the little demon empress had to address her as the older sister. Kang Yue had ruled Blue Wind Nation for quite some time now, and she was far from the green princess she was way back then. Today, she was a woman who carried the bearing of a monarch with every movement, not to mention that her title of the Queen of Blue Wind was still far less important than her status as Yun Qi's first wife. It was something no other monarch in the profound sky continent could match. Yue, Zhao Lai chuckled while looking at Kang Yue. The nation is of course important, but you've also been married to Chair for over 10 years, haven't you? I think it's about time the two of you try and get a child. I'm sure you'd like to continue your royal lineage too, am I right? Yes, Yue will remember this. Kang Yue bowed her head slightly, but sneaked a glance at Yun Qi beside her. Yue and I will work harder, I promise, Yun Qi said hurriedly, making sure to keep his worry away from his face. Ever since he obtained the dragon god's bloodline, and especially the dragon god marrow, his essence remained human, but his body was slowly but surely turning closer and closer to that of a dragon's, or more accurately the dragon god's. The dragon god was the highest existence in the dragon race even in ancient times. A dragon was salacious by nature, and Yun Qi was without a doubt a hardworking man. Unfortunately, dragons had notoriously low birth rates. The greater a dragon was, the worse their birth rate became. Yun Qi had an inkling that it was something like this many years ago. Kang Yue was the monarch of Blue Wind Nation, and the little demon empress was the ruler of the illusory demon realm. Both queens wanted very much to have a child with Yun Qi, but nothing had come of their hard work despite many years of trying. In fact, Yun Qi had secretly tried a spirit medicine that guaranteed pregnancy 100% of the time on his wives before. But what had been immediately effective on Zhao Yun and number 7 under heaven was completely useless to him. It was something that had troubled him greatly. Yun Qi thought to himself with renewed determination, I guess the only way left is to try even harder in the future. I wonder who will give birth to my second child. Will it be as cute as Wuxin? Crack. The second the thought passed through his mind, his body suddenly shuddered with impossible pain. It was as if a poisoned needle had pierced right through his heart. What's happening? Since Yun Qi was facing Zhao Lai, no one had noticed the flash of pain on his face. It was the little demon empress' turn to serve tea after Kang Yue was done. She was the only other woman besides Kang Yue to have officially married Yun Qi, but her circumstances were slightly different. In her family, all descendants must use the surname Yuan because they were the future masters of the illusory demon realm. Kei, Zhao Lai said with a smile, you have worked to preserve the peace of the illusory demon realm for over a century, and your homeland is finally at peace. It's time you settle down, have a child with Chair, and focus on raising the next demon emperor, don't you think? As you request, little demon empress answered very respectfully. Chu Yuechen came after the little demon empress. Although she and Yun Qi hadn't gotten married yet, she was the only one who gave him a child. Therefore, her status in both the Yun family and Zhao family was extremely important. Zhao Lai looked very moved as Chu Yuechen came to him. He said, Yuechen, Chair owes you many, many things, and we of the Yun family and Zhao family even more so. It is Chair's honor to have a lifelong partner like you. Chair, I know that you and the others are no longer bound by the customs, but the Yun family and the Zhao family have always kept to the traditions. Therefore, grandfather still prefers to see you marry Yuechen properly into the family and give her the rightful status she deserves. Ha 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 ha, you're absolutely correct, father. A loud laugh interrupted before he could give an answer as Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru entered the hall side by side. After kneeling in front of Zhao Lai and congratulating him on his birthday, they said, Chair, your grandfather's thoughts are exactly the same as mine. Yuechen isn't the only one you haven't given a proper status yet either. It's been several years since you've been engaged to Zuer, and Ying'er has accompanied you since the Azure Cloud continent, hasn't she? How much longer do you plan to put off their wedding ceremonies? Mu Yuru also smiled gently and said, and let's not forget about Lingxi and Xianxia. I don't think I need to say anything about Lingxi, but Xianxia is the famous daughter of the Phoenix, and there is no one in the continent who doesn't know that she is your personal servant today. She can't marry another person even if she wants to, can she? You're not planning to keep her as your servant forever, are you? Mu Yuru's words immediately jolted Feng Xianxia into full panic. How can Xianxia possibly? It is already the honor of a lifetime for Xianxia to serve young master as a servant. How can she possibly? Possibly. She bowed her head deeply, afraid to meet anyone's gaze. Xianxia, Mu Yuru smiled gently. When Chair hit rock bottom, you were the one who stayed by his side until he recovered. Your heart is good and pure, and everyone can see how well you treat our Chair. If you are willing to enter the Yun family and stay by Chair's side, we as parents could only be happy for both your sakes. Chair, if you find all these customs too burdensome, you may leave it to the rest of us to handle, Mu Yuru continued. You aren't a woman after all. A rightful status is far more important to us than you know. Yun Qi looked at Chu Yuechen, Feng Zuer, Su Linger, Zio Lingxi, and Feng Xianxia. He could see the changes in all their expressions. Even the least expressive of them all, Chu Yuechen, was hiding a kind of expectation behind her countenance. And so he nodded gently and smiled, saying, "No problem. I will leave everything to you, grandfather, father, mother." Yun Qinghang smiled at his answer, and Mu Yuru was practically blossoming like a flower. Good boy. Since Chair and Zuer's engagement is the earliest of them all, your wedding shall be set during the warm autumn 2 months from now. This way we'll have enough time to prepare and welcome Zuer into our family properly. Mother, Feng Zuer whispered. She might be the unreachable phoenix goddess in other people's eyes, but that didn't mean she couldn't feel embarrassment like a common girl. As for Xianxia, Mu Yuru continued, you and Zuer happen to be of the same lineage, so why don't you join her on the same wedding? Mu Yuru clearly had a plan in her mind already. Feng Xianxia was the youngest among all of Yun Qi's women, and her admiration and adoration for Yun Qi was almost obsessive. Even when she was facing Yun Qi's wives, she had only ever acted like a servant. In this case, Mu Yuru knew that pushing a proper marriage on Xianxia would only make her uncomfortable. Ah, cheeks red, Feng Xianxia groaned as she gripped the hem of her dress nervously. Xianxia, maybe all you want in life is to be Chair's servant forever, but what about your parents? Mu Yuru smiled gently at her. Just think of it as giving your parents a proper reply. Although I suppose we aren't doing right by you completely. Not at all. Feng Xianxia shook her head strongly. Right now she felt like floating off the ground, and her reason had been almost completely shut down for the past couple of minutes. A long time later, she finally bowed her head deeply and whispered as quietly as a mosquito. I'll leave everything in your hands, mistress. I suppose she's still the mistress for now, isn't she? Both you and Zuer will have to change the way you address her in 2 months, though, said Yun Qinghang while laughing loudly. His simple remark caused the redness in Feng Xianxia's cheeks to spread all the way down to her neck, and her heart threatened to jump out of her throat. As for the exact date of the wedding, I'll meet with Brother Feng and speak to him about it tomorrow. A mighty laugh burst out of the entrance just as Yun Qinghang finished speaking. Ha, there's no need for that. We can settle the date right now. Father! Feng Zuer turned around and cried out with a smile. Feng Hengkang strode in and bowed deeply towards Zio Lai. Senior Zio, Divine Phoenix Feng Hengkang has come to pay his birthday congratulations. Technically speaking, he was at least several hundred years older than Zio Lai, but because his daughter was soon to marry Yun Qi, his seniority was now a level below Zio Lai's. In fact, forget the God Realm, 70 years old wasn't old even among the high-level profound practitioners of the profound sky continent. In Feng Hengkang's life, this was the first time he had ever attended an elderly's birthday that was beneath 500 years old. But no matter how ordinary Zio Lai was, he was still the grandfather of Yun Qi. Why have you come, father? Feng Zuer asked. It's not just me, Feng Hengkang said. Countless important people are making the trip to Floating Cloud City right now. Yun Qi pressed a hand to his forehead and helplessly snorted. These bastards! It's pretty natural if you think about it. Yun Qinghang smiled while explaining. There is no one in the profound sky continent or illusory demon realm who would dare to think less about anything that's related to you. Although it's true you didn't tell anyone about Father's 70th birthday, there's no way they wouldn't know about it, much less miss it. Yun Qinghang clearly wasn't surprised or concerned by this. He immediately moved on to the next subject and asked, So, you have no problems with Zuer and Chair's wedding? Of course not, Feng Hengkang laughed. The sects and forces of the continent have been waiting for their wedding for a long time already. Once the news is spread, I'm sure things will get lively for a long while. Spiritual Master Yun and the Phoenix Goddess were the male and female representative of the absolute highest existence on the profound sky continent. Naturally, their official marriage was something that was going to be celebrated by all. Now that we've settled on Zuer and Zioner's wedding, Yuechen, Lingxi, and Ying'er are the only ones left. Mu Yuru beamed at her future daughter-in-laws. Lingxi's wedding can wait, Zio Lai suddenly said with unexpected seriousness. His comment and his somewhat indifferent tone caused Mu Yuru's smile to stiffen a little. Even Zio Lingxi had forgotten her trepidation to stare at Zio Lai in surprise. Yun Qi's heart skipped a beat as he chose his words carefully. In the end, he decided to ask honestly and directly, "Grandfather, does our relationship make you uncomfortable?" The hall instantly grew a lot quieter. It was true that Yun Qi and Zio Lingxi had grown up together and shared a deep bond with each other. It was also true that they weren't related by blood whatsoever. However, practically everyone in Floating Cloud City thought that Zio Lingxi was Yun Qi's little aunt before he was 16 years old. "I'm not uncomfortable with your relationship." Zio Lai shook his head before sighing quietly. "I just think that I'll miss her, that's all." Yun Qi was caught off guard by his reply. "You want Lingxi to stay with you for a couple more years? You have nothing to worry about, grandfather. You'll never lose Lingxi no matter what happens in the future. It's not that." Suddenly, Zio Lai started laughing with unexpected mischief. "I just want you to call me grandfather for a couple more years. If you call me father-in-law now, I don't think I can get used to it immediately." Ha. Zio Lai laughed to his heart's content when he saw the stupid look on Yun Qi's face. Finally getting the joke, everyone echoed his laughter for a very long time. "Daddy, seriously," Zio Lingxi chided softly before sneaking a glance at Yun Qi. Even she was giggling softly after that. After Yun Qi's side was done serving tea, Zio Yun immediately walked up to Zio Lai with his wife, number 7 under heaven. After the process was done, he said without getting back up to his feet, "Grandfather, 7th sister, and I have something to inform you of actually." "Oh, what is it?" Zio Lai beamed at his grandson. On the other side, Su Linger's lips curled slightly upward. She clearly knew what Zio Yun was going to say. Zio Yun held number 7 under heaven's hands and declared with barely suppressed excitement, "7th sister is with child again." "Oh." Zio Lai's grip on his seat tightened as he jumped up to his feet. Are you absolutely sure?" "Amen." Number 7 under heaven beamed before speaking candidly. "I had her for almost 2 months already. Oh, Brother Yun and I went to check with Linger, and we confirmed that it is indeed a girl." Brother Yun was so happy when he heard this. Hey. Zio Yun actually started giggling like a fool after hearing that. Ever since Yun Qi had found Yun Wuxin, Zio Yun had wanted a daughter even in his dreams. That's good, that's good. A daughter's good, very good." Zio Lai was so excited that his legs were shaky, and he didn't know where to put his hands. "This means that Yun'er now has both a daughter and a son. I'm sure your father and your grandmother's spirits are laughing in the heavens right now." He was so excited and happy that he was starting to sound incoherent. He even looked like he was about to burst into tears. For the longest time, his life had been difficult and lonely, but not only was he reunited with Zio Yun, he was even gifted with a host of grandchildren. There was seriously nothing else he could possibly want from this life. Yun Qi spoke up with a smile. "Grandfather, your granddaughter is the first girl of her generation to enter the Zio family's lineage, right? Why don't you give her a name?" Zio Yun immediately nodded. "That's right. Grandfather should be the one to name her." Zio Lai didn't turn down the offer. After taking a number of deep breaths and calming himself down, he mulled it over for a time before replying, "Let's call her Yangning. Yangin, eternal peace. Yangning, eternal peace." Number 7 under heaven smiled. "Then I shall name my daughter Yangning. Thank you very much for naming her great-grandfather." The Zio family was without a doubt visited by double blessings today. The Zio clan was small, and the size of the hall was just okay, but it was undoubtedly filled with endless cheer. Suddenly, the guards at the main entrance rushed in to report. Zai Jai of Supreme Ocean Palace, the Navy Tide Monarch, and the Divine Incense Monarch have come bearing many gifts. Yun Qi waved a hand at the guard and said, "Tell them to stay outside and keep quiet. If they're smart, they'll put down their gifts and beat it immediately." There was nothing Zio Lai loved more than silence, so their grand entrances only had the opposite effect of what they'd intended. "It's fine." Zio Lai raised a hand and said with a chuckle, "Let them in. They've come a long way to meet me, and it'd be improper to turn them away like this." Yun Qi nodded. "All right, your wish is my command, grandfather." For once, Zio Lai didn't mind welcoming guests to his doorstep, and Yun Qi wisely left the scene temporarily. If he hung around, he had a feeling that these honored guests wouldn't even dare to draw a deep breath in his presence. Yun-Chi. Chu Yuechen walked next to Yun-Chi before saying softly, I've decided to return to Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. In the end, I think that's the best place for me. Oh, Yun-Chi's eyes lit up. Are you going to succeed the Palace Master's seat? Chu Yuechen had lived in Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace for decades, so her knowledge and feelings for her sect ran very deep. Even back when she was the leader of the Frozen Cloud 7 fairies, her experience and reputation had been unmatched by anyone. After Yun-Chi's divine water of life had carried her into the divine way, she would undoubtedly become the most important core of Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace. But Chu Yuechen shook her head before replying, Qianye and Yuili wanted me to become the Palace Master, but I've turned down the offer. However, I agreed to become the Vice Palace Master for now. That's good too. Yun-Chi smiled at her. Yun Wuxin was all grown up now, and she no longer needed her mother to accompany her at all times. In that case, Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace was the best home for her. Of course, the return of the Fairy of Frozen Beauty to Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace was bound to shake the whole profound world again. Brother-in-law! Jie Yuan's voice resounded from the distance as an aura locked firmly onto Yun-Chi's. His huge body quickly appeared in the sky before landing right next to Yun-Chi. Today is Grandfather Zio's 70th birthday feast. I'm not late, am I? Yuanba then scanned around for a bit before complaining subconsciously. It's too lively. Yeah, it's way too lively. Yun-Chi curled his lips in agreement before touching the necklace around his neck seemingly on purpose. Jie Yuan's eyes followed his movements naturally before asking in puzzlement, Are those glazed sound stones? Yun-Chi immediately nodded and held up the glazed sound stones. This is Wuxin's gift to me. She searched everywhere and made it for me herself. It's pretty, isn't it? Yun-Chi's sudden burst of excitement puzzled Jie Yuan a little. Listen to this. Yun-Chi touched the heart-shaped glazed sound stone at the middle and elicited Yun Wuxin's sweet voice immediately. Daddy Wuxin is thinking about you. Yun-Chi's lips automatically curled into a wide smile when he heard this. Jie Yuan's eyes spread wider before he agreed emotionally. It is an enviable little thing. I know, right? Yun-Chi beamed. So Yuanba, go find a wife and make a couple of children already. When that happens, you'll discover that your entire world has changed. Jie Yuan's pupils shrank a little and turned Yun-Chi down without hesitation just like before. Now, women are the most troublesome things in the world. Alone is better. Even if you're not in a hurry, your father will be. Yun-Chi flicked Jie Yuan's shoulder once and spoke like an experienced person. Well, we'll see. Jie Yuan still shook his head despite Yun-Chi's persuasion. Ever since his tyrannical emperor's divine veins had completely awakened, he had turned into a complete cultivation maniac with almost zero interest in anything else. Speaking of which, there's something I wanted to ask you for a very long time, brother-in-law. Oh, he could feel Jie Yuan's gaze suddenly turning a little complicated. I want to know, Jie Yuan inhaled once before asking, You know where my sister is, don't you? Or should I say you've already met her once? Yun-Chi immediately withdrew his chair and asked carefully, Why do you think so? Yun-Chi's reaction was practically a confirmation of Jie Yuan's suspicions already. The latter replied seriously, In the past, you never stopped trying to search for Big Sister even though you insist that she has the blessing of the heavens and that you're not really worried about her. But since you've returned from the God Realm, you haven't searched for her, or even delegated the task to the sects of the profound sky continent or illusory demon sect as usual. When you told me that my sister is safe and sound, your eyes and tone were also completely different from before. Jie Yuan had experienced many things in his life, and after his tyrannical emperor's divine veins had fully awakened, and he had become the saint emperor of the absolute monarch sanctuary, he was no longer the inexperienced boy he was before. In fact, he was growing shrewder and shrewder with each passing day. Yun-Chi fell silent for a long time. Finally, he said, You're right, I've met King Yu already. Ah, Jie Yuan trembled once before taking a step forward. With an agitated voice, he asked, Where's she right now? How is she doing? Was she bullied or wronged by anyone? She's currently in the God Realm, Yun-Chi said. She's doing very well and you don't need to worry about her at all. In fact, her cultivation and her status are far beyond your wildest imagination. However, she cannot return home. Why? Jie Yuan blurted. What happened to her? How is she? Why can't she come home? The situation is very complicated. It'd take a long time to explain it all. It was the only answer Yun-Chi could give Yuanba. Although Yuanba was among the highest existences in the blue pole star, The strength and laws of survival of the God Realm were still beyond his imagination. There is one thing I can tell you for certain, though. It's not that she doesn't want to return, and she has never abandoned you and your father. It's just that a special reason is keeping her from returning to you. Oh, right, Qianye added. King Yu also found her mother in the God Realm. Jie Yuan trembled again, and his reaction was even greater than before. You said that sis found mother. Is that true? Amen, Qianye nodded. That's not all. They were reunited and they were living together. However, Jie Yuan unconsciously clenched his fists as his face slowly turned red from excitement. He had so many questions to ask that he actually couldn't settle on one to begin. In the end, he opened his mouth and said in a raspy voice, "Where are they right now? I want to see them. I want to meet them right away." Jie Yuan's reply was exactly as Qianye had expected it to be. He shook his head and said, "You can't." "Why?" Jie Yuan worked hard to keep his emotions under control. "Since you've consumed the divine water of life, you've officially entered the divine origin realm and become the most powerful existence in the profound sky continent. However, the experts in the God realm are much scarier than you can possibly imagine. Not only is your sister unable to return to the blue pole star, she hinted several times openly not to tell you anything about her at all. I'm sure you can roughly understand her reason for saying this." Jie Yuan. Seeing Jie Yuan's expression, Qianye smiled again and said, "Haha, the situation isn't as serious as you think. How about this? You will spend the next 2 years stabilizing your cultivation, and once you're firmly in the divine origin realm, I'll take you to the God realm myself to meet her. What do you think?" "Okay," Jie Yuan agreed without thinking. "This chapter is 7,000 words long. Anyone sense anything strange from this peace and warmth?" The God realm was unsuitable for Jie Yuan right now, not to mention that the devil gods were soon to return. There were simply too many unpredictable factors in the current situation that prevented it from being a good idea. He supposed that 2 years was a passable promise for now. Not long after Jie Yuan had left, another person called out to him from afar while running towards him. "Long time no see, Brother Yun. It's so hard to arrange a meeting with you these days." The person who came was a smart-looking, handsome, and steadfast young man. He was none other than the young patriarch of the Su family, Su Zhizhen. Back in the days when he was fighting Duke Hai's forces, Su Zhizhen had fought alongside Qianye. He was one of Qianye's best friends among the younger generation of the 12 guardian families. "Brother Zhizhen, even you came." Qianye wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the situation. "Ha ha!" Su Zhizhen dropped down from the sky with a loud laugh before saying, "There wouldn't be you without Senior Zio, Big Brother Yun. This also means that Senior Zio is a benefactor to the entire illusory demon realm. How can I not attend his birthday as a guardian of the royal family?" Qianye looked him up and down once before saying, "It looks like you're here for more than just congratulating my grandfather. Am I right?" "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Brother Yun," Su Zhizhen said before his smile turned somewhat reserved. "I heard that your daughter is turning 15 in just a few months' time, and reaching the marriageable age in just a dozen or so months." Qianye: "My son, Hanlu, has just reached 18, and his talent is unrivaled in the entire illusory demon realm. He's destined to become the patriarch of the Su family, so the family is extremely concerned about his future marriage. So far, no one besides your daughter has caught the eye of my grandfather and father, so the Su family wishes to marry my daughter and join the Yun family," Qianye said calmly. His face was completely expressionless. "That is exactly right," Su Zhizhen nodded. He and Qianye were congenial buddies, and the Yun family and the Su family were on the same side and well-matched in terms of social status. While another person might not have the confidence to propose a marriage to Qianye, the Su family didn't have such problems. Qianye nodded once before pointing a finger behind Su Zhizhen. Then he enunciated slowly, "Get out." Su Zhizhen had thought that Qianye would turn him down gently, but he never imagined that he would react this fiercely. He was just about to say something when he sensed a chilly killing intent from Qianye. Qianye's killing intent was unlike any other. It caused the fearless Su Zhizhen to shrink a little as he said tremblingly, In that case, we can speak about this again in the future." "Speak your ass, get out of my sight right now," Qianye growled. "I'll go see Senior Zio then." Su Zhizhen took a step backwards while cold sweat covered him. "Wait!" Qianye suddenly called out to him. At first, Su Zhizhen thought that Qianye had suddenly changed his mind, but then the latter said slowly, Please tell everyone in Demon Imperial City that I will personally break the leg of anyone who dares to propose marriage to my daughter again. At number percent, Su Zhizhen ran like the wind after hearing that. PFF. There was a giggle before Jie Ying'er walked up to Yun Qi and said, "Don't you think you're overreacting a little? You and young Master Su are good friends after all." HMPH? If it wasn't for our friendship, I would have broken his leg already. How dare he set his eyes on my daughter? Yun Qi uttered through gritted teeth as if someone had touched his reverse scale. Technically, the Su family and the Yun family are the most well-matched in terms of social status in Demon Imperial City, said Jie Ying'er, which was true. On the Blue Pole Star, the Su family was one of the very few families that was worthy of Yun Wuxin. Well-deserved my ass. He thinks his little brat is deserving of my daughter. Dream on. Yun Qi harumphed coldly. Wuxin had just returned to his side for a couple of years, and someone wanted to take her away from him. Although nothing of the sort was happening at all, the mere thought lit a nameless fire in his stomach. Jie Ying'er covered her mouth again when she saw Yun Qi fuming with rage. "It's not just me. I'm sure Yuechen and my parents wouldn't agree to it either," said Yun Qi unhappily. He looked at Jie Ying'er, and suddenly his eyes grew focused. Then he glanced to the side and sent a sound transmission. "Slave Ying, you will move 250 kilometers away from here, and you're forbidden from probing within the Zio clan's vicinity." Qianye Ying'er immediately obeyed his order and went away. "Ying'er, let me show you something." He grabbed Jie Ying'er's hand and brought her into a room. After putting down an isolation barrier, he took out the stone tablet he acquired from Qianye Ying'er. It was the stone tablet imprinted with the world-defying heaven manual. The moment the stone tablet emerged, it started glowing silver before Yun Qi had even injected any profound energy into it. In fact, it was glowing several times brighter and fiercer than the time Qianye Ying'er had injected it with her own profound energy. Yun Qi was slightly caught off guard by the unexpected reaction. The silver glow surrounding the stone tablet floated up into the air before spreading out into a passage of strange-looking words. For a long time, Yun Qi couldn't say anything. He was barely able to rein in his emotions. Back then, he hadn't been able to incite any reaction from the mysterious black jade he had acquired from the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign. However, it had reacted intensely when Jie Ying'er was near, glowed, and manifested a passage of strange-looking words in the air. This stone tablet was the same too. What on earth was going on here? Since Jie Ying'er's gaze was attracted by the strange-looking words, she didn't notice Yun Qi's reaction. Her lips parted as she whispered, "It's that strange text again, little Qi. Do you know what they are now?" "Amen," Yun Qi nodded. "This text is called the Divine Text of Absolute Beginning. Does the name mean anything to you?" "Divine Text of Absolute Beginning." Jie Ying'er shook her head and replied very confidently, "No, I've never heard of it before, but it sounds like a very ancient text." She looked at Yun Qi and asked expectantly, "Little Qi, you must know why I recognize these words if you know its name, right?" "It's very simple." Yun Qi smiled and said, "Just like what I told you before, this text has a mind of its own because it's known as a divine text. This means that the text only reveals its content to the people it chooses, which happens to be you in this case." "I see," Jie Ying'er muttered to herself as the doubt in her mind was washed away. Yun Qi had gone to the God Realm and seen the wider world with his own two eyes, so it was only natural that he would be privy to a lot of things that she didn't know or understand. Although his explanation was a little abstruse and hard to believe, she didn't doubt Yun Qi's words in the slightest. Yun Qi wore a bright smile and a pair of calm eyes when he gave his explanation, but on the inside his heartbeat was actually off the charts. The ancestral divine art, world-defying heaven manual, inscribed using the divine text of absolute beginning, was only legible to the 4 great creation gods and the 4 great devil emperors. This was a fact spoken by Jie Yuan herself, not a mere record in the God Realm. Even a peak existence like Qianye Ying'er with the Brahma Monarch God Realm at her behest wasn't able to decipher the stone tablet in the slightest. So why was Jie Ying'er able to recognize the divine text of absolute beginning? Was she the reincarnation of a creation god or devil emperor? However, the ancient records of the God Realm clearly stated that both the God race and the devil race had perished utterly both in body and soul. That was why it was impossible for them to have entered the cycle of reincarnation, which was supported by the fact that no such stories had ever been circulated in the God Realm. Jie Yuan herself had never tried to seek out the reincarnation of the heretic god. This meant that such a thing simply didn't exist to her knowledge. Besides, even if reincarnation did exist, there was still no way they would be able to retain their former minds. Yunqi's explanation to Xiao Lingxi was meant to wash away any unnecessary doubt and worry in her mind, and his own. Maybe Lingxi really is just chosen by the divine text of absolute beginning. That has to be it. Little Qi, do you want me to read it to you? Xiao Lingxi's voice suddenly cut through the haze of confusion in Yunqi. Ah, sure. Yunqi nodded. He would be lying if he claimed that he was not interested in the ancestral divine art, an art that not even the creation gods or the devil emperors had ever come into contact with. Moreover, he had never truly forgotten that one time he suddenly entered the realm of nothingness after he was reborn as a cripple. Xiao Lingxi let out a cry of agreement before looking above her. Then she started reading. Earth doesn't slow, heaven births life. The weight of the will, the distress of emotions. Dream isn't a dream, dream is a dream. Not all that is hazy is real. Yunqi listened quietly as Xiao Lingxi read out the words. He didn't recognize the text floating in the air at all, and he didn't understand a single word of what Xiao Lingxi was reading to him. Just like last time, it meant absolutely nothing to him. However, as time passed, Xiao Lingxi's voice grew more and more further away from him. The words grew longer and more fleeting. He subconsciously closed his eyes. He still couldn't understand a single word of the words beside his ears, but before he knew it, a new, strange world had opened up around him soundlessly. There was absolutely nothing in this world. No sound, no light, no aura. He couldn't even detect his own presence. Paradoxically, it was the most realistic void he had ever felt in his life. This wasn't the first time he entered this strange world of nothingness. His mind had once sunk into this world while he was still powerless. It was a kind of bizarre enlightenment that he somehow entered despite having no profound energy whatsoever, and yet he didn't actually obtain anything from it at all. Neither his mental nor his physical state had changed after he had exited the state of enlightenment. That was how he felt at least. An ephemeral figure suddenly appeared in the world. It was a woman who looked as transient as a dream, and it was the same person who had shown up in this world last time. She seemed to be looking at Yunqi as her voice resounded inside his mental world. You are here. This means that you've connected with the laws of nothingness at an even deeper level. Yunqi couldn't make any sound at all. What is real? What is imaginary? Sometimes the imaginary is imaginary and the real is real. But sometimes the imaginary is real and the real is imaginary. You may be able to see more that is real now that you've touched the laws of nothingness. Unfortunately, the voice suddenly vanished, and the empty world suddenly dissipated into nothing. When Yunqi opened his eyes again, they were filled with confusion. Ah! Xiao Lingxi's exclamation of surprise suddenly rang from somewhere. She ran toward him and said, "You've finally awakened, little Qi." Yunqi immediately came back to himself and explained, "It looks like I entered a state of enlightenment just now." The moment he said this, he suddenly noticed another person beside him. He turned around and saw Su Ling'er staring at him with a smile on her face. Once his surprise had passed, he asked, "How long have you been here, Ling'er?" "Hee, as usual, Sister Lingxi is worried about you. That's why she's dragged me over to look after you all this time." Su Ling'er walked over and asked casually, "What did you manage to learn this time?" Yunqi frowned a little before shaking his head. "Nothing." The state of enlightenment was something that only happened by chance. Every time a profound practitioner enters a state of enlightenment, their profound energy or their understanding of the profound arts was guaranteed to improve. However, Yunqi didn't feel like he had learned anything at all despite having entered a state of enlightenment twice already. He only remembered that empty world and that woman's ephemeral voice vaguely. That voice said that I've improved further in the laws of nothingness. But why can't I sense anything at all? I don't even know what the laws of nothingness are. The laws of nothingness can't be nothing itself, can they? Suddenly, Yunqi noticed another thing. He had put down an isolation barrier before he told Xiao Lingxi to read the world-defying heaven manual. There was no one on the entire planet who could break his barrier, and it was impossible for Qianye Ying'er to disrupt his barrier of her own accord. But Su Ling'er was here. This could only happen if the barrier had disappeared on its own 7 days later. Yunqi shivered abruptly before asking, "How long have I been like this?" "You've been like this for over half a month now," said Su Ling'er. "What?" Yunqi jumped on his feet. It was quite normal for a profound practitioner to fall into a state of enlightenment for several years straight. In fact, those in the God realm could fall into a state of enlightenment for decades or even centuries. although it was difficult to predict the flow of time accurately in this state. The profound practitioner involved normally had a vague idea how long they had been stuck inside it. But he thought that less than 10 breaths had passed while he was stuck in the world of nothingness. The last time he saw Jie Yuan, she had told him to seek her out a month later for her answer. He had stayed on the blue pole star for about half a month's time, and this unexpected enlightenment had taken up another half a month or more. This meant that he was almost past the time limit Jie Yuan had set already. Forget that this was a promise with Jie Yuan. Her answer literally decided the fate of the primal chaos. He simply couldn't afford to be late. Feeling as if a fire was burning beneath his backside, Qianye said hurriedly, "I need to return to the Azure Cloud continent immediately. I'm not sure what's going to happen next, but I may not be able to return in a short time. Tell grandfather and Wuxin I said hello, okay." He immediately took off and vanished into the distance after saying that. "Ah, little Qi," Xianxia cried out to Qianye, but he was just a speck in the air by then. "It does look like some frantic business," Qianye said. "I'll go notify our sisters." But Xianxia didn't give her a reply. When Qianye turned around to look at her, she noticed that the woman was staring blankly at the direction Qianye had flown off in. The world before her had suddenly turned into darkness. It was a pure, borderless, deep, and terrifying span of darkness. To call it a world of darkness would be an understatement. It looked more like a bottomless abyss. As Qianye flew towards darkness, he looked like he was falling into the abyss. Deeper and deeper he went, until his entire person was devoured by darkness. "Sister Lingxi!" "Ah!" The shout finally brought Xianxia back to earth. "Is there something wrong?" Qianye asked in concern while staring at her. Her vision had returned to normal, and the abyss of darkness from earlier felt like a temporary hallucination. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. "It's nothing. It's just my eyes turning blurry for a moment." "Hee, oh you," Qianye laughed. "Every time Big Brother Qianye leaves, you act like your soul has departed your body. You may as well cling onto Big Brother Qianye forever if you're this worried." Xianxia looked down and tried to purse her lips. However, she failed to force a smile onto her face. She didn't know why, but for some reason her heartbeat had suddenly turned erratic, and an inexplicable anxiety was running wild throughout her entire body. Qianye called out to Qianye Ying'er and told her to cut open space itself after he exited Floating Cloud City. A moment later, he appeared beside the Azure Cloud continent's Cloud's End cliff almost instantly. After leaving behind some quick instructions to Qianye Ying'er, Qianye jumped off the cliff and disappeared into the darkness very quickly. Qianye Ying'er frowned slightly as she stared at the abyss of darkness below her. She was surprised that her gaze was unable to penetrate its veil and perceive the presences below it. She knew that the heaven-smiting devil emperor was below the abyss, and she herself was curious about this place. Had her personality been intact, she would have set out on an exploration. But since the slave mark imprint was in her, all she did was obey her orders and wait patiently for Qianye to return. Qianye zipped down Cloud's End cliff as quickly as he could. The world of darkness was unusually quiet during this time. He immediately saw Jie Yuan the moment he arrived at the sea of netherworld Udambara flowers. Jie Yuan was sitting next to Ying'er and explaining something to her in a soft tone. Ying'er listened to her obediently and quietly until Qianye appeared, and a familiar light entered her colorful eyes. She leaned toward Qianye almost subconsciously, and she refused to look away from him. Jie Yuan turned around and shot him a glance. She asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Not sensing any anger or dissatisfaction in Jie Yuan's eyes, Qianye let out a secret sigh of relief before answering in a hurry. "I entered a state of enlightenment half a month ago, and as a result, I nearly missed the time of our meeting. That's why I'd rushed over in a hurry. I hope I haven't made you wait too long, Senior." As he said this, he moved his hand closer toward Ying'er to touch her cheeks. Although he couldn't really touch her, he still successfully drew what looked like a small smile to Ying'er's face. Ying'er moved even closer to him after that. Noticing that Ying'er was far closer to Qianye than she was to her, Jie Yuan turned away with complex emotions and said indifferently, "No, you're right on time. It's almost time for that to happen." "That? The return of my clansmen?" Qianye tensed up for a second. "Relax," said Jie Yuan while staring into the darkness ahead of her. No one except herself knew what she was thinking. "I have visited many places besides accompanying Ying'er during this period, so I suppose I have a basic understanding of the primal chaos now. That also means I'm ready to give you the answer you seek." Qianye held his breath and waited. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jie Yuan's next words would decide the future of the primal chaos. Right now, the only people who know about me are those so-called highest-level existences in the God Realm. I suppose I should give them credit for not spreading news of my return as ordered. I also know that they view you as their one and only savior, and that they are placing all their hopes on you. You yourself care about this more than anyone else in the world. You're still the decider of everything, Senior, Qianye said. Junior understands that no one has any right to demand any action from you, but as someone who lives in the primal chaos, it's still my duty to try no matter how unworthy I am. HMPH. Save that pointless talk for someone else. Jie Yuan snorted before continuing, promise me one thing, and I can guarantee that my clansmen will not wreak havoc in the primal chaos. Jie Yuan's words caused Qianye to blank out for 2 breaths straight. When he finally came back to the world, he looked up abruptly and asked, what did you say, Senior? What's wrong? Can't believe your own ears. She was right that Qianye couldn't believe his own ears at this moment. In fact, anyone in his place would have thought that they were experiencing an auditory hallucination as well. The fact that Jie Yuan hadn't become a scourge on the world after returning was the blessing of the heavens already. But the true danger was the return of almost 100 hate-filled devil gods, when even one of them could bring infinite calamity to the primal chaos. Qianye, the eternal heaven god emperor, and everyone else who knew the truth wanted Jie Yuan to control the devil gods and protect the God Realm. They were willing to serve her as their master if she could do that. As for the rest of the world, they simply weren't in a position to care at all. Having the devil gods rule over them instead of destroying them all was the absolute best result they could hope for. Anything else beyond that was just a pipe dream. But Jie Yuan was saying that she could stop her clansmen from bringing any mayhem to the primal chaos. Although the words had come out of Jie Yuan's own mouth, Qianye simply couldn't find it in himself to believe her until some time later. Senior, did you just say that you would stop your clansmen from wreaking havoc in the primal chaos? Qianye repeated everything Jie Yuan just said word by word. HMPH, lying to the likes of you is beneath me, Jie Yuan said coldly. However, you must promise me one thing for me to do this. It's something only you can and must do. All right. Qianye adjusted his breathing before nodding slowly. Please speak. Listen well. Jie Yuan finally turned around to stare at him with her black, abyssal eyes. I want you to take good care of my daughters, Ying'er and Yue, for the rest of your life. You are not allowed to hurt them or abandon them no matter what happens in the future. Qianye stood where he was, stunned beyond words. Qianye had avoided thinking about the future after the devil god's return, or speaking about this bleak future to anyone on the blue pole star after hearing about them. It was because their return wasn't only probable, but inevitable. Moreover, even if they managed to land on the best-case scenario, the future was still bleak and cruel. No one in this world could imagine how terrifying almost 100 hate-filled true devils were. But right now, Jie Yuan promised personally that she would stop her clansmen from wreaking havoc in the primal chaos. Was this even possible? If it was, then the condition that came with it must be equally difficult. It was why he felt his heart clenching when he heard that Jie Yuan wanted something from him, but what he heard made him doubt the functionality of his ears again. Take care of Ying'er and Yue, don't hurt them and don't abandon them. Wait, that's it? I don't sense any sorrow in Ying'er's eyes. There is only happiness and her need for you, Jie Yuan said slowly while Qianye was still in a daze. That is why I believe that you've treated her well and that you won't abandon her no matter what. Not that it's likely considering that your lives are connected to each other. Of course he wasn't going to abandon Ying'er. Even if he were to pretend that they hadn't known each other for years, Ying'er was still the heaven-smiting devil slayer sword, the partner he relied on like his own life. As for Yue, she had been alone and trapped in darkness for countless years. She doesn't even know what the outside world looks like. I want someone to bring her out of this world of darkness and stay by her side. I want to dispel her loneliness and make her as happy and carefree as Ying'er. And the person I've chosen to be with her is you. There were several reasons why Yue was unusually intimate with Qianye. The heretic god's presence in him, Ying'er, or the fact that Qianye was the first person to visit her and keep her company in her infinite loneliness. If there was one thing Jie Yuan was sure about, it was that Yue would be happiest if she stayed with Qianye. Qianye listened carefully before asking, right now Yue is just a broken devil soul. She would suffer great damage or even perish if she were to enter any place that isn't covered in pure darkness. Are you planning to complete her soul and make her a new body, senior? No. Jie Yuan shook her head before explaining. Ying'er's soul is very special. She may be the devil part of her original soul, but she is also the child between Qianye and I, meaning that her soul is unlike any other in the entire world. Besides, would Ying'er still be Ying'er if I use another person's soul to mend the hole in her soul? Would the new Ying'er still be my daughter after another soul is mixed into hers? Qianye couldn't answer her. The taboo offspring between Qianye and Jie Yuan, the creation god of the elements and the heaven-smiting devil emperor, was without a doubt the most unusual and unique existence in the entire world. The only true way to return Heaven and Ying'er to normal was to combine their souls once more and recreate Jie. But at first, I wanted to combine their souls back into one and remake their body. This way our child would truly return in full. But you convinced me to change my mind. Heaven and Ying'er have already formed their own experience, memories, and consciousness. They are both my daughters. How can I wipe out their existences just to regain the Jie in my memories? Qianye thought for a moment before asking, You must have thought of another way, am I right? Don't you realize yet? The answer lies in you, said Jie Yuan. Qianye. Jie Yuan continued, You told me that Heaven's soul was complete probably because the patriarch of the Sword Spirit God clan had given up his own soul to remake her soul, then remade her body after her soul was complete. To tell you the truth, I knew that was impossible the moment I heard it. Qianye, Our daughter possessed the most unique soul in the entire world. It's impossible for her soul to fuse with anyone else's soul, not even if the soul is that of a creation god or a devil emperor. Moreover, Qianye would never allow another person to mix their soul into our daughter's soul. He's even less tolerant than me in that regard. Therefore, Qianye must have created a sword soul himself to complete Heaven's soul. The heretic god had created a sword soul himself. Neither Heaven nor Ying'er's soul can combine with any person's soul, so the only choice left was to use an artifact soul. Heaven's sword soul contained the core of Qianye's soul aura, so it could only be him who forged the sword soul. After the process was complete, Heaven became a half-sword, half-human with the soul of a person and a sword. The light energy inside her sword soul must have been added to keep Heaven safe within the Sword Spirit God clan after the fact. It was probably inserted by the hands of the Sword Spirit God clan's patriarch, or that woman Li Xiu. He personally engraved the name Heaven-Smiting Devil Slayer Sword into Heaven's sword soul. Devil Slayer was engraved to secure her identity in the Sword Spirit God clan, whereas Heaven-Smiting. Jie Yuan closed her eyes as her voice trembled for just an instant. He put it there probably because there were some things he just couldn't let go of. The Heaven-Smiting Devil clan was a clan that could transform into swords. Heaven's mother was the Heaven-Smiting Devil Emperor, so naturally her soul was uniquely compatible with swords as well. It was why the Heaven-Smiting Devil Slayer sword Heaven transformed into possess the light attribute of the Devil Slayer sword, and the devilish might of the Heaven-Smiting Devil Emperor at the same time. As for Heaven's ability to consume swords, it was something not even Jie Yuan understood. Qianye's heart trembled violently at the revelation. When the Ice Phoenix divine being had talked to him, she had speculated that Heaven's soul was completed by the Sword Spirit God Patriarch. That was why she was able to transform into the Divine Devil Slayer sword. She had sounded quite certain of her theory even though it was just speculation at the time. She was wrong, however. The heretic god had been the one who completed her soul himself. The Heaven-Smiting Devil Emperor's explanation did sound like it was closer to the truth. Qianye was the proud heretic god, and Heaven was his and the Heaven-Smiting Devil Emperor's child. There was no way he would have allowed his daughter's soul to become mixed with another person's. She wouldn't be completely his daughter even if she was made whole that way. If Jie Yuan hadn't returned, no one would have ever known who it was that had completed Heaven's soul after all. The heretic god never found a chance to meet Heaven again after that, and so he had no way of letting the world or Heaven herself know that she was his daughter. After Heaven's soul was complete, she eventually became another person's daughter. Everyone in the world thought that Heaven was the daughter of the Sword Spirit God Patriarch. As the father of a daughter himself, he couldn't imagine how helpless, bitter, or sad the heretic god felt when he left. Are you going to make a sword soul for Ying'er just like Heaven? Qianye was finally starting to understand Jie Yuan's intentions. No, But Jie Yuan shook her head again before explaining. Did you think that it'd be easy to make a complete soul for Ying'er and Ying'er? Qianye needed at least thousands of celestial spirit divine swords at the minimum before he could start creating Ying'er's divine soul. He must have paid a huge price during the fusion process as well. Even in the old primal chaos, it was probably a feat that couldn't be replicated a second time, or he would have created a sword soul for Ying'er too. Today, you couldn't find even a single sword that's at the divine level, so it's impossible to make a sword soul for Ying'er. Qianye only half understood Jie Yuan's explanation, but it was only natural. How could he hope to understand something at the level of the creation gods? My plan is for Ying'er to share Ying'er's sword soul, Jie Yuan declared. Share? How? Ying'er's sword soul had been made to mend her life and soul, and this alone was a feat beyond Qianye's understanding already. But his confusion deepened even further when Jie Yuan declared that she was going to make Ying'er and Ying'er share the same sword soul. Was that even possible? Normally, that'd be completely impossible. But Ying'er and Ying'er were originally one and the same, so they share the same soul origin. Moreover, Ying'er's life is connected to yours, so it's possible to do this if we use you as the carrier. Qianye. Once it is done, Ying'er's life will become connected to yours just like Ying'er's. I won't even need to make a new body for her because she'll eventually gain one through your life aura. Qianye. Ying'er's soul, Ying'er's sword soul, Ying'er's mutation. Everything about Ying'er was at the level of the creation gods. She was the one and only taboo child between a creation god and a devil emperor, and she had gone through too much in her life. Undoubtedly, no one but Jie Yuan knew Ying'er best in the entire world, but not even she could understand why she fed on swords. The god race had the devil slayer swords and the sword spirit god clan, and the devil race had the heaven smiting swords and the heaven smiting devil clan. However, none of them had the strange habit of eating swords. Qianye thought for a moment before raising an eyebrow. Senior, you once said that light energy and darkness energy cannot exist with each other, but Ying'er's soul was infused with light divine energy just like the sword spirit god clan, and Ying'er's soul is made of pure, devilish darkness. Won't their souls reject each other? Maybe that's true for another person, but you... Jie Yuan's pitch-black eyes turned several shades darker as she stared at Qianye. You're a monster who can survive and even control both the light energy and the darkness energy in you at the same time. It's clear that your body completely disregards the basic law of light and darkness. This means that Ying'er and Ying'er may very well be able to coexist as long as their lives are connected to yours and the unnatural law that exists inside your body. One more thing. Once Ying'er's soul is fused with Ying'er's, the sword they transform into will become unimaginably powerful. They should be a great help to you. Unimaginably powerful, she said. Considering this comment had come from the heaven-smiting devil emperor himself, Qianye could only imagine the boost he was about to receive. Will it really work? Qianye asked unsurely as he stared at Ying'er's blank eyes. The results will be clear once we give it a try. Jie Yuan said evenly. It was clear from the confidence rolling off her that she was almost 100% certain that it would succeed. She was the mother of Ying'er and Ying'er. No one knew their souls better than her, not to mention that she had in-depth knowledge of Ying'er's special sword soul and the soul star relegation that tied her and Qianye together. Now, summon Ying'er. A red light flew out of the vermilion sword mark in response to Qianye's mental summons, and Ying'er appeared right in front of Qianye. The girl let out a yawn before asking, You want me to share my sword soul with Ying'er? Does this mean that Ying'er will be moving into my sword soul? Qianye, you heard everything. My ears are working perfectly, so of course I did, Ying'er said with a snort, Mauve moving in. I guess you're right. Qianye lowered his body slightly before asking, So, are you okay with this? There were only two things Ying'er was concerned with in her whole life, eating and sleeping. Since the day he met her, she had never shown any interest in her background, her parents, or even her own unique existence. Of course I'm okay with this. Ying'er's eyes curled into crescents. I like Ying'er a lot. Does this mean that I'll be able to play with Ying'er all the time? Probably, yes, but we don't know if it'll succeed or hurt you in any way yet. On the other side, Jie Yuan was also kneeling next to Ying'er and whispering quietly. A while later, she turned around and said, Let's begin. Tell Ying'er to turn into a sword. Qianye nodded and said, Ying'er. A flash later, Ying'er had transformed into the heaven-smiting devil slayer sword. The vermilion light coming off its body was a shining beacon despite the darkness around them. Jie Yuan walked forwards as a pitch-black light entered her devilish eyes. Then she put one hand on the vermilion sword and the other hand on Ying'er. We may be merging Ying'er's devil soul and Hong'er's sword soul together, but the core and carrier of their souls is you. Starting now, you will unleash your life and soul aura completely, and you mustn't reject them no matter what happens during the process. I understand. Qianye nodded and bared his aura completely. Right now, literally any power could invade his life energy or mental energy. A terrible flash of darkness burst out of Jie Yuan's body all of a sudden. It flooded over his body, soul, and senses completely in just an instant. In this world of darkness, he vaguely saw a black, odd-shaped, profound formation circulating slowly somewhere in front of him. Although the darkness profound formation was clearly visible, he couldn't sense anything from it at all. It was because its level was too high for Qianye's mental energy to perceive. The darkness profound formation quickly grew larger and clearer. An unknown amount of time later, it suddenly disappeared and shattered his consciousness into countless pieces of darkness. Qianye groaned heavily before regaining consciousness. His eyes finally found a focus once more. At the front, he saw Jie Yuan standing not far away from him as if she had never moved away from the spot. However, Ying'er was no longer by her side. "How did it go, Senior?" Something caught his attention right after he said this. Standing quietly next to him was a giant sword. It had the exact same blade as the Heaven-Smiting Devil Slayer sword with several differences. 1, it was bright silver in color just like Ying'er's silver hair. 2, a black fog was circulating around its body. And 3, the gem connecting the hilt and the blade was now quad-colored instead of vermilion. They matched perfectly with Ying'er's pupils. Inside the gem, a pocket-sized Ying'er could be seen swimming around in an unfamiliar world. She seemed to be extremely interested and confused by everything around her. "This is, the sword after Ying'er's soul is joined with the sword soul," Qianye muttered to himself before looking at Jie Yuan. "Did it work?" "Yes, it did," Jie Yuan said softly. "It was far simpler and easier than I'd imagined. Well, I should have expected this. They used to be one and the same after all. No matter what terrible things have happened to them, they would never reject each other." She let out a sigh of relief before continuing. "There is one slight deviation from my expectations, however." "Deviation?" Qianye raised an eyebrow in question. "Sense it yourself and you'll understand my meaning." Qianye immediately concentrated. He immediately noticed that Hong'er had returned to the sky poison pearl and was in deep sleep. "As I thought, Hong'er and Ying'er could exist inside you even though they have contradicting elements. However, coexistence is all that is possible. Unlike you, they can't unleash two completely contradictory powers at the same time. This means that they can coexist in the norm, but if in sword form, only one of their consciousnesses will be awake, while the other one is in deep sleep. If you're using the Devil Slayer sword, then Ying'er will fall asleep. If you're using the Devil Emperor sword, then Hong'er will fall asleep. Still, the fact that they're coexisting is itself an irreplicable miracle already." Qianye completely understood Jie Yuan this time. He stared at the new name engraved into the hilt of the sword Ying'er had transformed into. "Heaven-Smiting Devil Emperor Sword. The sword the people of my clan transform into is called the Heaven-Smiting Devil God Sword," Jie Yuan said, "but I'm an exception. The sword I transform into is called the Heaven-Smiting Devil Emperor Sword. Finally, I have a successor to my name. She truly is Nai Xuan's and my daughter. Even with just half a soul, her sword she transforms into is still a Devil Emperor sword. Ying'er's soul was the devil part of her original soul. So just like Hong'er, she had her own unique sword. But this time, the darkness aura leaking from her was at a level that struck fear inside of him. He stretched out both hands and grabbed it by the hilt. Then he put strength into his arms. His arms and his face instantly turned distorted at the same time, and he almost stumbled on his own feet. It was because the sword hadn't moved in the slightest. Shocked, Qianye opened 4 gates in a row and summoned all of his strength. As power surged into his limbs, he let out an animalistic roar and tried again. Ha! This time the effort nearly broke Qianye's arms, but the giant sword glowing darkly on the ground still didn't move an inch. Both Ying'er and Jie Yuan turned to look at him. It was clear that there were some unspoken words behind their gazes. Qianye could hardly describe the shock he was feeling right now. Clenching his teeth, he activated Hell Monarch without hesitation. Boom! His profound energy exploded like a volcano, its color as red as boiling lava. The silver sword finally moved slowly under Qianye's ultimate power, and he eventually was able to keep the tip pointed at the dark space in front of him. Suddenly, A wave of dark, devilish power rolled across the entire pocket world. It was as if it was a cold tempest from the infinite abyss itself. Some distance away, the netherworld Udambara flowers suddenly stopped swaying and closed their petals in fear. The shiny purple light that kept the place illuminated suddenly turned dim rapidly. These plants were actually expressing their fear and submission. Qianye's arms and teeth were shaking. Hell Monarch was the height of his power, but he was barely able to raise the Devil Emperor sword when he tried to perform a swing. His arms gave out just as he lifted the sword into position. Boom! The heaven-smiting Devil Emperor sword fell heavily to the ground, causing a terrible earthquake that nearly destroyed this world of darkness. Although Qianye was still holding onto the sword, he was unable to lift it anymore. He was also sweating like there was a rain. He was currently at the first level of the Divine King realm, but he was as strong as someone in the early stages of the Divine Sovereign realm at his absolute limit. He never imagined that this level of power was only enough to raise the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor sword briefly, and even swinging it was beyond his current level. If one day he could master this weapon completely, he couldn't imagine how powerful he would become. Heh! Jie Yuan smiled indifferently at him. You still have a long way to go. Qianye turned a little red in depression. Earlier, Jie Yuan had told him that the sword would become unimaginably powerful after the addition of Ying'er, and that increase in power was clearly displayed in front of him right now. Although the sword Ying'er transformed into also possessed the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor's devilish pressure, it was only pressure. Her main power was divine light energy that was feared by all devils because the sword she transformed into was the Devil Slayer sword. However, Ying'er's element was the complete opposite of Ying'er's. The sword she transformed into was a Devil Emperor sword fueled by pure divine darkness energy. Ying'er and Ying'er's soul attributes were different, but they shared the same sword soul. Therefore, their sword pressure was the exact same even though the power they provided was completely different. Basically, it meant that there was no way Qianye could use Ying'er's Devil Slayer sword if Ying'er's Devil Emperor sword was beyond his power. It was kind of a sad story if he thought about it. I guess I have to work harder to be worthy of Ying'er and Ying'er, Qianye said in self-derision. It was at that moment that he felt like his body was about to give out on him, and he hurriedly cried out to Ying'er softly, Ying'er. There was a silvery black flash, and the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor sword instantly transformed back into Ying'er. It was immediately followed by a red flash as Ying'er jumped out on her own and blinked her eyes strongly, asking, Hey, why did I suddenly fall asleep just now? Did you do something weird to me just now, master? Qianye, I did not stop lying. Hey. She suddenly turned around and looked at Ying'er next to her. Ying'er was staring at her as well. The duo looked into each other's eyes for a long time, almost as if they were frozen, until finally they extended a hand at the same time and touched each other's cheeks. This time their hands didn't pass through each other's body. Ying'er felt something icy at the tip of her fingers, and Ying'er felt a surge of warmth that was both unfamiliar and unspeakably strange. Wah! Ying'er's eyes lit up like the stars. I can finally touch Ying'er. Wah! Ying'er cheered happily. She didn't know why she was so happy, nor did she want to. She didn't realize it, but a pair of tears were flowing down her cheeks even though she was laughing in joy. Ying'er slowly withdrew her hand before staring blankly at her palm for some time. Then, she very, very carefully touched Qianye's palm with a finger and felt a different kind of warmth. This time, she didn't withdraw her hand. Instead, she stared into Qianye's eyes and tried very hard to narrow her eyes and curl her lips, displaying a near-perfect smile for everyone to see. Jie Yuan turned away so that Qianye wouldn't see the tears welling inside her eyes. They must be quite tired after the fusion. Let's have them rest. Amen. Qianye smiled at the two girls and said, Ying'er, Ying'er, go enjoy a nice nap, okay? I'll show you the outside world after you've awakened, Ying'er. Ying'er nodded and opened her mouth slightly. Amen. It was very soft, very raw, but it was very clearly a word. Jie Yuan shivered violently before she lifted her head even higher. Instead of examining the brand new world around her, Ying'er followed Ying'er into the sky-poisoned pearl. Soon, both of them had fallen asleep. It would be a long time before either of them got used to the new shape of their souls. Ying'er was now a half-human, half-sword like Ying'er, but at least her soul was finally complete. Given enough time, she would eventually regain her emotional expression, speech, sense of touch, sense of smell, and even a real body. She would be truly alive. With this, I have no more regrets, Jie Yuan whispered to herself. But is that really true? Do I really have no more regrets in this world? What did you say, senior? Jie Yuan's whisper was so soft that Yuan Qi didn't hear her fully. However, the indistinct voice that entered his ears still felt different from usual. Jie Yuan looked at him solemnly and indifferently. Now Henger isn't the only one who shares your life. Yuan is part of you as well. From here on, our daughter's fate is in your hands. Yuan Qi said seriously, Don't worry, senior, I swear I'll. HMPH. That is unnecessary. Jie Yuan interrupted him before he could finish. There's nothing more laughable than promises in this entire world. I'm doing this not only because you are my only choice, but also because I trust you. Okay. Yuan Qi nodded and said, I won't disappoint you, senior. The supreme heaven-smiting devil emperor had just placed her daughter's fates on a mere mortal like him. This had to be the biggest, heaviest trust in the entire world, not to mention the pressure that came with it. In that case, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Jie Yuan then proceeded to say in an indifferent tone something that would shock Yuan Qi completely. I will destroy the passage on wall of primal chaos with the world piercer and prevent my clansmen from returning. They'll never be able to harm the current primal chaos. Yuan Qi stared at her blankly for a very long time. Jie Yuan was saying that she would prevent those devil gods from ever returning. If that was true, then of course they wouldn't be able to hurt anything within the primal chaos. Yuan Qi would never imagine such an answer from her. No one would ever believe it was true. After all, Jie Yuan was practically betraying her own people for the sake of the current world. At Jie Yuan's level, the people of the primal chaos were nothing more than lowly mortals. Just like the tiniest of ants, she could flick a finger and decide the life and death of all mortals in star realms. No one doubted that her clansmen, the people who had suffered with her for millions of years, outside the primal chaos, were more important to her than anyone and anything in this world. But now she was saying that she would abandon her own clansmen by her own hands. Senior, you're serious about this? Yuan Qi sounded a little strained. Do you remember what I said the first day I came? Jie Yuan said slowly without any change in her expression. It was possible that she had made up her mind a long time ago. At the time, I told you that I wouldn't hold them back from venting their hatred on the world. I couldn't even if I wanted to. Of course, he remembered everything she said. Although I am the devil emperor of the heaven-smiting devil race, and my order is basically the mandate of heaven. Jie Yuan hit a sigh before continuing. Their souls are ultimately weaker than mine. The million-year-long pain, hatred, and despair twisted their minds a long time ago, and all of them have transformed into pure demons of hatred. If they were allowed to return, they would vent everything onto this world like madmen. No one, not even me, will be able to stop them. Moreover, more than 90% of my clansmen lost their lives outside of the primal chaos, and the ones who did survive are at their limits. Even the ones with the longest remaining lifespan only have about 10,000 or so years left. If they're going to spend the rest of their lives committing sins and ravaging this fragile world, then I might as well. Jie Yuan suddenly stopped, as if she couldn't bear to speak any longer. She turned away slightly to hide a tiny flash of pain. Yuan Qi didn't interrupt her once during her explanation. Her promise hadn't just dragged the primal chaos away from the brink of the abyss, it had pulled it right back into the heavens. He could already imagine in his head how happy the people of the God Realm would be once they heard all of this. Yuan Qi should be overjoyed himself, but right now he was more stunned than anything. He never imagined that Jie Yuan would be willing to sacrifice all her clansmen for a world that had once betrayed her, and now had almost nothing to do with her whatsoever. She wouldn't be able to face her clansmen after this, and more than that herself. Her pain would no doubt be bigger than anyone else's. This was her reply, the reply of a devil, the emperor of devils herself no less. He couldn't even begin to express how stunned he felt. You may return to those people now. You may as well set them at ease sooner rather than later, Jie Yuan said. When the time comes, I will return to where I came from and destroy the spatial passage. I am the only one who can destroy it. Once it is destroyed, there will never be another spatial passage like this. Yuan Qi gave her an unnaturally stiff nod before saying, Okay, I'll be entrusting Henger and Yuan to you. Don't forget your promise to me. If you dare hurt or abandon them, I'll never forgive you no matter where I am, alive or dead. Don't worry, senior. I will. He was about to swear a solemn oath again when he suddenly noticed something wrong with Jie Yuan's words. Then he frowned and blurted in astonishment. Senior, where are you going? Aren't you going to stay by Henger and Yuan's side? Where else? Jie Yuan smiled before looking toward the distant east with black pupils. I'll be staying with my clansmen, of course. Shocked again, Qianye said hurriedly, Senior, you? I was the reason they were exiled from the primal chaos. Jie Yuan knew what Qianye was going to say, so she shut him down coldly before continuing. The reason they managed to struggle this long outside of the primal chaos was so that they could return one day. However, I will be betraying them and extinguishing their only hope. My sin is already unforgivable. How can I abandon them a second time after what I'm about to do to them? Qianye stared blankly at Jie Yuan. She was shrouded in darkness, and her face was riddled with scars that even she couldn't remove with her power. Her eyes were so scary that no one would ever dare to stare her straight in the eye. She was supposed to be the scariest, most unforgivable devil in the world. Even the worst of them all because she was the emperor of devils, but you don't have to do this, Senior. Jie Yuan's resolve had completely overturned his knowledge of the devils again. It's because of the world piercer that your clansmen were able to survive to this day. They wouldn't even have the chance to return to THR primal chaos if it wasn't for you. You don't owe anyone anything, Senior. Also, both Ying'er and Henger need you. Once he dreaded the return of the heaven-smiting devil emperor, but now he was shocked to find that he didn't want her to leave at all. I'm not just leaving the primal chaos to keep my clansmen company. Jie Yuan sounded as calm as ever. Qianye, tell me, do you think I belong in this world? For a time, Qianye couldn't give her an answer. Both the aura and the laws of the primal chaos are several levels weaker than they used to be. Neither my power nor my existence are sustainable by the current laws of the primal chaos. I'm sure you noticed how my return has caused profound beasts to riot on a larger and larger scale, and the law and order of many planets and star realms to crumble one after another. I've been able to keep the laws of the blue pole star from crumbling during my time here, but the same can't be said about the laws of the nearby planets. In less than 2 months, nearly 10,000 planets have encountered a complete collapse. Half of them are completely void of life. This terrible, terrible sin is without a doubt mine to bear. If a true God was born in this world, they wouldn't disrupt the natural laws because they were a creation of natural order. But Jie Yuan was an outsider who came from outside the primal chaos, and her power was simply too much for the laws of the primal chaos to bear. Even worse, the disaster she caused just by existing was bigger than any normal person could possibly imagine. If I stay here, it's impossible to tell how long it'll take the primal chaos to get used to my existence, and how many more star realms and planets will perish because of me. Since I've decided to sacrifice my clansmen for this world, I should definitely not remain in this world either. This is my decision, and I'm not changing it. This is the best for me, Henger and Ying'er, you, and all the people in the primal chaos. Jie Yuan's voice entered Qianye's ears and resounded inside his mind, refusing to fade. Yes, this was the best outcome. The devil gods wouldn't be returning to the primal chaos, and the devil emperor herself had promised to leave once and for all. It was such an impossible, happy outcome that it was practically dreamlike. So why wasn't he happy with such an outcome? Qianye took a while to calm himself before asking, "When will you be leaving?" 9 days from now, Jie Yuan said. Any later than that, and it might be too late. If the devil gods successfully reached the wall entrance and flooded into the primal chaos, then not even the heaven-smiting devil emperor would be able to stop them. Qianye fell silent once more. Did my image suddenly grow much bigger in your heart? Jie Yuan asked. Qianye nodded before asking, "You are a devil. Why are you willing to go this far for ordinary mortals who have nothing to do with you?" "Heh, devil," he says. Jie Yuan smiled. "Yes, I'm a devil, but I'm also a devil who's worthy of him." Qianye smiled before saying gently, "That's right. I finally understand why the heretic god broke the worst taboo to be with you, and why he abandoned the title of creation god after he lost you. You are definitely worthy of him. You're more worthy of him than anyone else in the entire world." At this moment, his respect for Jie Yuan far outstripped his fear of her. Jie Yuan didn't react to Qianye's soulful words, however. Suddenly she asked Qianye a question. "Answer me, Qianye. Do you think that this world is worth my sacrifice?" Qianye looked up and said, "If I was you, I wouldn't be able to answer that question, Senior. But as a selfish mortal of the primal chaos, I believe that it is worth it. The current primal chaos is undoubtedly lowly and weak compared to the old world. It has also developed its own stable laws and mature rules of survival, stable planes and worlds since the passing of the gods and devils. I won't deny that there are many despicable and dark corners in this world, and some are more than enough to drive a person into despair. But ultimately, I believe the good in this world ultimately outweighs the bad. If nothing else, I believe that it is worth everything I have to protect." Jie Yuan appeared unnaturally attentive as she listened to his answer. In the end, she stared at Qianye and said, "Good. I hope that you'll be able to believe this for as long as you live." But her pupils suddenly flashed black and her voice turned deeper. "Remember this, Qianye. If you hadn't saved Hunger back then, if you hadn't taken care of Yue for the past few years, I would never have given up my grudge so quickly. If you weren't a man worthy of my trust and the future of Hunger and Yue, I would never have arrived at my decision today. So you are the one who saved this world. There is no one deserves to be called the Messiah more than you do. You must never forget this." His rescue of Hunger from the primordial profound arc was a fateful encounter. The reason he made a point to visit Yue frequently was because Yue had saved his life once. However, he never imagined that his accidental encounter with them would change the entire fate of the primal chaos and save countless lives. "But there are a few things that I can't put down." "Such as?" Qianye asked in confusion. "To this day, I cannot be sure if this world is worth sacrificing my people. I'm even less sure if this world you saved won't betray you one day. To betray you is to betray my daughters. To betray you and my daughters is to betray everything I've sacrificed to protect this world. Therefore," Jie Yuan's eyes abruptly turned sharp, and she hit Qianye in the heart as the world darkened around them. Qianye couldn't react to Jie Yuan's movement at all. Boom, a rumble came from Qianye's heart, followed by a burst of black light and a thick mist of black-colored energy. It was the manifestation of his own power, not Jie Yuan's. Right now, the darkness profound energy inside his profound veins, and the devil energy orb was running rampant like a dark demonic beast who had been jolted awake from its slumber. Qianye's hair floated, and his eyes shone like a pair of bottomless abysses. A darkness profound formation about 1.5 meters long suddenly appeared in front of his chest. It spun rapidly under Jie Yuan's control and grew smaller and smaller like a shrinking whirlpool. Finally, it vanished into his heart completely. Jie Yuan moved her palm away from Qianye's chest, and the dark energy surrounding him dissipated in an instant. Qianye took half a step backward while panting. However, he didn't feel any discomfort or notice anything amiss after scanning his own body with his spiritual perception. "Senior," he looked up toward Jie Yuan and asked in an apprehensive tone. "Relax." Jie Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as she gave him a half-smile and said, "I was just planting a seed inside you." "A seed?" "It is a seed of darkness," Jie Yuan said coolly. "If this world never strays from the hopeful world you speak of, then it will never awaken. But if one day you are completely filled with disappointment and hatred for this world, then the opposite will happen." Jie Yuan's tone and strange expression caused Qianye's heart to clench tightly. He asked, what would happen after it awakens? "You'll know when it happens." Jie Yuan didn't give him a straight answer. "This seed of darkness also contains 3 drops of my origin devil blood. Once you've absorbed them fully, they'll increase your strength, bring your constitution up to a whole new level, and unlock the 6th and 7th seals Xianxia placed inside your profound veins." Jie Yuan's origin devil blood was also the origin blood of a devil emperor. It was something the world, post-God era, had never seen before. "I've also given you my darkness profound art, eternal darkness calamity. I'm the only one that can cultivate it, but you should be able to cultivate it as well after you've absorbed my devil blood. Finally, I've given you all the darkness profound arts I ever cultivated besides eternal darkness calamity. Feel free to cultivate any profound art you wish to cultivate." The Devil Emperor's darkness profound arts were of course at the same level of the heretic god arts and the divine miracle of life. It was without a doubt the pinnacle of darkness profound energy. However, all of these are only possible if the seed of darkness awakens, so you should forget them for now, Jie Yuan said coolly. "I'm sure you never want to see a day like this come true anyway." After he had his shock under control, Qianye thought for a moment before replying. "I've lost many things in my life, but I've always regained them all in the end. I've experienced many moments of despair, but there was always a light at the end of the tunnel. I've also received malice countless times, but time and time again my life has told me that there is always more good than malice in this world. The people at the top of this world also wish for a stable order. The eternal heaven God realm especially is a world that strives to punish the taboo and evil in order to ensure the peace and stability of all of the primal chaos. That's why I'm sure a day like this will never come," Qianye said. I'm sure you arrived at this decision because you believed the same as well, Senior. Jie Yuan. I believe that your name will be spread by all those who know the truth. The people of the world will never forget your name, and they'll come to appreciate the peace and stability they currently have even more. It might even be enough to change the world's perception of devils forever. Jie Yuan didn't say anything for a very long time. In the end, she turned her back toward Qianye and said, Go and do what a messiah should do. I will declare my decision to those people myself. After leaving Cloud's End Cliff, Qianye grabbed Qianye Ying'er and brought out the Vanishing Moon Celestial Palace. Then they traveled towards the Eastern Divine Region at top speed. They were not heading to the Snow Song Realm, however. They were traveling to the Eternal Heaven God Realm. What did you say? Inside the Eternal Heaven Divine Hall, the Eternal Heaven God Emperor slowly rose to his feet as he listened to Qianye. His white beard kept shaking like it was being blown by a breeze. It was because he couldn't believe even a word of what Qianye was saying. Senior Devil Emperor has told me this herself. Qianye wasn't surprised by the Eternal Heaven God Emperor's reaction at all. He slowed his speech and said very seriously, This matters to the entire God Realm and the primal chaos. I wouldn't dare make light of it in the slightest. How is this possible? How is this? The Eternal Heaven God Emperor's eyes were completely round. He looked like he was graced by the melody of the heavens. Just like Qianye, his first reaction upon hearing the news wasn't excitement or mad joy, but shock, confusion, and disbelief. For all his knowledge and experience of human nature and his mental fortitude as the Eternal Heaven God Emperor, he found himself unable to understand the words he had heard at all. An ancient devil emperor who could control the entire world with a finger had decided to sacrifice herself and her remaining clansmen for the likes of them, petty mortals who were like ants before her. He couldn't understand. He just couldn't understand at all. It was something only a saint, a true saint, could possibly do, but she was a devil, an emperor among devils no less. Did the heaven-smiting devil emperor truly say all this herself? This was the second time he asked the same question already. Yes, Qianye nodded again before saying, With her strength, she has no need to debase herself and lie to us. Senior Devil Emperor is also the one who told me to inform you all about this. She'll be leaving 8 days from now, and she'll personally destroy the spatial passage she opened with the World Piercer, thereby cutting off the devil gods and herself from the primal chaos forever. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor stared at Qianye. Every muscle in his face was shaking because his excitement was too much. He was undoubtedly the most concerned person in the entire world during this period, and he had spent every waking moment worrying about the God Realm's future and the countless possibilities that might arise due to the return of the devil gods. But now, Qianye was telling him that the devil gods wouldn't be returning, and the devil emperor herself would be leaving the primal chaos. As he stared at Qianye and listened to his voice, the Eternal Heaven God Emperor had to test himself again and again to make sure that it wasn't all just a dream. Good. Finally able to believe that it wasn't all just a dream, the Eternal Heaven God Emperor smiled as if 1 billion tons of pressure had just been lifted off his body. His relief was so huge that an unprecedented level of exhaustion had engulfed him, and his eyes were actually welling up a little with tears. He said, Thank the heavens, thank the heavens. Lastly, Senior Devil Emperor said that she would be declaring her departure personally, so please invite the God Emperor and the Realm Kings over as soon as possible. I'm sure they would like to hear Senior Devil Emperor's assurance with their own ears. Qianye himself was feeling a myriad of emotions when he said this. It was a dreamlike outcome that no one could possibly predict or imagine. It had only been 2 months since the arrival of the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor and her decision to leave the primal chaos. She had brought great terror to every boss in the God Realm, and if she really wanted to become the master of the primal chaos, there was no one in the world who could stop her. However, she had made the most impossible choice. She had willingly chosen to become a passing traveler and nothing else. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor shouted after Qianye was finished speaking. Teiyu, send word to all the realms immediately. The voice of Eternal Heaven soon reported the news to all the realms. Some were even sent to the Western Divine Region and the Southern Divine Region. A short time later, countless top-grade profound arcs and profound ships launched from every Upper Star Realm and King Realm and flew toward the Eternal Heaven God Realm. Several streaks of shooting stars could also be seen leaving the Western Divine Region and Southern Divine Region. It was just like the day of the Devil Emperor's arrival. except that there were more people than ever before. Nearly every higher realm king of the Eastern Divine Region had arrived at the eternal Heaven God Realm. And this time, all 4 God Emperors of the Southern Divine Region and the 1 Monarch and 5 God Emperors of the Western Divine Region had arrived as well. This meant that every God Emperor in all 3 Divine Regions, except the missing Star God Emperor, was gathered in the eternal Heaven God Realm. This was something that had never happened before. It was clear that they couldn't relax until they heard it from the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor herself. A total of 13 God Emperors from all 3 Divine Regions were gathered at the conferred God stage. The might of their invisible presence alone was shaking the space of the eternal Heaven God Realm and stifling all the higher realm kings. This was a scene no one had ever expected to see. The stage was shockingly quiet despite the incredible amount of people present. From time to time, the people would look at the eternal Heaven God Realm, but the eternal Heaven God Emperor didn't move a muscle from his seat. Although the God Emperor maintained a calm and collected appearance on the outside, his trembling brows betrayed the fact that he wasn't really all that calm. Qianye was seated right next to him. His position was higher than any protectors or enforcers of the eternal Heaven God Realm. Time passed quietly and slowly. No one had said a word since their arrival. Everyone knew that the upcoming event would quite literally decide the fate of the primal chaos, and they couldn't help but hold their breaths and contain their excitement, no matter how unprecedentedly huge they were. Even the God Emperors didn't dare to break this eerie silence. Finally, a pitch-black shadow appeared on the sky of the conferred God stage. She hadn't released any pressure. She didn't even exude any presence that anyone could detect. But the moment she appeared, the spirit energy of every God Emperor, Divine Master, and even the conferred God stage itself scattered in an instant, leaving a huge, terrifying vacuum at the center. It lasted for several long breaths before the spirit energy finally flowed back into the center, trembling. Everyone held their breaths as darkness flashed across their eyes for an instant. In the next moment, everyone rose to their feet at nearly the same time and bowed their normally proud heads as deeply as they could. Welcome, heaven-smiting Devil Emperor. The 13 God Emperors represented the highest power that existed in the God Realm, and the higher realm kings controlled the lifeline of the entire Eastern Divine Region. Right now, though, every single one of these people was bowing before a woman, and the natural fear and submission born from their lives and souls were so overwhelming that their willpower was completely overwritten for a moment. This unprecedented scene was enough to shatter the common sense of any God Realm profound practitioners into bits. Jie Yuan looked toward the east instead of staring at any one person on the conferred God stage. She said coldly, "You should all know why this ruler is here." Her emotionless words stopped everyone's breathing and heartbeat for a second. "HMPH?" Jie Yuan snorted coldly before continuing. "My people are returning in a month's time, and truth be told, this ruler couldn't care less about what they were going to do or what would happen to the rest of you. But now she has changed her mind. This ruler has decided that her people will not be returning to the primal chaos. 6 days from now, she herself will be leaving the primal chaos as well. The lot of you no longer have to worry." Jie Yuan turned around indifferently and looked like she was about to leave there and then. Everyone already knew this from the start, but to hear it from Jie Yuan herself still threatened to explode their chests with excitement. Since Jie Yuan's return, these supreme rulers of the primal chaos had felt like a mountain the size of the heaven itself was hanging above their heads and forcing them into submission. It was also true that they had been worried day and night ever since they learned that almost 100 hateful devil gods would be making their return. But just now, Jie Yuan had personally given her word to end this disaster in an almost fantastical fashion. How could they not be overjoyed? Right now, every God Emperor present felt like shedding tears of gratitude. The eternal Heaven God Emperor looked up and took a step towards Jie Yuan. Then he said with uncontrollable excitement, "We will never forget that Senior Devil Emperor was willing to sacrifice her own to protect the people of the primal chaos. We will never forget your kindness, compassion, and virtue. It's a shame that we are so lowly that there's nothing we cannot do to repay your favor. Please, accept a bow from this old one at least." The eternal Heaven God Emperor's words and actions broke the rest out of their reverie and made them all bow deeply as well. Their shouts of gratitude filled the air for a time. Compassion, virtue. But Jie Yuan narrowed her eyes and curled her lips into a sneer as if she had heard a joke. "What a bunch of foolish and naive mortals you are. Did you really think this ruler is doing this for your sakes? Heh, did you seriously think that this pathetic world is worth this ruler's sacrifice? The eternal heaven god emperor and the rest who were present froze indecisively upon hearing her answer. There is one person you should all be giving your thanks to, but that person isn't me, Jie Yuan said coldly. The only things that this ruler brings are death and destruction. What favor? What virtue? You think the likes of you and this world are worthy of my attention? The reason this ruler has chosen to leave is because someone has absolved her of her lifetime regret and fulfilled her final wish. This ruler is the heaven-smiting devil emperor. It is beneath me to owe a mere mortal a favor. The reason this ruler has chosen to abandon her clansmen and leave the primal chaos is simply to repay the favor and fulfill her promise. It has absolutely nothing to do with anyone else. This person is Qianye. For a while, everyone was staring at Qianye in shock and disbelief. You'd best remember his name and his virtuous achievement for the rest of your lives. Never forget who it was that saved you from the brink of despair when you enjoy life in the primal chaos. Jie Yuan had transformed into a ray of black light and disappeared from everyone's vision and senses before she was even finished speaking, and the pressure that was larger and scarier than even the blue sky itself vanished there, and then everyone felt like a mountain had been lifted off their shoulders, and they felt as if they were exhausted when relief finally entered their bodies. But even that was quickly replaced by looks of wild joy. Although the calamity hadn't truly happened, the feeling of having seen the light at the end of the tunnel had never been stronger than it was now. "It's true, it's actually true," exclaimed the Qilin Emperor while looking upward. A tear had almost escaped his tear duct, even though he was one of the 5 god emperors of the Western Divine Region. "This is all thanks to Qianye." The blue dragon emperor beside him looked at Qianye and said, "Truly, he's the only one who deserves the title of God-Child Messiah. He deserves our wholehearted thanks regardless of status or seniority," said the Qilin Emperor. The blue dragon emperor looked toward Long Bai and asked, "What do you think, Dragon Monarch?" "You may go," replied the Dragon Monarch expressionlessly. Right now, Qianye was completely surrounded. Everyone around him was a top-tier divine master. They had done this once when Jie Yuan initially returned to the primal chaos. At the time, they were hoping that Qianye could change the heaven-smiting devil emperor's mind because he was the successor of the heretic god. After all, even a minor shift in her stance would result in a lot less destruction and fewer lives lost. No one had thought that Qianye could elicit such a fantastical promise from the heaven-smiting devil emperor herself. No one had thought that the heaven-smiting devil emperor would promise to keep her clansmen from entering and leave the primal chaos forever. Even better, the heaven-smiting devil emperor herself had said that Qianye was the reason she had changed her mind. "God-Child Yun, please accept a bow from this old one," said the eternal heaven god emperor before bending his back. He was the most popular god emperor in the Eastern Divine Region, and almost every top profound practitioner in the entire god realm was gathered here right now. However, his bow was almost at a 90-degree angle, and behind him his children, grandchildren, and guardians were bowing deeply as well. Qianye said, "This is too much, Senior. I'm simply acting in my own self-interest as a member of this world. Plus, I really haven't done all that much." Senior Devil Emperor ultimately made the decision to change her mind. "You're wrong, God-Child Yun." The eternal heaven god emperor shook his head while saying seriously, "If it wasn't for you, the devil gods would have caused havoc in the god realm and the entire primal chaos itself after their return. As the savior of the entire world, there is no higher bow, praise, or gratitude that you don't deserve. Everyone in this world, including the future generations, should remember your name for eternity." The eternal heaven god emperor sounded incredibly excited when he said this, and the divine masters around him were also nodding in deep agreement. Just like the eternal heaven god emperor, they were full of praise and bows toward Qianye. God-Child Messiah. From this day onwards, this title was no longer just a hope to rely on. It was a divine title that would remain in everyone's minds and accompany Qianye for the rest of his life. Qianye looked past the crowd and saw Jie Yuan immediately. She gave him a small smile when their eyes finally met. This was the best smile he had ever seen from Jie Yuan since the day they saw each other again in the god realm. It seeped into his mind like a gentle rain, and it drew an unconscious, warm smile on his face as well. 2 hours later, the crowd finally left Qianye, but no one had left the eternal heaven god realm. Everyone knew that the heaven-smiting devil emperor was going to leave through the spatial passage on the easternmost wall of the primal chaos in a couple of days. At the same time, she would destroy the spatial passage and eliminate this calamity in its cradle once and for all. Naturally, no one wanted to miss this historical moment. It was the moment the fate of the primal chaos would change forever. It was also a moment that would never repeat itself. Qianye didn't leave either. He went to seek out the eternal heaven god emperor alone. "Senior, this junior wishes to discuss something with you." The eternal heaven god emperor had changed his attitude towards Qianye drastically again. Instead of treating Qianye like a junior far beneath his level, he gave him a warm smile and said respectfully, "Godchild Qianye, you don't need to act so courteously. Feel free to instruct me on anything you need." Not only was he speaking to Qianye like a true messiah and a gift from heaven, he was even asking for instructions from him. Qianye replied hurriedly, "This junior does not dare instruct you to do anything, senior. The matter I'm about to discuss is something that will trouble you a lot, but I beg you to give me some time to explain instead of rejecting it immediately." The eternal heaven god emperor was still all smiles as he said, "He, just tell me anything you need. If this old one can fulfill it, he promises to do his utmost. It's about the evil infant." The eternal heaven god emperor's expression froze for a moment, but he simply waited for Qianye to continue without saying anything. "Senior, I'm sure you're smart enough to guess where I got my heretic god divine powers from." Qianye looked at the eternal heaven god emperor calmly and sincerely. A short pause later, the god emperor sighed quietly before saying, "It was the evil infant, wasn't it?" The news that the heavenly slaughter star god had obtained the heretic god's inheritance was quite a hot topic back then. Although few people had believed that it was real, it was practically known to everyone. The oddities around Qianye, his mad charge into the star god realm, the now public fact that Qianye possessed the heretic god's divine power, and his mention of the evil infant in the most serious tone. Of course, the eternal heaven god emperor had connected the dots. "That's right," Qianye nodded. He didn't and wouldn't reject others addressing Jasmine as the evil infant because there was nothing about her that he wouldn't accept. Jasmine was the evil infant, and the evil infant was Jasmine. Over a decade ago, there was a rumor saying that she was dead, wasn't there? In reality, she was with me during that time. It is true that she obtained the heretic god's inheritance in the southern divine region, and due to some special reason, she chose to use it on me instead of herself after we met. This means that all of this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for her, Qianye said seriously. In other words, she is the one who really saved us all. The eternal heaven god emperor wore a troubled look on his face. He said after a sigh, "But she's no longer the heavenly slaughter star god we know anymore. She has been possessed by the scariest, most sinful evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations, has she not?" "You're wrong, senior. All of you were wrong from the start. She has never been possessed by the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations." The eternal heaven god emperor frowned deeply. "What do you mean?" "The evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations was inside her since a long time ago," Qianye said slowly. "However, the evil infant wasn't using her as its host. It had acknowledged her as its master. She is the evil infant, but she's not the evil infant you think. More accurately speaking, she is the master and main controller of the evil infant." The eternal heaven god emperor's frown remained. Although it was the words of Qianye, he still found them too difficult to believe. "I'm not saying that I don't believe you, but the evil infant's strength is so huge that even reading the records send chills up one's spine. Level-wise, it's probably higher than even the creation gods and the devil emperors. This terrifying object cannot be controlled even by the likes of a creation god and a devil emperor, so how could it possibly acknowledge a mere mortal as master?" The eternal heaven god emperor was completely correct. It was a logic everyone could follow. Qianye said, "You are right, senior. The evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations is at a level where its strength and its will are completely unfathomable to the likes of us. I can completely understand why you cannot believe that the heavenly slaughter star god is in control, senior. However, I'm sure you didn't imagine that senior devil emperor would choose to exile her own race and herself to protect the primal chaos either, did you?" The eternal heaven god emperor was stumped for words. When the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations brought about the extermination of the gods and devils, it had completely exhausted its own powers and was sealed away by the heretic god. It was naturally unable to recover while it was sealed away all these years, and was instead worn down and devoured even more by the power left behind by the heretic god. After 1,000,000 years, the seal left by the heretic god had disappeared, and the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations which had broken out of the seal was naturally in an extremely weak state. It was so weak that Jasmine, who had found it accidentally, had been able to seal it again. Eternal Heaven God Emperor. Since the primordial era, the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations was not only feared by the gods but also by the devils. Thus, the devil race had always used all their powers to seal it away. The reason why it unleashed the myriad tribulations poison after being released from its seal was because of the accumulated resentment and hatred born from being sealed away for a long period of time. The more important reason that made it spare nothing to exterminate the gods and devils was that apart from its resentment, it was afraid of being sealed away once again. When he was in the God realm of absolute beginning, he personally met the artifact spirit of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. It had been shrouded in a black mist, but its figure and even its voice was the same as any other infant. Its darkness power stood at the very pinnacle of all darkness powers in the universe, yet it was afraid of darkness and loneliness. It was just that no one would have been able to imagine such a scene. The only thing they associated with the name, Evil Infant's Wheel of Myriad Tribulations, was boundless terror and its notoriety of destroying the world. And because it was afraid of being sealed away once again, it chose to submit itself to Jasmine and acknowledge her as master, submitting its will to hers. Qianye did not say that the bigger reason for acknowledging Jasmine as master was because it was afraid of darkness and loneliness, because he knew that these words would only seem ridiculous and absolutely unbelievable to the rest of the universe. Moreover, Jasmine's motives for allowing this were because she was afraid that others with evil intentions might obtain it and use it to bring about disaster. She had never planned to awaken its powers. She only wanted to silently keep it in her body forever so that it would not one day terrorize the rest of the universe or cause any disasters. Eternal Heaven God Emperor. But does Qianye know the reason why the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations woke up? Qianye knew what he was about to say and interrupted him. Why? Eternal Heaven God Emperor asked. Then has Qianye figured out exactly why the Star God Realm did not hesitate to use the absolute star soul barrier to isolate their realm back then. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor still did not know anything about this matter, even to this day. The whereabouts of the Star God Emperor had been unknown for several years, and there had been no news of him whatsoever. Meanwhile, the remaining star gods and elders had sealed their mouths, refusing to say anything regarding the isolation of their realm back then. I think that even with the abilities of Qianye, to this day you definitely don't know why the Star God Realm forcefully isolated their realm. This is because even if they had 10,000 times the amount of courage, they would definitely not dare to say it. As long as they still had the smallest bit of shame, they would never have the face to utter a single word about it. So why exactly did they do it? Qianye's words had violently stirred the Eternal Heaven God Emperor's heart. The Star God Realm had refused to reveal anything about this matter, and he had known long ago that something extraordinary had occurred, but he had no way of knowing what had happened. Yet it was clear that Qianye knew the whole truth. The evil infant was literally forced to appear by the Star God Realm, Qianye said. Even though Jasmine, someone he thought was lost to him forever, had once again come back into his life again, he still ground his teeth together in rage whenever he recalled what had happened back then. He would never forgive Jie Yuan and the Star God Realm. Immediately, he gave the Eternal Heaven God Emperor a detailed account of the sacrificial ceremony that had been held in the Star God Realm, and how the Star God Emperor had plotted against his own children time and time again. The Eternal Heaven God had a wealth of experience, but when he heard Qianye's account, an expression of deep shock appeared on his face. Heavenly Wolf Star God Zissou and Heavenly Slaughter Star God Jasmine, people who were chosen by the Star God Divine Powers, had been willing to sacrifice themselves to protect their family. But their own father, the Star God Emperor who stood at the pinnacle of the God Realm and was a symbol of the most exalted existences in the Eastern Divine region, had not only felt no guilt or emotion because of this, but he had even used this particular point to ensnare all of them in his scheme. The words evil, despicable, and twisted were not even enough to describe this act. To think that something like this actually happened. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor could be considered one of the people in this universe who understood the Star God Emperor the most. Yet even he felt a deep sense of shock and disbelief when he heard Yuan Qi's words. As fellow god emperors of the eastern region, he even felt a deep sense of shame because of it. Even the Brahma Monarch God Emperor, who was the most heartless and cold-blooded person he knew, had always treated his daughter as a treasure, and he would never allow any harm to befall her. I found out about all of these things because of a special reason back then, and that's why I forced my way into the Star God Realm. I was also able to enter the absolute Star Soul Barrier, because my body contained the Star God blood that she had given me. Yuan Qi recounted these things in a simple and serious manner. Unfortunately, I was simply too weak, and I couldn't accomplish anything meaningful in the end. Instead, I very nearly lost my life, and I only managed to escape in the end via a special method. However, all of them thought that I had died, and that included Jasmine as well, and it was only because of the extreme disappointment, despair, and resentment that caused the power of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulation to awaken. Back then, the Star God Emperor had informed the Eternal Heaven God Emperor that Yuan Qi had died at the hands of the evil infant. It was only today that the Eternal Heaven God Emperor found out that he had actually fallen into the evil scheme of the Star God Realm. He felt extremely shocked and angry at first, but soon after that, severe fear gripped his heart. If Yuan Qi had indeed died back then, the entire primal chaos would not have been so lucky as to escape the calamity of the Devil Emperor. Not only did the Star God Emperor extinguish all traces of his humanity and moral values, he almost became the greatest sinner in the history of the God Realm. It's no wonder that Xin Jukong's whereabouts have been unknown for so many years. Come to think of it, he must have known that the truth would be exposed one day, so he decided to go into hiding for a while, because he knew that if the universe found out that he had awoken the evil infant, they would never forgive him. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor let out a sigh as a wave of complicated emotions washed over him and said, "Godchild Yuan, what exactly are you trying to say? I'm telling Senior this because I want you to understand the truth and also to ask Senior for a favor." Yuan Qi felt his heart quiver with apprehension, but his gaze and tone were exceptionally resolute and said, "I hope that Senior is able to accept and allow the existence of the evil infant and to also make this known to the public." Even though he already had a feeling this was going to happen, a conflicted expression appeared on his face when he heard Yuan Qi's words. He hesitated for a short while before replying with a sigh. "This old one just said that you have the qualifications to make any request you wanted to. But the evil infant is the same as the Devil Emperor and the Devil Gods. All of these things affect the safety of the God Realm. They are all devils, so why is it that Senior has never rejected the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor who is even more frightening?" Yuan Qi said those words pointedly. "It's not the same." The Eternal Heaven God Emperor shook his head. "The Devil Emperor is powerful, and even if we gave our all, we would have no hope of winning against her. If we wanted to live, the only way was to submit to her. But with the evil infant, at least, there is still a possibility that we can destroy its host and cause it to go dormant again. I've said this before, her mind isn't hijacked by the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. She calls the shots, and what you are worried about will never come to pass. This is the evil infant we're talking about," the Eternal Heaven God Emperor said. "It exterminated every true god and true devil in the past and completely changed the era and structure of the primal chaos. Everyone knows that its power is the ultimate and most terrifying negative power in existence. I believe in your words and also believe that it acknowledges the Heavenly Slaughter Star God as its master. But the Heavenly Slaughter Star God is originally the most heartless and bloodthirsty star god among all the other star gods. Her bloodthirst and evil tendencies had originally been exceptionally intense. How many star gods, moon gods, guardians, and Brahma kings died at her hand? Even the Moon God Emperor was killed by her. If she was not being controlled by the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations, then all these people were killed of her own volition." Yuan Qi shook his head and said in a soft and gentle voice, "If she truly was filled with the malice and bloodlust you spoke of, then why hasn't she made a single appearance or killed another person from the God Realm for more than 3 years?" The Eternal Heaven God Emperor was struck dumb by Yuan Qi's words. "If she truly wants to bring chaos to the universe like you fear, then does Senior truly think that there is anyone in the universe that can stop her?" Looking at the slight change in the Eternal Heaven God Emperor's expression, Yuan Qi continued on. Her speed and ability to conceal herself was already recognized as unrivaled in this universe, even before she awakened her evil infant's powers. Even when the vast southern divine region had successfully ambushed her, she still managed to escape from their grasp. In these 3 years, with the Dragon Monarch at the helm, the king realms of the 3 divine regions have mobilized the full force of their finest experts. But in the end, they have not even gotten a single trace of her whereabouts. In other words, unless she appears out of her own volition, the chances of finding her are almost zero. Not to mention gathering your forces to encircle and annihilate her. Am I right? The eternal heaven god emperor was visibly moved, but he was unable to deny it. Even when all the king realms had mobilized under the leadership of the Dragon Monarch, they still had not even been able to touch the corner of Jasmine's robes. Then, a strange light flashed across Qianye's eyes as he said, given her current powers, she only needed to wander around the various realms and massacre people if she wanted to cause chaos and vent her malice and bloodlust, putting aside the lower, middle, and upper star realms first. Even if it were a king realm, she would be able to claim countless lives in a short span of time. She would even be able to cover up her act perfectly before you even had the time to react. As such, no matter whether it is 1 time, 100 times, or 1,000 times, besides dying, living in dread, or being whittled down to nothing, what can any of you truly do to her? Qianye's words concerning the evil infant were exactly what the eternal heaven god emperor, as well as everyone from the king realms, feared about it the most. But the truth is that she has not even killed a single person in the past few years. Does Qianye think that it's because she doesn't dare to do so, or because she is not willing to do so? The eternal heaven god emperor opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he had no words to refute what Qianye had said. Back then, after the evil infant had awakened, it shocked the universe greatly and subsequently killed the moon god emperor. But it had not appeared or killed anyone since then. Even then, they had never and would not be willing to believe that this was the benevolence of the evil infant. At this moment, after hearing Qianye's account and hearing the words which ruthlessly pierced right through his greatest worries, the eternal heaven god emperor had no choice but to believe that the heavenly slaughter star god was really the one in charge. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation for it. Although I was born in the lower realms, it is very clear to me that the god realm deeply loathes devils, and it's not something that can be changed in a short period of time. Their fear toward the evil infant has penetrated so deeply into their bone marrow that the god realm will live in eternal fear and unease as long as it exists, regardless of whether they believe that the evil infant has acknowledged someone as its master. The eternal heaven god emperor was flabbergasted. He had already known that Qianye's motive was for the evil infant to live peacefully in the universe. He did not know why Qianye would say something like that. And so, I am able to make Qianye and the god realm a promise. Qianye's expression became more solemn than it had ever been. The words he was about to say were words that ran through his head many times since he left the god realm of absolute beginning a month ago. After the matter concerning the devil emperor has been resolved, the evil infant will leave the god realm forever. We will leave for my birthplace, which is also the planet that we met in, and never return. We will also never kill another person from the god realm, unless the god realm provokes us first. As Qianye had said, as long as the evil infant existed in the god realm, no matter what its intentions were, the people of the god realm would always be terrified of it. Neither would he be able to anticipate what the people of the god realm would do when faced with such great terror that they could never be rid of. Other than Qianye, Jasmine had no other reason to miss the god realm or be reluctant to part with it. Her greatest wish was to return to the blue pole star together with him. As a result, this was the best outcome that he could come up with. The eternal heaven god emperor heard what was said. He raised his head abruptly and shouted excitedly, Are you serious? My words are worth their weight in gold, and I will never go against my promise, Qianye said with a steely resolution. This is also her wish. Qianye should understand that this junior isn't trying to save just her alone. I'm also trying to save the universe. Therefore, the two of us also need Qianye to make us a promise. To be able to secure the promise of the God Emperor with the best reputation in the Eastern Divine region was already enough. Undoubtedly, the current Qianye was someone who the Eternal Heaven God Emperor would not doubt in the least. Qianye's words moved Eternal Heaven God Emperor once again. That's right. If the evil infant truly left the God realm forever, then he was not just saving her. He was saving the God realm once again. After the crises of the Devil Emperor and the Devil Gods, the malady of the evil infant, something that had constantly been like a thorn in their soul, would be solved just like that. Are you certain that this is also the intention of the evil infant? The eternal Heaven God Emperor wanted to verify what Qianye had said, and his tone carried an excitement that was impossible for him to suppress. I'm certain. Qianye stared directly into the eyes of the eternal Heaven God Emperor, every single one of his words resounding in the air. After I have sent Senior Devil Emperor off, I will leave the God Realm together with her. I ask that the people of the God Realm never bother the planet that we live on. Qianye was telling the eternal Heaven God Emperor vaguely that in the future, he would no longer be residing in the God Realm for long. Good, good. After the eternal Heaven God Emperor had repeated the word, good, he continued. This old one now decrees that the heavenly slaughter star god has not been taken over by the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulation, and it is the heavenly slaughter star god who is the master in this situation. Furthermore, I am also announcing that she will leave the God Realm forever. I, the eternal Heaven God Emperor, will also publicly swear to never ever approach or disturb the planet that the evil infant is residing on. The eternal Heaven God Emperor was someone who always kept his promises. His voice and his promise would soon ring out throughout the entire eternal Heaven God Realm. The heaven-smiting Devil Emperor had not truly left yet, and Qianye had also not left together with Jasmine yet either. Nothing was certain yet. As a result, the eternal Heaven God Emperor did not use the voice of eternal heaven that would cover the entire eastern divine region. Instead, he used the one that would resound in the skies above the eternal Heaven God Realm. Currently, 13 God Emperors from 3 divine regions had gathered together in the eternal Heaven God Realm. And it seemed like all of the upper star realm kings had gathered in the eternal Heaven God Realm as well. This meant that he was basically announcing it to the entire God Realm. His public announcement was no different from the promise he had made to Qianye. Although he could only represent the eternal Heaven God Realm, the prestige and status that the eternal Heaven God Emperor had in the eastern divine region and the God Realm was enough for others to trust his words. The public announcement that the eternal Heaven God Emperor just made would, without a doubt, cause a massive stir among the God Emperors and Divine Masters. Just like the eternal Heaven God Emperor, other than the Devil Emperor and the Devil Gods, the evil infant was another thorn in their souls that filled them with a deep fear. Now that the crises of both the Devil Emperor and the Devil Gods were about to be resolved, the evil infant would become the greatest hidden malady left. As such, these words of the eternal heaven that had suddenly rang out in the air caused all of their hearts to pound uncontrollably. After he left the eternal Heaven God Realm, Qianye had just summoned the vanishing moon's celestial palace when he suddenly felt a presence. After he turned around, he saw Jie Yuan walking towards him slowly. Are you getting ready to return to the Snow Song Realm? Jie Yuan asked. Amen, but I have to make a trip to the God Realm of Absolute Beginning first, Qianye said with a beaming smile as he saw Jie Yuan's celestial figure slowly draw near to him. You've made a brilliant move, Jie Yuan said in a soft tone. Qianye's eyes opened wide and he made a strange, exaggerated expression. You actually know how to praise someone? Jie Yuan ignored his mockery as her starry moon-like eyes gazed into the distance, which also seemed to be the direction of the blue pole star. Back then, the newly awakened evil infant had killed a God Emperor as well as a bunch of core divine masters that belonged to the King Realms. Such a terrifying power had triggered an incomparably gigantic panic, leaving an extremely huge shadow in the hearts of everyone in the God Realm. As a result, during that period, all of the powerhouses from the Great King Realms were mobilized, and the Dragon Monarch himself personally took charge of their desperate efforts to find traces of the evil infant's whereabouts. This was all so that they could use any possible method to kill her while her powers were still greatly exhausted and she was still suffering from heavy injuries. But after obtaining no results from their long search, they didn't hesitate to forcefully mobilize all of the star realms below the king's realms to aid them in their search, because they knew that if the evil infant were to fully recover, they would have practically no chance left, and what awaited them was a calamity much more dreadful than any nightmare. However, they still hadn't obtained any results even after 3 years had passed. In fact, in the 3rd year, the King Realms had actually recalled all of their core strength, and they had only been going through the motions during their search for her. They knew that it was very likely that the evil infant had completely recovered during this period, and could not help but be afraid of the possibility that they would be the ones sending themselves to their deaths if they found the evil infant. "I know that, and that's why I gave the God Realm a way out of this situation," Qianye said with a small smile. "I made a promise on behalf of the both of us to never bring chaos to the universe, and we also pledged to never return to the God Realm. Coupled with the fact that the eternal Heaven God Emperor has also agreed to this advance, it leaves them with no reason to harm Jasmine in the future. Of course, they would also not dare to do so." Those words Qianye said to the eternal Heaven God Emperor were not reasons he had simply made up. They were facts. They were facts that everyone on the level of God Emperor was deeply aware of. Given Jasmine's terrifying power, a power that could crush everything, as well as her matchless speed and ability to conceal herself, who would be able to deal with her if she really desired to wreak havoc on the world? If she wanted to kill someone, even if they were as strong as a God Emperor, who would be able to hide from her forever? Back then, they had only searched for Jasmine in such a frenzied manner because she had been badly exhausted and injured. But now that Jasmine had recovered, which King Realm would truly dare to provoke her? However, as the King Realms, the pinnacle of the God Realm, they would have no choice but to hunt down and exterminate the evil infant if it appeared, no matter how terrified they were. Otherwise, they would be doubted by the entire universe. In such a situation, it would be hard for Jasmine to appear in public. The originally bloodthirsty and ruthless evil infant, who was greatly feared by all, would never return to the God Realm ever again. In addition to that, the promise of the God-child Messiah, as well as the promise of the most prestigious eternal Heaven God Realm, was undoubtedly a redeeming celestial sound to all the gathered powerhouses of the God Realm. This was especially true for the King Realms who had the responsibility of exterminating the evil infant. And so, Qianye's promise did indeed give the God Realm a way out of this situation. After all, there was essentially no difference whether the evil infant existed in the God Realm or the lower realms. In this way, the blue pole star will become a taboo that everyone from the God Realm must keep in mind because of the evil infant. Anyone who dares to offend the blue pole star would surely stir up the fear and anger of the God Realm. The evil infant was the one who promised to leave the God Realm. Anyone who dares to offend the lower realm that she resides in and incite her anger would bring about a catastrophe to the God Realm. He reckoned that if anyone were to dare do such a thing, all of the God Emperors would be itching to jump out and squish that person themselves. It was very likely that after Jasmine and Qianye returned to the blue pole star, the three divine regions would immediately prohibit anyone from approaching the star region that the blue pole star was in. The heaven-smiting devil emperor is about to return to the outside of the primal chaos, and at the same time, she will destroy the only passage that the devil gods can use to return to the primal chaos. The calamity of the devil emperor and devil gods had never even erupted in the first place, and this exceedingly perfect method would bring the whole situation to an end. Jie Yuan continued slowly, and you would become the true master who saved the universe. Everyone, from the lowest ant to the highest god emperor, would be in your debt. From now on, as long as this halo exists, anyone who offends you would incite the anger of the entire universe. The evil infant will follow you back to the blue pole star and never return to the God Realm. I believe that is what the two of you truly desire, and it will also allow the God Realm to be relieved of a heavy burden. At the same time, she would become the guardian deity of both you and the blue pole star. When that happens, even if you did not have the halo of saving the universe, no one would dare to harm you or the blue pole star, and even I will finally be able to go back without any worries. Everything is so perfect, and it seems that it would be impossible to achieve a better ending than this. Jie Yuan spoke gently, and her lips curved to form an exceptionally beautiful arc. It looks like the worry and apprehension that I had always felt were unnecessary. Perhaps you truly do have the protection of the heavens. Ha, perhaps, Qianye laughed. He had not felt this relaxed for a very long time. When do you intend to go back? The day when you bring the evil infant back. Jie Yuan gave Qianye an unexpected reply. When you do, I really want to meet her and learn what kind of person you'd be willing to die for with no regrets, and even make a solemn vow to the entire God Realm. Qianye rubbed his nose and looked at her with a strange glint in his eyes. You wouldn't happen to be jealous, would you? When that time comes, remember to send me a sound transmission, Jie Yuan said before she turned around and left. Her present attitude, and the feeling that she gave Qianye was completely different compared to all the previous times that they had met. It was as if she had put down a heavy burden, her appearance losing some of its icy intimidation and gaining a degree of ethereal, immortal beauty. "Oh, right." She turned her delicate head slightly to the side as she said, "The title God, Child, Messiah is indeed an incomparably dazzling halo to have, but you shouldn't hold it in such high regard. It requires the acknowledgement and the charity of the strong for a weakling to be graced with the title God, Child, Messiah. The title itself is far more fragile than it looks. It is only on the day that you gain sufficient strength that you will be revered throughout the world, and no one will doubt that you are the true savior of the universe." Qianye's mouth was left gaping as he watched the faraway figure of Jie Yuan's back. "It looks like she will never be able to change this habit of nagging. I don't even know who she learned it from." God Realm of absolute beginning, he brought Qianye Ying'er to this place once again. But this time, Qianye did not need to release the Sky Poison Pearl's aura, as Jasmine had taken the initiative to appear in front of him. "Jasmine!" Qianye quickly moved forward, and the smile on his face was enough to tell Jasmine many things. He hugged Jasmine's exquisite figure directly to his chest and gently whispered in her ear, "Now, the eternal Heaven God Realm has allowed your existence and will never offend you again. Moreover, this promise was even made public, so you must concede defeat and leave this place with me." "Really?" Jasmine did not struggle out of his embrace, but instead gently shook her head against his chest and said, "I don't believe you. I have proof so you can't disavow this." Qianye gave a small smile and took out a small and delicate ordinary profound imagery stone. He waved it in front of Jasmine's face with a grin before releasing the image and sound that was recorded. Jasmine had recognized with a single glance that the image before her eyes was the core place of the eternal Heaven God Realm. But the scene was not the important thing. What was important was the voice resounding in the eternal Heaven God Realm. That was the voice of the eternal Heaven God Emperor. Even though it was just an image, it was still enough to sense the prestigious warmth and deep penetrating power. He had personally voiced his promise to allow the evil infant to stay in the lower realms and vowed to never offend her. Jasmine's dark, starry eyes trembled greatly. She understood clearly that the eternal Heaven God Emperor was someone who hated evil very much. Though he had made the promise mostly because he was extremely afraid of her, and to follow through on the previous promise he had made to Qianye. He had made a great deviation to the principles that he had always clung to, which was something that was extremely difficult for him to do. "It's not just the eternal Heaven God Emperor." Qianye smiled and continued, "I have a feeling that I underestimated their fear of you from the beginning. When the eternal Heaven God Emperor publicly announced his promise, I had originally thought that many would be shocked, puzzled, and would question such a promise. But I did not expect that almost everyone showed expressions of relief, as if they had put down a heavy burden. They should offer incense to their ancestors over the fact that you haven't gone and provoked them first. Looking at the reaction they gave today, even if you had appeared in public, it would not be certain that they would dare to try to exterminate you. But from now on, you will have to stay with me on the Blue Pole Star. Perhaps you will never be able to lay a single foot in the God Realm for the rest of your life. You wouldn't mind that, would you?" "HMPH." Jasmine turned her face to the side, and as if she was somewhat unsatisfied, she spoke in an annoyed tone, "You've already made the decision for me. What else can I do? Blue Pole Star, Profound Sky Continent, Illusory Demon Realm, Qianye." Jasmine's eyes misted over gradually. Would she really be able to return once more to the Blue Pole Star from now on? The place that she originally thought would only appear in her dreams would no one interfere and disturb them anymore. What was there in the God Realm that she could not bear to leave behind? Her background, her hatred, what could she not abandon? Was this really not a dream? "You're the one who said it. If I win, you'll leave this place together with me, and no matter where I go, you'll follow me. I didn't forget a single word you said. Furthermore, I also have another piece of very good news for you." He leaned into Jasmine's ear as he recounted the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor's decision, causing Jasmine to be stunned for a very long time. All of his difficulties and troubles had been scattered to the winds, all of his hopes were gathered in his bosom, and his future seemed boundlessly bright. It was just like Jie Yuan had said. There was no better outcome than this one. "All right, so just come with me, okay?" Qianye firmly grasped Jasmine's small hand, as he felt an unbearable urge to bring her back to the Blue Pole Star right away to the place where they had first met, the place which had tightly bound their fates together. Oh right, Qianye said that she wanted to see you and return to the blue pole star together with us. What do you think about that? Jasmine turned her gaze away slightly. She suddenly withdrew her small hand, causing it to slip out of Yun-Chi's grasp like a fish. Her body also turned away from him, devilish energy imperiously flaring up as she said, I still can't leave this place yet. Eh? Yun-Chi blanked out for a moment and his heart skipped a beat after that. Why, you're not going back on your word, are you? Before I leave, I want to go and see Qianye once more, Jasmine said in a gloomy voice. This time I will choose to meet with her in person. I might not be the only person who will accompany you back to the blue pole star when the time comes. Yun-Chi, who had been given a big fright, immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. All right, then I'll go with you. Are you sending yourself to your death? Jasmine rolled her eyes at him. The place she is in is the most frightening and vicious place in the God realm of absolute beginning. If you were to step into that place with your current power, even Qianye and I would not be able to protect you. Yun-Chi? Oh, she's lost in her obsession at the moment, so if she is willing to leave, that would be the best outcome. But if she insists on staying, then I won't try to force her either. Jasmine knew that the news she was about to bring to Qianye could also be a form of salvation for her, and it might even be able to help Qianye walk out of the deep abyss she had made for herself. After that, I will go and find you myself. Good. Yun-Chi thought about it for a moment before he nodded his head cheerfully. After that, he spoke with a cautious expression on his face. In a few days' time, I am going to send Senior Devil Emperor off, so I should be spending these next few days in the God realm, and I will only return to the blue pole star after that. If you decide to find me during this period of time, you definitely mustn't be discovered by the other denizens of the God realm. I'm afraid you'll scare them to death. HMPH. Jasmine turned her nose upwards as she said in a very cold and haughty voice, If I don't want to be found, none of them have the ability to discover me anyways. Yes, my Jasmine is unrivaled under the heavens, Yun-Chi said with a cheery smile. Once we return to the blue pole star, I'll take you to see my daughter first. You'll definitely like her. HMPH, I'm not interested. Jasmine gave a small snort before her eyes suddenly swept over Qianye Ying'er. Her eyes grew focused, and a weird expression appeared on her face as she said, You actually haven't touched her all this while. Given her understanding of Yun-Chi's character, this was basically something that was impossible. No matter how much she hated and resented Qianye Ying'er, there was one point that she had to admit, and that was that her face and her body were absolutely worthy of the title of goddess. If not, a person like her brother would not have been driven so crazy that he would be willing to sacrifice his own life for her. That's right. Yun-Chi quietly moved closer to Jasmine. His face was filled with purity and righteousness as his hand silently moved towards the slight swell of her breasts. I have not even properly loved my Jasmine yet, so how could I UWAH? As he let out a miserable wail, Yun-Chi flew 5 kilometers away from the force of Jasmine's kick. After he left the God realm of absolute beginning, Yun-Chi returned to the snow song realm. The flying snow was exceptionally gentle and calm in the snow song realm today. When Yun-Chi entered the Ice Phoenix Sacred Hall, it was as quiet as ever. With a glance, he spied Mu Feixu quietly standing inside, but he did not see Mu Qianye. Junior sister Feixu, Yun-Chi smiled as he called her name. His mind was at ease and he was in a good mood. The faint smile on his face also possessed a strange infectiousness that left Mu Feixu slightly dazed. Is Master not here again? Master had something to do today, so she isn't around, but she should be back pretty soon. Mu Feixu turned her jade face away in a somewhat unnatural manner as she looked outside the window, staring at the snow which danced in the air like swaying willow leaves. Oh, Yun-Chi replied as the smile on his face grew even deeper. Then I'll just wait for Master here. Oh right, Feixu, Wuxin really likes the eternal imagery stone that you gave to me, and she records a lot of images in it every day. Do you have anything that you particularly want? At least let me show you some gratitude. There's no need for that, it's fine as long as she likes it, Mu Feixu said rather coldly. Yun-Chi did not pursue the matter any further. He had already started to think about what to give Mu Feixu a month ago. He sat on the ground, his finger constantly touching the glazed sound stone that hung around his neck. Mu Feixu glanced at him a few times before she finally took the initiative to ask, A glazed sound stone? Yun-Chi's head jerked up with a whoosh as he spoke in an exceptionally excited voice. That's right. This was something Wuxin personally made for me, isn't it nice? As he spoke, a thread of profound energy seemed to unintentionally leak from his fingers. Immediately, Yun Wuxin's sweet and tender voice rang out from the glazed sound stone. Mu Feixu ignored him. The snubbed Yun Qi could only sulkily put down the glazed sound stone. As he waited in silence, his gaze fell on the pool of water that had never frozen in the center of the hall. As he gazed at the pristine snow-white flower that floated in that pool, he fell into a deep daze. This was the ice feather spirit flower he had plucked for Mu Qianye in Mist End Valley all those years ago. Ever since then, it would appear in this place, becoming the solitary existence within that icy pool. Before he even knew it, 7 years had passed since then, but it had not withered away, still blooming as brightly as it had in the past. Junior sister Feixu, Yun Qi came back to his senses as he asked, "You just said that Master was away because she had some things to attend to. Do you know what it's about?" Mu Feixu did not look at him, but her beautiful eyes seemed to be glancing at the ice feather spirit flower that he had been staring at dumbly. After that, she said, "Today is the death anniversary of Master's and Palace Master Bingyun's father. On this day every year, Master and Palace Master Bingyun will go and pay their respects to him." Yun Qi was stunned at that revelation, but after that he gave a faint nod of his head and said, "I see." He had been by Mu Qianye's side for years, but he had not known about this. As he thought about Mu Qianye's and Mu Bingyun's respective ages, Yun Qi casually asked, "To be able to nurture people like Master and Palace Master Bingyun, Grandmaster definitely must have been an extremely outstanding person. However, it doesn't seem like Grandmaster died of old age. Could it be that he was harmed by somebody?" "That's right," Mu Feixu replied coldly. "Back then, Grandmaster had been harmed by some devils from the northern region who then fled. As a result, Master and Palace Master Bingyun harbor an extreme hatred towards devils, and they will kill them on sight." Yun Qi looked as if he had been struck by lightning as his body abruptly froze up. His clearly abnormal reaction caused Mu Feixu to shoot him a glance. It was at this moment that a light but cold breeze brushed past them. Mu Qianye appeared in front of the doors of the sacred hall looking as ethereally beautiful as an ice fairy, fluttering snow falling sporadically around her. "I respectfully welcome Master," Mu Feixu said as she respectfully bowed down. Yun Qi's reaction was slower than Mu Feixu's by 2 full breaths worth of time. It was only then that he hurriedly bowed down, his actions rather rigid and stiff as he said, "Disciple Yun Qi greets Master." Mu Qianye's icy eyes flicked in Yun Qi's direction. With a single glance, she could tell that there was something off about him. Her delicate brows faintly knitted together as she said, "What happened?" Yun Qi shook his head as he looked up and said, "This disciple has some important news to report to Master. Once Master hears this news, she will definitely be delighted by it." "Feixu, leave first," Mu Qianye said. "Yes," Mu Feixu replied before she slowly left. "Go ahead." Mu Qianye's icy eyes stared straight into Yun Qi's own eyes. She had not forgotten his obviously peculiar behavior from just now. Yun Qi managed to gain back a bit of composure before he systematically recounted the words that the heaven-smiting devil emperor had spoken to him in an exhaustively detailed manner. He also told Mu Qianye about what had happened in the eternal heaven God realm. After that, he gave her a full account of what had happened with the evil infant as well. Mu Qianye quietly listened to what he had to say as intense shock appeared on her icy face time and time again. However, she did not interrupt him or question his words even once. Once Yun Qi had finished recounting everything, the sacred hall immediately descended into an exceptionally long silence. Mu Qianye quietly stood in place, and she did not move or utter a sound for a very long time. "Are all of these things true?" Mu Qianye finally opened her mouth, and she asked a question that almost everyone would ask once they had heard Yun Qi's news. "Yes," Yun Qi said as he nodded his head gravely. Mu Qianye's snowy robes fluttered slightly, and it was clear that she was incredibly unnerved by what Yun Qi had said. Just as she was about to ask him something, her icy eyes suddenly shot to the side as she looked outside the hall. After that, she said, "Go and see Glazed Light's little princess." "Ah," Yun Qi was stunned by her words. "Your wedding date has been tentatively scheduled for next month," Mu Qianye said. "Ah." Yun Qi was even more shocked by this new revelation. At this moment, the beautiful and ethereal voice of a young girl caused the flying snow to flutter as it rang out in the distance. "Big brother Yun Qi, I've come to see you." Yun Qi whirled around in astonishment. This voice, shockingly enough, belonged to Shui Meiyin. After that young girl's voice fell, Shui Qianheng's voice also rang out in the distance. Glazed lights Qianye Ying'er has brought along his daughter to visit the Snow Song Realm King. You should go. As her voice fell, Mu Xiuyan's figure had already vanished from that place. Qianxi's accounting had been enough to make her realize the reason for Qianye Ying'er's sudden visit. As Qianxi walked out of the sacred hall, he immediately noticed the exquisite figure of a girl flying straight for him from above. Her black skirts fluttered in the air, and she looked like a black butterfly dancing slowly amidst the flying snow as she gracefully landed on the snowy ground. Big brother Qianxi. With a small hop, she charmingly stood in front of Qianxi. Her alluring eyes daintily curved into two delicate crescent moons as she said, "Have you missed me? Hee. I've very nearly run myself ragged during this period of time, so where would I find time to even begin to miss you?" Qianxi said with a straight face. "Oh, but I've missed you so much. I've been thinking about you every single day." Qianye said as she looked at Qianxi with an upturned face. Her eyes which looked like a starry night sky, shining with an unconcealed infatuation as she continued. "Daddy already told me that the Devil Emperor and the Devil Gods will forever remain outside the primal chaos because of Big Brother Qianxi. Big Brother Qianxi has saved everyone in the God Realm. After Daddy found out about it, he was overwhelmed by emotion. The one who decided everything was Senior Devil Emperor. I really didn't do much," Qianxi said in a slow and unhurried voice. This was clearly the most perfect conclusion, but every time he recalled Jie Yuan's decision and the words that she had said, complex emotions that were hard to put into words arose in his heart. You're clearly the Messiah who has saved the entire world, yet you're still so gentle and humble. As expected of my big brother Qianxi, you truly are the best and most incredible person in this world. In Qianye's world, every single thing about Qianxi seemed to be the most perfect in the universe. As she stared at Qianxi, her beautiful curved eyes seemed to gleam with the light of countless shining stars. "Daddy said that I'll be able to get married to Big Brother Qianxi next month, and I'll become Big Brother Qianxi's little wife then." "It's concubine," Qianxi corrected her in a somewhat shameless manner. "Next month, then wouldn't it clash with his ceremony with Zuer?" He had not even mentioned the matter of Qianye to his parents or Kang Yue and his wives. "Forget it, we'll talk about it when the time comes." Even though the matter of him marrying Qianye was something that had been forcefully arranged by Mu Xiuyan, and he had not even been asked about the wedding date, Qianxi had unknowingly lost all resistance towards the idea. Every time he spent time with Qianye, he was always in high spirits. After all, it's always a beautiful thing to have a girl be madly in love with you. What's more, the girl in question was Qianye, a goddess who was admired by the entire world. It's all the same. Qianye did not mind at all as she replied in a cheery voice. "My mother is one of Daddy's most junior concubines, but she's also the one that gets pampered the most. So I will also work hard just like Mother." A smile appeared on Qianxi's face. It was very clear that Qianye's personality was mainly due to her mother. However, when I think of the fact that I need to live with a lot of big sisters who also love Big Brother Qianxi, I do feel a teensy bit nervous. Qianye's voice had grown softer when she said those words. Any woman would feel apprehensive when confronted with such a situation. But her eyes immediately curved upwards again as she said, "But any big sister who is worthy of Big Brother Qianxi is definitely the world's most outstanding big sister. So I need to work even harder. I need to be even more hardworking than Mother." "Oh, you?" Qianxi could not help but reach out and pinch her smooth and tender cheeks. He smiled as he said, "You're always acting just like a kid." "HMPH? I'm only 19 years old. Of course I'm still a kid." Qianye had very resolutely converted the 3,000 years she had spent in the eternal Heaven-Defying Realm into the 3 years that had passed in the outside world. After that, she gently rubbed her face with a hand, a blissful look appearing on her face as she said, "Big Brother Qianxi touched my face again. I'm feeling so shy." The corners of Qianxi's mouth curled up as his eyes narrowed. He had a wicked expression on his face as he said, "Just wait until after we get married, then I'll show what it really means to feel shame." Qianye blinked hard several times before suddenly stepping forward and leaning towards Qianxi's ear. After that, she whispered in a soft voice, as if she was afraid that other people would overhear her. "At that time, the person who may end up feeling embarrassed might very well be Big Brother Qianxi, because I've learned a lot of things from Mother." "Qianxi." But in the end, Qianye was still just an unworldly and inexperienced girl, so after she had finished whispering those words into Qi's ear, a faint blush had already appeared on Qianye's face. Her delicate head drooped slightly, and she was exuding an incredible charm. In fact, she looked so charming that the sight of her struck Qi dumb for a while. Why are you wearing a glazed sound stone around your neck? That's so weird. Qianye asked a completely unrelated question. It was probably to lighten the atmosphere that had suddenly turned ambiguous and provocative. Oh, this. It's not just any ordinary glazed sound stone, Qi said as a faint smile appeared on his face. It's the most valuable treasure in the world. Treasure? Because it's something that my daughter gave me. She found it and crafted it all by herself, and she even recorded her voice in it. So no matter where I go in the future, I will always be able to hear her voice anytime I want to. The expression he made, and that unfathomably warm look in his eyes when he said those words made it hard for Qianye to look away from him. Oh, it's like that. Qianye unconsciously tapped a finger against her lips as she wondered whether she should also make one for Qi, because it seemed like he really liked it. Then, is big brother Qi's daughter cute? How old is she now? Qianye asked very sincerely. Of course my daughter is cute, you'll definitely like her very much. Her age, she's about as old as you when you first met me, Qi replied as he suddenly felt rather rueful. Qianye was clearly very shocked by the fact that Qi's daughter was already so old. She thought about it for a bit before she suddenly asked, Then, has she found any boys that she likes? Just like me back then. Upon hearing that question, Qi's eyebrows dramatically slanted downwards as he said, No, definitely not. If anyone dares to look at my daughter that way, I'll pound him to bits. As she looked at the ferocious look on Qi's face, Qianye blinked and said in a very soft voice, My daddy said the exact same thing all those years ago, too. Qi. At number %. Back then, because of the affair with Qianye, the distinguished glazed light realm king had actually personally paid Qi a visit, cursing at him vociferously while he pointed an accusing finger at him. He had been so enraged that he seemed like a bull that had been stabbed in the buttocks. In fact, he had wanted nothing more than to hack him apart with his bare hands, and he had not possessed any of the majestic presence of a higher realm king. At that time, Qi could only describe Qianye with 2 words, a lunatic. Now that he recalled that moment, Qianye's conduct back then had simply been far too normal, far too correct, far too exemplary. He was simply a model of what a loving father should be. In short, anyone who wants to court my daughter will have to beat me first. Qi suddenly stopped midway through his sentence. He suddenly felt rather unconfident, but he followed up by viciously saying, He will have to beat my Jasmine first before we talk. Oh. After unexpectedly seeing another side of Qi, Qianye stared at him very seriously for a good long while. After that, she smiled and said, When big brother Qi is acting as a father, he's also very charming. I like you even more now. Qi unconsciously straightened his back upon hearing those words. At that moment, Qianye suddenly moved forward, a faint fragrance entering his nose. Qi simply did not have any time to react, and he suddenly felt a heart-stirring warmth spread out from his neck. Qianye's jade teeth had sunk into his neck, and she was biting down rather forcefully, leaving behind a small row of very deep teeth marks. Qi stared at her in a somewhat dumbfounded manner. He subconsciously stretched out a hand to touch his neck as he felt the teeth marks left behind on his skin, and a bit of saliva that belonged to a young girl. As she inspected the marvelous piece of art she had left on Qi's neck, Qianye's face turned slightly red. After that, she broke out into a delighted giggle as she said, Hee, I've successfully left a mark on big brother Qi's body. Big brother Qi, hurry up and seal it, you're not allowed to let it disappear. Qi said in a rather amused voice, This can't be something else your mother taught you, right? That's right. Big brother Qi is really clever. Hurry up, hurry up. Qi was rendered speechless by her words. After that, he pointed his finger towards his neck, using profound energy to seal the teeth marks on it. This should be enough, right? MNN. Qianye nodded her head happily. She raised her smiling face towards Qi and said in a very sincere voice, This is the mark on big brother Qi's body that belongs to me alone. You can't wipe it off for the rest of your life. Okay. Qi could only agree at this point. Right now, it's big brother Qi's turn. Qianye's smile grew even brighter as she said those words. That's right. Shui Meiyan's fingers touched her neck, a neck that looked as tender and delicate as the first fall of snow, as she said, "Big brother Yun-Chi also needs to leave a mark on my body." "No way," Yun-Chi rejected her. "Ah, why? I am the greatest and most outstanding savior of this world. How can I do such a childish thing?" Yun-Chi growled. In fact, it could not even be said to be childish, it was straight up shameful. These weird little games were things that he had done very often with Xiao Lingxi before they turned 10. But by the time they had turned 11, they already felt that it was childish. Shui Meiyan was already over 3,000 years old, over 3,000 years old. "Woo!" Shui Meiyan's expression stiffened as her lips curved into a pout. She spoke in a rather aggrieved voice. "I am going to tell my mother that her son-in-law said that she was very childish." Yun-Chi nodded his head as he said, "I feel that your mother must definitely be a very beautiful and wise senior to be able to nurture such a good daughter as yourself." "That's only natural." Shui Meiyan tilted her delicate head as she said, "Then what are you waiting for?" Yun-Chi let out a small sigh which was 3 parts helpless and 3 parts amused, but more than any of those things, it contained an indescribable feeling of warmth. He bent down and drew near to Shui Meiyan. As he approached her, his gentle breathing brushed against Shui Meiyan's face, causing a slight blush to spread from her face to her snowy neck as her heart started to beat several times faster. "I'm going to really bite you." Yun-Chi's lips had very nearly touched her delicate earlobes. Her delicate white jade neck gleamed with a snowy luster as it stood several inches away from him. Shui Meiyan tightly closed her eyes, her body going tense and stiff. But before she could even reply, Yun-Chi had already bitten down on her neck. Immediately, it felt as if a piece of warm jade had entered his mouth, causing Yun-Chi's already light bite to unconsciously grow even lighter. It was just that he could not help but fall into that strange feeling, and it was only several breaths later that he gently moved his teeth away from his neck. As he inspected the shallow teeth marks he had left on that delicate and lovely jade neck, Yun-Chi smiled and said, "This should be enough, right?" Yun-Chi's words woke that dazed girl from her beautiful daydream. She hurriedly stretched out a hand and used profound energy to seal Yun-Chi's teeth marks. Her fingers furtively brushed over the teeth marks before she let out a rather discontented voice. "HMPH, you bit down so lightly and you even drooled so much saliva on me. Ah, it's so stinky." At number %, the corner of Yun-Chi's mouth contorted as his face went black. "My saliva isn't stinky." At this moment, his eyes suddenly flickered to the side as he spied a very familiar snowy figure. Mu Bingyun. She silently stood amidst the falling snow, and it did not look like she had just arrived either. "Palace Master Bingyun." Yun-Chi hurriedly executed a bow while a thought raged through his heart. She surely had not seen what happened just now, right? Arghhhhhhhhh. How shameful. Meiyan greets Senior Bingyun. Shui Meiyan also gave her a curtsy. MNN. Mu Bingyun gave a very gentle nod of her head. Her gaze did not linger on their bodies, and her figure took to the skies. But after that, she suddenly halted in midair as a complicated look flashed across her beautiful snowy eyes. It was as if she was struggling with something, but in the end her gaze grew steady and she turned around and said, "Yun-Chi, I have something to tell you." "Ah, I just so happen to need to look for Daddy and pay my respects to the Snow Song Realm King as well," Shui Meiyan immediately said. Her charming figure took to the air as she gave Yun-Chi a small furtive wave and said, "Big brother Yun-Chi, I'll come play with you again later." Shui Meiyan left amidst the flying snow, but she did not go to find Shui Qianheng. This was because she knew that it was very possible Shui Qianheng was currently discussing her and Yun-Chi's wedding with the Snow Song Realm King. She landed in front of a fantastically beautiful ice tree, but she did not have the mood to admire the snowy landscape in front of her. Her fingers once again traced the teeth marks left against her neck, and they stayed there for a very long time. After that, her lips parted. She gently stuck out her lovely tongue, then quietly placed a finger on the tip of her tongue. As she savored Yun-Chi's taste, a soft smile appeared on her face, resembling a sprite who had sunk into a wonderful dreamland. Palace Master Bingyun. After Shui Meiyan left, Yun-Chi stood in front of Mu Bingyun. "Sect Master just told me about a lot of things through sound transmission," Mu Bingyun said. "It's really hard to imagine that you actually managed to obtain such a result from a devil emperor. I can already foresee that you will become the celebrated God-child Messiah who is acknowledged by the entire universe. Your name will forever be recorded in the annals of history, and the Snow Song Realm will also share in your glory. This, to be honest, I only did whatever I could do. The most important thing was Senior Devil Emperor's sacrifice and willingness to aid us. Qianye had always been extremely clear about one thing. Even though this result had a great deal to do with him, and even the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor had told him to always remember that he was the true savior of the world, in reality, the biggest reason for this outcome had been Jie Yuan's own will. You also borrowed the halo and authority of the God-child Messiah to perfectly obtain a home for the heavenly slaughter star god. I think that to you, her, and the rest of the God realm, there could not be a more perfect outcome than this. I congratulate you. There was a faint smile on her face, and it was very shallow indeed. He had only seen Mu Bingyun's smiling face a few times in total. Qianye gave an emotion-filled sigh. If it was not for Palace Master Bingyun bringing me to the God realm back then, today's outcome would not have been realized, and I would not have been able to see her again in this lifetime. I will never forget that Palace Master Bingyun is one of the great benefactors of my life. Mu Bingyun gave a small shake of her head as she said, I didn't do much. Everything you obtained is what you deserve. From now on, with the existence of the heavenly slaughter star god, the blue pole star will become a taboo that no one will dare to touch. Your safety and the safety of the blue pole star will finally be something that no one needs to be concerned about ever again. Palace Master Bingyun, Qianye said, do you have some instructions for me? Ah, it isn't much. There's just one thing that I'm not sure if I should remind you of, or perhaps I shouldn't after all, Mu Bingyun said in a calm voice. Qianye, Mu Bingyun asked, do you know exactly why Sect Master did not object to the matter of you and the little princess of the glazed light realm, and has even been pushing it forward at every opportunity? He was surprised as to why Mu Bingyun would ask him such a question, but he pondered the question for a while before replying. At first, Master said that the glazed light realm possessed a strong power and authority in the eastern divine region, and that Shui Meiyin was the glazed light realm king's most beloved daughter. If I am able to become a son-in-law of the glazed light realm, it would be of great benefit to me in my current situation and in the future. As he looked at the expression on Mu Bingyun's face, he asked a probing question. Could it be that there are other reasons besides this one? Mu Bingyun turned her beautiful eyes slightly to look into the distance. It's because she has wholeheartedly entrusted something to the little princess of the glazed light realm. Wholeheartedly entrusted. Qianye was stunned by those words. What does that mean? Back then, in the eternal heaven god realm, the little princess of the glazed light realm has been infatuated with you ever since your duel against her. She clearly possessed an incomparably exalted status and heavenly beauty that captured the attention of the entire world. Yet she chose to relentlessly pursue you, someone who had an exceptionally low and inferior status compared to her at that time. Even after she experienced the 3,000 years in the eternal heaven-divine realm, this still hasn't changed. From start to finish, she has never once cared about your respective positions or statuses, and she has never once cared about what other people thought. She never had any misgivings about her feelings for you or showed any hesitation or reservedness towards you. Rather, she's always been so forward, brave, and passionate in her approach towards you. Any onlooker would be able to clearly sense her undisguised feelings for you, and you should feel this most clearly and intensely. Even if you were fire and she was ice, I have no doubt that she would be willing to melt into your flames. Qianye steadily stared at Mu Bingyun. Palace Master Bingyun, you're saying all of these things because... Even though Sect Master has never said it before. I know that, Mu Bingyun said as her voice gently drifted into Qianye's soul as it danced along the wind and snow. She really admires her. Qianye, it's just that she herself is destined to never be able to do such a thing. So she can only take that small wish of hers and entrust it to another person, just so that she can fulfill a rather insignificant and petty dream. Mu Bingyun's voice grew softer and softer as she said those words. She was Mu Qianye's sister, and she was the person who was closest to her, in both body and soul, so she was also the one who understood her the most. Mu Qianye had never voiced these words and thoughts to her before, and she also could not even do so in the first place, but how could she not have sensed them? She did not know whether telling Qianye these things was a mistake or not. In fact, even she did not understand exactly why she had suddenly chosen to tell him these things. Qianye's lips parted, his mind suddenly thrown into complete chaos. Master, Master, is it? Mu Bingyun turned around, her beautiful eyes closed. I think that she should have told you many times already that she isn't your master anymore, But it seems like you have never truly understood the true meaning behind those words, or perhaps you did not dare to believe it. Qi's mind suddenly started buzzing. Given her personality and the things she's burdened with, it's destined that she will never be able to proactively take that step forward. So, a soft, mournful sigh rang out in the snowy winds, and Mu Bingyun's figure had already vanished in the distance. Within that snow-white world, Qi stood rooted in place, and before he even realized it, his body had already been covered by a thick layer of snow. Shui Qianheng and Shui Meiyan left. The reason Shui Qianheng had come was so that he could discuss the exact date of the wedding with Mu Qianye, and they still continued to completely disregard Qi's opinion about it. When Qi entered the Ice Phoenix Sacred Hall again, Mu Qianye was already waiting for him. Shui Qianheng's arrival had convinced Mu Qianye that Qi's words were not the least bit exaggerated or erroneous. The evil infant, the devil emperor, and the devil gods, all three of these things came consecutively, and each and every one of them were huge calamities in the eyes of the world. Yet all of it was going to be pacified just like that. Moreover, all of these calamities had been pacified by Qi. She stood in front of the window and silently stared at the world outside. She did not turn around because of Qi's arrival, and he could not tell what she was thinking about. Qi arrived behind her and respectfully bowed down like he always had. Mu Qianye did not ask him about the devil emperor or the evil infant. Instead, she said in an indifferent voice, "The marriage between you and Shui Meiyan has been set at the end of next month. It will be held at the Glazed Light Realm, and everything will be arranged by the Glazed Light Realm King. The Snow Song Realm will also provide any necessary assistance. The only thing you need to do is to set aside a few days of your time." "Understood," Qi replied. He had no objections to what she had said, even though the date of his wedding with Feng Zuer, a date that his parents had helped him set, was only 4 days away from that date. "Sigh, the lives of men were truly busy." "Then you may go," Mu Qianye said. "During this period of time, there should be many things that you need to do, so there's no need for you to stay in the Snow Song Realm." Qi stood up, but he did not reply or take his leave. Mu Qianye did not turn around, but her icy brows knit together slightly. Qi started to move, but he was moving forward instead of backwards. He and Mu Qianye were already in very close proximity to each other, so with 2 short steps, he was already right behind Mu Qianye. After that, he spread his arms wide and enfolded her in a gentle hug. Mu Qianye's entire body rapidly stiffened. She forgot to struggle, forgot how to speak, as panic and confusion instantly appeared in her icy eyes. Both his hands clasped Mu Qianye's waist, and his upper body was tightly pressed against her jade back. Qi closed his eyes as he greedily breathed in the scent that belonged to her alone. As he felt that dreamy smell of ice and snow flow straight from his nose to the core of his being, he whispered, "Qianye, I'll be sending off Senior Devil Emperor in a few days, so why don't you accompany me during that time?" He did not call her master, but Qianye. To directly address one's master by name was truly an outrageous and disgraceful thing to do. She still did not struggle free or blast Qi away. Instead, Mu Qianye simply stood there, rigid and motionless, her chest heaving in an incomparably violent manner. Her vision had gone blurry and she could sense nothing beyond the tight hug and his voice. "How about it?" Qi asked again. The arms that encircled her waist were slowly and quietly tightening, and even then she still had not pushed him away. Qi's heart and soul fell into a dreamlike world, a fantasy that he never wanted to wake up from. "All right." The reply that came from her lips was the haziest and softest sound she had made in her entire life. Qi gave a faint smile. Her icy and fairy-like body clearly overflowed with the coldest of auras, but right now it caused his body to tremble with an incredibly bizarre and intoxicating sense of warmth. "I also want to bring you to see my parents," Qi said in an even softer voice. "We won't be in the God Realm there, so you won't be the Snow Song Realm King or my master. You will only be you. Is that all right?" Mu Qianye had not agreed, but she had not rejected him either. The world descended into a long silence, and the two people did not speak, but they also did not disentangle their bodies. In an atmosphere that was becoming even more delicate with every passing breath, the entire place seemed to be frozen in time, and it remained like that for a very long time. This continued until a certain moment, and then a blast of cold energy suddenly burst out from Mu Qianye's body. As Qi could not respond in time, he staggered backwards before his butt fiercely hit the ground. A stunned expression appeared on Yun Qi's face, and just as he was about to speak, a female figure slowly walked in through the doors of the sacred hall. The moment Mu Feixu walked in, she saw Yun Qi sprawled on the ground in a very clumsy manner and Mu Qianye, who was looking out the window with her back facing him. A look of astonishment flashed across her face before she bowed down and said, "This disciple Mu Feixu greets Master. I just received the greetings that more than 10 upper star realms sent at the same time, so I came here specially to report this to you." Mu Qianye finally glanced to the side before she said in a chilly voice, "Chair, you may withdraw." "Ah, yes, this disciple will take his leave." Yun Qi hurriedly got to his feet and started to leave. It was just that his footsteps were rather unsteady. When he walked past Mu Feixu, she shot him a look, a strange light faintly flashing in her beautiful eyes for some odd reason. She felt that there was something strange going on. The moment he walked out of the sacred hall, Yun Qi gave a long exhalation as he felt an indescribable feeling of relief course through his entire body. "Master," He Ling's voice rang in Yun Qi's mind. "You and your master, she. She only managed to say that much before she became too timid to continue. After following Yun Qi back to the God Realm, she had long ago sensed that the relationship between Yun Qi and Mu Qianye was rather complicated, but she had never once dared to think that anything taboo was involved. But today, just now, Yun Qi corrected her with an earnest and righteous expression on his face. "He Ling, I was kicked out of the sect the very first day I returned to the Snow Song Realm, so she already stopped being my master a long time ago. So it's not a problem if something does happen." "Master is right," He Ling said in a very small voice. If it were Jasmine, she would have already called him a beast tens of thousands of times by now, even though. "When is Master going to pay a visit to Master Xianxia? It's been a long time and I have been plagued by this feeling of unease," He Ling said. Yun Qi's expression turned serious. All of the news he had received regarding Xianxia was that she was in seclusion. But just like he had told Jie Yuan, given his deep understanding of Xianxia, just the matter of her going into seclusion was already rather abnormal. Xianxia should have been the one person he did not need to worry about in this universe, but just like He Ling, he also felt a strange sense of unease. Even though it was not an intense feeling, it still did not go away. He had also never forgotten the look the Dragon Monarch had given him in the eternal Heaven God Realm that day. "After we send off the Devil Emperor and bring Jasmine back to the Blue Pole Star, let's pay a visit to the Dragon God Realm," Yun Qi said as he glanced at Qianye Ying'er. He took to the air and traveled towards the north. After that, he passed through the barrier and landed inside the heavenly Netherfrost Lake. The matter concerning Senior Devil Emperor is the last concern of the Ice Phoenix divine being. Once she knows what the outcome is, she will definitely be very happy. As he mumbled those words to himself, Yun Qi leapt into the lake, his body piercing through the waters of the heavenly lake until he reached the bottom. Upon reaching its depths, he followed the azure arc of light and once again stood in front of the Ice Phoenix girl. He knew that this might very well be the last time he did so. "Yun Qi, you finally come? I've been waiting for you all this while." The Ice Phoenix girl's voice was as gentle and soft as water, as wispy as a dream. She had sensed Jie Yuan's aura the very moment she returned, and the eruption of this crimson calamity was even earlier than she had expected. But after that, the aura of the primal chaos was surprisingly calm, and today Yun Qi had finally returned. The fact that he was safe and sound was already a huge comfort to her. Yun Qi took a step forward, a faint smile on his face as he said, "Amen, I've returned. You must have been really worried during this period of time. It looks like a piece of beautiful news has accompanied you here as well." After she sensed Yun Qi's mood, the Ice Phoenix girl's voice grew even more heart-wrenchingly gentle. "Yes," Yun Qi gave a heavy nod of his head before he told her everything that had happened after Jie Yuan's return in great detail. This continued until he reached the part about the impending return of the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor to beyond the primal chaos, and her plan to forever destroy the passageway that connected the primal chaos to the void outside it. The bottom of the heavenly lake sank into a long period of silence, and the sound of the Ice Phoenix girl's long and emotional sigh rang after that. The heretic god is the most magnanimous and magnificent divine being in the god race. He was counted among the most supreme existences in the universe, yet he laid down his own life to leave behind the hope of salvation for the future. And as for the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor, she is so magnificent and noble that one cannot help but gasp in amazement. It comes to no surprise that the heretic god, as one of the creation gods back in the day, would actually have given himself over to her so completely. It's just that the future generations will never be aware that the peaceful world they live in was actually bestowed upon them by a husband and wife they could never accept. If the gods and devils are truly watching from the afterlife, I wonder what they think. It's not only them, there's you as well, Qianye said sincerely. If you had not clung strongly to existence because of your love for all creation and given me that most important guidance, we might not have obtained the outcome that we did today. Compared to the heretic god and his wife, the price I paid can be said to be extremely small. But it's you who directly faced the returned Devil Emperor as a mortal and ultimately resolved this crisis. You deserve all the glory and praise in this universe. You deserve to be feted and heralded by the universe for all the generations to come. This was something that Qianye truly could not accept, because from the start to finish, he had always felt that his efforts were truly not on par with the results that had been produced. As such, my worries and attachments have come to an end and my wishes have been fulfilled. I can finally move on in peace. She had actually said those words in such a gentle and tepid manner, there was not a single hint of reluctance or indecision in them. Qianye raised his head, a complicated look in his eyes. He gave a sigh as he said, "Must it truly end like this? There's no need for you to ask me to stay, and there's even less of a need to feel sad on my behalf," the Ice Phoenix girl said gently. "I am someone who should not even have existed in this era in the first place, and it's only because I was unable to let go of my worries and attachments that I have persisted until now. Today, I have obtained the most perfect result, so there's no longer a reason for me to feel worried, no longer a reason for me to exist. Please, treat the heretic gods and heaven-smiting devil emperor's daughter kindly. Consider this my final request." "All right," Qianye gave a heavy nod of his head as he slowly enunciated each word. "As long as I live, I will never allow them to suffer any mistreatment." Ding, ping. At this moment, cracks started to swiftly spread across the surface of the ice crystal that encased the Ice Phoenix girl. After that, it shattered and released her body, a body that seemed to have been carved from jade, and the power and vitality that it had been sealing with all of its might. A cluster of incredibly deep blue light spread out from the bottom of the heavenly lake and reached all the way to the surface. The thickest beam of light engulfed Qianye's body. "To be able to bestow the last of my power to you is the best resting place for my remaining life and soul." Every inch of the icy flesh and jade bones he could see was peerlessly beautiful and completely flawless, but it did not cause a single ripple of lust in Qianye's heart, because he knew that following the shattering of this ice crystal, the last remaining divine being in the universe would disappear as well. Clang! After a short period of silence, all of the icy blue aurora suddenly morphed into countless blue stars which swiftly flew towards Qianye. The moment these stars came into contact with his body, they soundlessly melted into his body. The world in front of Qianye instantly turned icy blue. This icy blue color kept growing deeper and deeper, until he was unable to clearly see the figure of the Ice Phoenix girl. He closed his eyes and quietly accepted the last gift given to him by the Ice Phoenix girl, along with the last vestiges of her life. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. By the time Qianye had silently opened his eyes, the world in front of him was no longer filled with that icy blue aurora or those blue stars. He only saw the waters of the heavenly lake, waters which still silently coursed with extreme cold. There was now an azure-colored star that rested within his profound veins. The figure of the Ice Phoenix girl had now become as filmy as mist, but there was still a shallow smile on her fantastically beautiful face. "Qianye, your powers and your profound veins are extremely unique. If any other living creature could fully refine the last bit of my Ice Phoenix divine powers, it would boost them to the level of divine master. But in your case and your case alone, perhaps becoming a divine sovereign might already be the limit. To me, this is already a gift that is far too grand," Qianye said gratefully. "I will fully refine this power as soon as possible. I definitely won't waste what you have given me. I will also forever remember your existence and everything you have done for this universe on behalf of the rest of creation." The Ice Phoenix girl gave a small smile as her body continued to grow more and more misty. "There is one more thing that I hope you can tell me about," Qianye said. He had not forgotten the words Ice Phoenix girl had said to him back then, the words concerning Qianye. The Ice Phoenix girl lapsed into a short period of silence before she softly said, "I'll say this once again. For you to know the truth regarding this matter will not benefit you at all. On the contrary, it might even damage you emotionally to a certain extent. But if you continue to remain unaware, you'll be fine for the rest of your life. So even if this is the case, do you still have to know? Yunqi nodded his head with no hesitation at all. I want to know. Fine. Since Yunqi desired to hear the truth, the Ice Phoenix girl did not hesitate any longer. Instead, she started to speak in an unhurried manner. I told you last time that the reason why your master was able to become the first divine master in the history of the Snow Song Realm, and the reason behind her great increase in strength in recent years, was because of the Ice Phoenix divine soul that I bestowed upon her a long time ago. Yunqi gave a small nod of his head. It is also precisely because of the existence of the Ice Phoenix divine soul that I am able to easily interfere with her will. Yunqi was stunned by that revelation, his brow faintly furrowing in response. Following that, he suddenly realized something and his heart fiercely thumped in his chest. Could it be that you've actually been interfering with her will at certain times over the past few years? The Ice Phoenix girl replied, In the past, I did indeed only interfere on certain occasions, but she has been under my mental interference ever since you arrived in the Snow Song Realm, and it hasn't stopped yet. Yunqi's pupils dilated slightly, and an extreme feeling of unease was suddenly birthed in his heart. So how exactly have you been interfering with her will? In what way exactly? Even though she was slightly taken aback by Yunqi's reaction, the Ice Phoenix girl continued. The first time you stepped into the heavenly Netherfrost Lake 7 years ago, I sensed your existence, and I could faintly sense that you had inherited the heretic god's divine power. After that, you sank to the bottom of the heavenly lake and met me. I read your memories, and as a result, I discovered many shocking truths, and I saw a great hope as well. Yunqi silently listened to her words, but his hands had unconsciously balled into fists as the uneasiness in his heart continued to grow. It was just that I was unable to leave the heavenly lake, so I was unable to protect you or guide your growth. As a result, I chose Qianye. When you left the heavenly lake, I used the Ice Phoenix divine soul in her body as a medium to engrave a brand in her soul, a brand that made her prioritize you over everything else. Buzz, it was as if something had suddenly exploded inside of Yunqi's mind. Heh, heh, heh. He started to laugh, but his laughter was exceptionally cold and bleak. So you're saying that all the good things Master has done for me have not been done by her own will. It was only because of your mental interference? Heh. What sort of joke is this? Are you kidding me? His hands were trembling and his insides had gone cold. He had never heard such an absurd thing ever before. How could there be something so absurd in this world? His thoughts and emotions had become incomparably chaotic, so chaotic that even he found it rather hard to believe. His vision had even started going slightly blurry. However, all of his memories of Qianye were incomparably clear right now. Every scene, every glance, every word, as well as the countless doubts and suspicions that had arisen in his heart before. Doubts and suspicion over why Qianye would treat him so well. When he had first arrived in the Snow Song Realm back then, Qianye was the great realm king of the Snow Song Realm and the first divine master in its history. She possessed unsurpassed status and prestige, and she had authority over the life and death of countless living beings. She stood at the highest level even when compared to the rest of the God Realm. Meanwhile, Yunqi was a lowly junior from the lower realms whose cultivation had not even stepped into the divine way. Someone that even the disciples at the bottom rung of the divine Ice Phoenix would not even spare a glance. The only thing about him that could even be considered special was that he had been brought to the Snow Song Realm by Bingyun, and he had been the one who had saved her life. In every single aspect, the distance between him and Qianye was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, before Yunqi had even met Qianye, he had heard many times that the Snow Song Realm king was an extremely cold and heartless person. She would never show any warmth or pity. The entire divine Ice Phoenix sect and even everyone in the Snow Song Realm feared her far more than they respected her. But to him and him alone, Yunqi could rationalize Qianye taking him as her disciple because his control over ice, profound energy, far exceeded all the other disciples. So he felt like it was only natural that he became her disciple. But everything that had happened after that, everything. Time and again, she had been so good to him that he practically felt like it was all an illusion every single time. This rang especially true every time he interacted with Bingyun. It was clear that even she was deeply shocked, or perhaps it was better to say that she was completely astounded that Qianye would treat him this well. That's right, why would a junior profound practitioner from the lower realms cause her, a divine master and realm king, to act in such a manner? She had never coveted his heretic god divine powers, and had even helped him conceal it with all of her strength. She had allowed him to freely use the heavenly netherfrost lake that even elders and palace masters would be lucky to touch once every century. She had helped him trick Hugh Ruli in order to snatch away the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. His great and blasphemous sin had actually been completely wiped clean after a single rebuke before the profound God convention. She had neglected her sect and focused solely on him for 2 entire years. She had furiously rebuked the Sword Sovereign. She had concocted the Universe Pentajade pellet for him, had secretly followed him to the Ice Wind Empire, and then to the eternal Heaven God Realm. She had even saved him and faced off against Gu Zhu directly, and she had truly disregarded the safety of the entire Snow Song realm in doing so. Why exactly? As it turns out, all of these things had actually only occurred because of someone else's mental interference. It had not been due to her own desires at all. All of his suspicions, astonishment, and incredulity over the last few years had been completely dispelled. As expected, there was no such thing as good that was done for no good reason or good that came out of nowhere. And it was the sort of benevolence that transcended all common sense and went against all logic. From the very beginning, all of the good she had done for him, all of the sacrifices she had made for him, and even those hazy feelings that precariously teetered over the border of the forbidden from the beginning to the end. It had not been Qianye, but the will of the Ice Phoenix divine being. But why did this answer feel so absurd and so cruel? The scene where he hugged her and gently whispered the words Qianye into her ear was still fresh in his mind. The way his heart had been stirred at that moment had been indelibly carved into his soul. But, "Your concern over this matter has exceeded my expectations," the Ice Phoenix girl said in a gentle voice. "I hope that you will be able to accept this matter as soon as possible." The intensity of Yun Qi's reaction had made her start to regret telling him this truth. Yun Qi's hands were clenched tightly, and they tightened yet again after that. He was unable to describe how he was feeling right now. It was as if an important piece of his soul had suddenly turned into an illusion and scattered, forming an incredibly painful and maybe irreparable void in his heart. "Remove it." He opened his mouth, but only those 2 terse but incredibly stiff words came from his mouth. The Ice Phoenix girl fell silent. She understood what Yun Qi meant, and she was shocked that he would even say those 2 words. It was only after a long period of time had passed that she started to speak in a soft and gentle voice. "If I remove my mental interference, given her own will, she will never treat you the same way again. Moreover, given everything that has happened between the 2 of you, it is very likely that she will develop an intense hatred and antagonism towards you, and she might even want to kill you. I think that you understand that." She had always been using the Ice Phoenix divine soul inside Qianye to observe the outside world. So she had clearly seen everything that had happened between Qianye and Yun Qi. "Remove it?" Just as the Ice Phoenix girl's words fell, Yun Qi repeated the 2 words he had just said. This time those words sounded even colder and stiffer than before, and they contained a heart-palpitating ruthlessness. "The Ice Phoenix girl." He slowly raised his head. The look in his eyes was rather chaotic, but it was also exceptionally cold and sober. Mental interference is essentially using one's own will to force someone else to do something that they don't even want to do. It is cruel and absurd when even one's most basic instincts are being quietly manipulated by someone else. This is especially true for someone like her, someone who has so much pride and dignity. This is simply far too cruel to her. Remove it. No matter what, remove it from me. His voice had gradually started to shake, and every word contained a fiercely suppressed rage. He knew that he had no right to rage against the Ice Phoenix, divine being who was about to eternally disappear from this world. He was even more clear about what would happen after the mental interference on Qianye was lifted. However, he did not hesitate at all. How could he allow Qianye to live under the control of someone else's will for the rest of her life? Yun Qi's words faintly stirred the heart of the Ice Phoenix girl. She once again lapsed into an even longer silence than previously. She finally let out a long and sad sigh as she said, "You're absolutely right. Using my own soul to interfere with someone else's will out of my own selfishness. It is indeed an action that is far too cruel, and it's also something that is much too unfair to her. Remove it. No matter what happens after this, I will accept it all," Yun Qi said as his voice grew more relaxed. The figure of the girl in front of him, a figure that was growing more and more illusory with each passing moment, faintly flashed with a very soft blue light. After that, her voice rang in the air. I've already removed it. From now on, her will completely belongs to her alone. With the protection of my soul, no one will be able to interfere with her will from now on. I understand. Yuan-Chi closed his eyes and softly gasped for breath. Go, the Ice Phoenix girl said. I want to spend my last moments quietly bidding farewell to this world by myself. Yuan-Chi, whatever happens to the world in the future, there will still be boundless hope and possibilities as long as you still exist. I wish you and the progeny of the heretic god peace for the rest of eternity. I will. Yuan-Chi nodded his head and said sincerely, I will also forever remember you. Just like the heretic god, you are also an incomparably noble and great divine being. The Ice Phoenix girl gave a faint smile, and it was also the last smile a divine being graced the world with. She turned around, and a beam of light immediately brushed against Yuan-Chi and carried him through the water. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the shores of the Heavenly Lake. The world at the bottom of the Heavenly Lake became tranquil once more. The Ice Phoenix girl quietly floated in place, her body already having become as thin and wispy as the last dregs of mist. Even though I am a surviving divine being, it is also truly quite unforgivable for me to have interfered with her will for such a long time. Lord Li Xiu, you would definitely have rebuked me for this as well, right? As she mumbled those words softly to herself, her fading body transformed into specks of blurry starlight. Her last words then came out in a soft whisper. The last gift that I had originally wanted to bestow upon Yuan-Chi, let's give it to her instead. This is the only thing I can do to compensate her and pay for my sins. It was at this moment that the fading icy blue figure completely dispersed into the air. Those floating stars converged to form a blue light that was purer than crystal before it shot off toward an unknown location. Yuan-Chi stood in stunned silence by the shores of the Heavenly Lake for a very long time, but his mind and heart were still filled chaos. To Yuan-Chi, the Snow Song Realm was definitely not merely his starting point in the God Realm and a springboard for him. It was his home in the God Realm, and its place and importance in his heart were practically on par with the blue pole star. The biggest reason for his deepening feelings towards the Snow Song Realm was Mu Qianye herself. The first true interaction between him and Mu Zunyan had been the day that she had announced that she would be taking him as her disciple in the heavenly Netherfrost Lake. As it turned out, what had occurred from that day onward, what had persisted until just a few moments ago, had all been a dream woven by someone else. This entire affair had not only been far too cruel to Mu Qianye, but also just as cruel to Yuan-Chi. What was even more cruel was that all of this happened on the day that Yuan-Chi had finally truly realized that Mu Qianye's place in his heart had long ago become as important as anyone else's. He let out a long breath, but his body still felt like it was stuck in a dense and turbid smog he could not escape from. Would it truly mean that the two of them would be going their separate ways from now on? The Ice Phoenix divine being was absolutely right. As he recalled all the things that had happened over the years, given her personality and will, she would definitely feel deeply enraged and ashamed, and she would be itching to kill him herself. He had stayed at the bottom of the Heavenly Lake for a few days, and by now it should already be near the date that Jie Yuan had decided to leave. As he shook his head and forcefully suppressed his chaotic emotions and thoughts, Yuan-Chi took a few steps forward and arrived in front of an ice sculpture. Within this ice sculpture lay Xing Jukong, the disappeared star god emperor that no one could find. It was just that he no longer possessed the majesty and pride of a star god emperor. Moving, speaking, and even dying were but extravagant hopes for him right now. Xing Jukong, Yuan-Chi coldly said, let me tell you a piece of good news. Right now, all of the great king realms have been left with no choice but to accept Jasmine's existence. I will leave the God realm together with her, and we will probably never return. There's also Qianye. She is currently training herself in the God realm of absolute beginning, and she has not taken a single step out of it for the past 3 years. You should know very well who the culprit was that forced her into this state. After Jasmine, it won't be too long before I also bring Qianye out of the God realm of absolute beginning and out of the entire God realm itself. You can forget about seeing them ever again. Of course, you're not even worthy of seeing them again in the first place. As for the star god wheel that you have handed over to me, I will hand it over to Qianye when the time is right. But I think it will never ever return to the star god realm. Qianye could sense sorrow and despair chaotically gushing out even through the thick layer of ice. With a cold and cruel smile, Qianye turned around and departed from the heavenly Netherfrost Lake. Upon returning to the region around the Sacred Hall, he stood in front of the Ice Phoenix Sacred Hall. This was the place that was most familiar to him in the Snow Song realm, but this was the first time he had ever felt so apprehensive when approaching it, and he did not step inside even after a long time had passed. No matter how much he wanted to run away from this moment, he had to face it sooner or later. Even though he already knew that it was very likely to be the worst outcome, or an outcome that was even worse than anything he had imagined, he still could not bring himself to leave just like that. He knelt in front of the Sacred Hall and shouted, "Disciple Qianye seeks an audience with Master." The Sacred Hall was completely quiet, and no reply echoed out from it. But Qianye knew that Xianxia was inside. He did not leave, he did not even rise to his feet. He simply knelt there and allowed the flying snow to pile up over him. 15 minutes, half an hour, 4 hours, 6 hours. Someone finally started to slowly walk out of the Sacred Hall, but it was Xianxia and not Xianxia who had emerged. "Master said that she does not wish to see you," Xianxia said. Her expression was ice cold, but a complicated look could be seen in her eyes. Qianye's lips gently twitched before he spoke in a dejected voice. "Then the matter of sending Senior Devil Emperor off. Master said that she isn't free to go." Xianxia replied that question directly. "I understand." Speaking those two short words seemed to have exhausted all of the energy in Qianye's body. Qianye gave a deep bow underneath that layer of thick snow and said, "This disciple Qianye sincerely receives and obeys Master's orders." He stood up. To think that the snowy winds blowing around the Sacred Hall could actually be so chilly and desolate. "Junior Sister Xianxia," Qianye said in a very soft voice, "from now on I'll have to trouble you to accompany and take care of Master more often. You need to obediently listen to what she says and never mention anything regarding me again, lest you rouse her anger." Xianxia's icy brows knitted together as a strange expression appeared on her face. She parted her lips and asked in a very soft voice, Did you anger Master in any way?" Qianye laughed and shook his head, but in the next instant he had already taken to the skies, his figure quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. "Slave Ying, follow me to the eternal heaven realm." With a low shout, the vanishing moon's celestial palace reappeared and carried Qianye toward the distant eternal heaven god realm. Because that was where the grand dimensional formation that would take them to the border of the primal chaos was located. He was incredibly quiet throughout the entire journey, and he did not even speak a word to Qianye Ying'er. He Ling had wanted to say something to comfort him many times, but she simply did not know how to broach the subject. After 7 years, he and she had finally taken that step, but what he obtained after that was a truth like this. Qianye's feelings were not something that anyone else could empathize with. Time flowed by in a sluggish and dull manner, and it was only when the vast and boundless eternal heaven god realm appeared in his vision that Qianye let out a muted sigh. He strove to shake off all the chaos plaguing his heart and mind as he left the vanishing moon's celestial palace, then descended toward the eternal heaven god realm together with Qianye Ying'er. Just as Qianye had appeared, a figure wearing a flowing white robe swiftly flew toward them and stopped a distance in front of Qianye. That person greeted him respectfully. "Qianye respectfully greets Godchild Yun. Royal Father has been waiting for your arrival with much eagerness. Please." "Oh, it's His Highness the Crown Prince." Qianye returned the greeting. "For His Highness to welcome me personally, this Qianye is extremely flattered." Qianye. Even though Qianye had never spoken to him or truly interacted with him in the past, his name had long ago resounded in his ears like thunder. He was the youngest son of the Eternal Heaven God Emperor, but he had become the Eternal Heaven Crown Prince, and this was something that everyone in the universe was well aware of. Among all of the children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren of the Eternal Heaven God Emperor, he was undoubtedly the one who possessed the most innate talent and natural aptitude. The ones who were directly below the God Emperor of the Eternal Heaven Realm were the Guardians. The Eternal Heaven Crown Prince was, in actuality, a position that was even more exalted than the Guardians, because he was the future Eternal Heaven God Emperor. The God Emperor of the Star God Realm was always one of the Star Gods. The God Emperor of the Moon God Realm was one of the Moon Gods, and this was also the case in most of the King Realms. But the Eternal Heaven God Emperor never came from one of the Guardians, and their inheritance was different from that of the Guardians. They had no need to obtain the acknowledgement of their divine power. It was a special sort of bloodline inheritance. In fact, the current eternal heaven god emperor, Zhou Zuzi, was the direct descendant of the eternal heaven ancestor. When it was the right time, the eternal heaven god emperor would pass on his god emperor powers to his inheritor, and that inheritor was Zhou Qingchen. If one wanted to become the eternal heaven god emperor, one's nature was just as important as one's power and charisma. A heart of compassion was especially important. So Zhou Qingchen, who had been nurtured as the next eternal heaven god emperor, was as refined and pure as his name made him out to be. The eternal heaven crown prince was exceedingly famous, but he very rarely appeared in public. Yet the eternal heaven god emperor had actually dispatched him to personally receive Yun Qi, and it was clear that he had already been waiting for Yun Qi for a very long time as well. This showed just how much regard the eternal heaven god emperor had for Yun Qi. At the same time, this meeting would also facilitate a friendship between Zhou Qingchen and Yun Qi, because Yun Qi was indeed worthy of such a special honor. "Oh, what is God-child Yun saying? To be able to welcome you personally is Qingchen's fortune," Zhou Qingchen replied in a flustered manner. When he spoke, he snuck a peek at the trailing Qianye Ying'er from the corner of his eye. But after that, his gaze immediately shifted away, and a trace of sadness flashed in the depths of his eyes before it disappeared immediately. When he had first arrived in the eternal heaven god realm all those years ago, before he had even truly stepped into it, the invisible might that hung in the air, even at the borders of the realm, had made it hard for Yun Qi to breathe. But today, as he shot through the skies above the eternal heaven god realm, everyone who saw him could not help but stare. There were even some who bowed in the distance, showing their immense respect for him, even though the news of everything that had happened had not yet spread to the entire god realm. How could the people who resided in the eternal heaven god realm not know that it was Yun Qi who had saved them from an incredibly bleak and despair-filled calamity? Furthermore, this matter would very soon be spread to the entire universe, and at that time, his personal fame and reputation would definitely not be lower than any single king realm. By then, his name would be remembered for all the ages. Truth be told, even though he was the eternal heaven crown prince, Zhou Qingchen had none of the haughtiness and pride that usually accompanied such a position. He was humble and polite, and he was even a little deferential. Furthermore, this respectfulness and deference was definitely not faked. It came from the bottom of his heart. 4 years ago, when I saw God-child Yun participate in the profound God convention, I was already deeply stunned and amazed by your dashing figure. It was to my regret that I could not make friends with you due to the limits imposed upon me by my station. The eternal heaven crown prince's status truly was far too exalted and noble. In many ways, that position was also a symbol of the eternal heaven god realm's dignity and prestige. So how could he possibly lower the dignity of his station and proactively try to befriend Yun Qi at that time? But today, my wish has finally been fulfilled. It's just that God-child Yun's current accomplishments are something that Qingchen will never be able to match during my lifetime, Zhou Qingchen said as he gave an emotional sigh. Yun Qi faintly smiled as he said, "It is His Highness the Crown Prince who is a heaven-destined God-child. Yun Qi absolutely does not dare to receive such praise and recognition from you." Zhou Qingchen shook his head and laughed. "You moved the devil emperor into departing. You stopped the devil gods from arriving. And you even established an armistice between the god realm and the evil infant on the condition that the two parties do not offend one another. You got rid of all of the calamities and maladies that threatened and plagued the god realm. These sort of world-saving accomplishments are something that cannot be matched by anyone else and will echo through the ages. They are certainly worthy of all praise and recognition." Yun Qi was rendered completely speechless by that reply. This manner of speaking and way of praising others was practically the same as the eternal heaven god emperor. Prince personally guided them along the way. They very quickly reached the area surrounding the main hall. Zhou Qingchen bid Yun Qi farewell as he said, "Royal Father is inside. If God-child Yun wants to do so, you can go in and see Royal Father. If you have something else to attend to first, you may also go and see to those matters. Also, Royal Father has personally decreed that if the God-child Yun has any requests in the future, even if it requires all of the power this realm can muster, we will also not disappoint you. We must ask God-child Yun to not stand on ceremony and hope that you will call on us if you require anything in the future." Yun Qi, Qingchen will take his leave now. The eternal heaven-crowned prince made a bow before he left with a smile on his face. After he had moved a fair distance away, he finally turned around and shot Qianye Ying'er a glance from afar. After that, he tilted his head towards the sky and sighed. Even though Qianye is currently still young, his potential is boundless, and he will definitely rise above all creation in the future. He also has a halo that can illuminate the entire world shining over him, so he is indeed the person that is most worthy of her. But why is she a slave? Why is she a slave? Royal father went against the principles that he had stubbornly clung to all this while, and he even acknowledged and bore witness to her enslavement personally. Was it also for the sake of cutting off my wandering thoughts? Within the eastern divine region, every single one of her suitors, all of whom possessed an exalted status and lofty title, who felt like they were worthy enough to draw close to the Brahma Monarch goddess, were completely crazy about her. But because Jie Yuan's own nature held him back, he was the most reserved of them all. It was just that the Brahma Monarch goddess had actually become Qianye's slave, not his wife or his concubine or even his servant. She had become his slave, the most humiliating position that one could find themselves in, the lowest of the low. She had been put in a situation where she could not even retain a single shred of her dignity. When this news had first been swiftly spread with the help and encouragement of the Moon God Realm, it provoked countless reactions of shock and fury. But at that time, Qianye had been backed by the heaven-smiting devil emperor, so who would dare do anything to him? Even the Brahma Monarch God Realm and the Southern Sea God Emperor, who was most infatuated with Qianye Ying'er, had to obediently hold it in. And now that the heaven-smiting devil emperor was about to leave, the evil infant had suddenly appeared at his side. Then there was his world-saving feats, which made it so that all of creation owed him a debt for saving the universe. So what could anyone do to him? After Jie Yuan left, Qianye turned around and shot a look at Qianye Ying'er as he said, "Ah, yet another one. You really have harmed quite a few god children, haven't you?" Jie Yuan had snuck a glance at her at the very beginning, and after that, he had glanced in Qianye Ying'er's direction multiple times. Even though he had kept his emotions in check, and his expression had not betrayed his intentions, Qianye had still been able to sense all of it. He has a reserved nature and possesses a hidden weakness. His thoughts are as stubborn and rigid as his father's, and he is not worthy of my attention, Qianye Ying'er said in a completely emotionless voice. It was as if the distinguished eternal heaven-crowned prince, the future eternal heaven god emperor, was not even worthy of a second look from Qianye Ying'er. Then by your reckoning, exactly what kind of man in this world is worthy of your attention? Heavenly Wolf Zisu? Qianye asked. He was also unworthy, Qianye Ying'er replied without a hint of hesitation. Only Master is. Qianye tapped on his chin with a finger as he shifted his gaze away from Qianye Ying'er. But it's a pity that you aren't worthy of me, Qianye Ying'er. Ho-ho, as expected, God-child Yun has arrived. A warm and gentle voice rang out in the distance. The eternal heaven god emperor had sensed Qianye's aura and chosen to step outside to greet him. As his figure blurred, he appeared in front of Qianye. There was a faint smile on his face as he looked at Qianye, and his eyes were filled with kindness. The eternal heaven god emperor's spirits and appearance had undergone a great change since the last time Qianye saw him, and it was naturally because all of the calamities had been resolved. Senior, just as Qianye was about to greet him, the eternal heaven god emperor stretched out a hand to stop him. He said, "From now onward, you do not need to perform any etiquette in my eternal heaven. You've already met my son Qianye just now." Qianye nodded his head and said, "This junior had a pleasant chat with his highness." "That's good then." The eternal heaven god emperor gave a small smile and nodded. "This old one has high hopes for him, and my decision to have him proactively approach you was born out of my own selfishness. I hope that you can give him some pointers in the future, so that more of your qualities and divine light will rub off on him." The corner of Qianye's eyebrow twitched as he hurriedly said, "No matter whether it is background, status, cultivation, or experience, His Highness the Crown Prince far exceeds this junior in every single aspect. This junior is definitely not worthy of senior's words." The eternal heaven god emperor smiled as he shook his head. "A few months ago, you revealed your light profound energy and allowed this old one to see your compassionate sacred heart, and at that time, I still only felt personal gratitude and great comfort. But I had never imagined that you would save the entire God realm just a few short months later. You saved this entire era and left behind accomplishments that will not fade for all the ages." The words from a sacred heart are sincere and free from falsehood. There was a conflicted look on Qi's face. This junior is only a normal person. When he spoke those words, the admiration on the eternal heaven god emperor's face deepened even more. He gave a small sigh of admiration as he said, "You possess a sacred heart and you've also saved the world. Not only have you not grown arrogant because of this, you are even still so gentle and humble and still so pure of heart. If Qingchen can even be half of what you are, no, if he can even be a third of you, this old one will truly have no more regrets in this life." Qi. Oh, it looks like I'll be interacting quite a bit with Zhou Qingchen from now on. I hope that I don't lead him astray. Speaking of which, Godchild Yun, the eternal heaven god emperor's voice dropped an octave as he said, "Is the heaven-smiting devil emperor?" Qi said, "This junior has spent the last few days in the god realm of absolute beginning and the snow song realm, and I did not meet the senior devil emperor. If the senior devil emperor has any instructions for me, she will appear before me herself. If not, this junior is also not able to meet her. However, senior doesn't need to worry. Senior devil emperor's words are as heavy as mountains. She definitely won't go back on her words." Amen. The eternal heaven god emperor nodded his head, and the little nervousness that could be seen on his face faded away. After that, he asked another question. "Is the evil infant truly willing to stay in the lower realms forever?" Qi nodded. "I said before that this was both my wish and hers, and staying in the lower realms is not something that is a restriction to her. But I'll just repeat what I said before. Please don't approach her or disturb her in the future. Let her slowly be forgotten. It would be for the best if the entire god realm could forget about her existence. I will also once again pledge to Senior that she definitely will not proactively approach or offend the god realm. If there comes a day where she needs to return to the god realm for some reason, I will inform Senior in advance, and it will be accompanied by my utmost sincerity and guarantee. As long as it's you, I definitely won't be worried," the eternal heaven god emperor said. "You are someone who possesses a sacred heart, and you will put the safety of the world first. If you aren't confident that you can do so, how would you even dare make such a promise?" Qi. Here we go again. Sigh. The eternal heaven god emperor turned his head and stared into the distance. The current eternal heaven and even all the other realms have become peaceful. The gloomy haze that constantly shrouded us has finally lifted, and I no longer sense the terrifying aura which once haunted us. The news of the Devil Emperor's return has been kept under wraps. This, in addition to the Devil Emperor's orders, means that no one dared to spread this news. As a result, only a small number of people knew about this. However, the evil infant's existence is known by every living creature in the God realm. After the Devil Emperor departs, the God realm will still remain under the dark shadow cast by the reemergence of the evil infant, and it will never be at peace. But if we want to exterminate her, it is truly even harder than scaling the heavens. The eternal heaven god emperor had personally fought the evil infant back then, so he understood this point very well. If the evil infant were to engage in a life-and-death struggle with them, they might still be able to gather their peak strength to destroy her. But unless she was deliberately seeking her own death, it would be impossible for this situation to occur. Furthermore, as long as she wanted to leave, even the combined power of all of the god emperors from the 3 divine regions would not be enough to contain her. This also meant that it was very likely that the 3 divine regions would eternally live under the dark shadow cast by the evil infant. As long as she wanted to, she could silently move through the darkness and slowly pick off the important members belonging to the great king realms. She could do it one by one, or even slice by slice, and she could even thrust a god emperor into the abyss of death. It was for this exact reason that all the great god emperors shuddered in fear every time they thought of the 2 words, evil infant, over the last few years. The prospect of her suddenly leaping out of one of the dark shadows that lay around them terrified them. But now, because of Qi, the evil infant had moved from the unknown shadows to a world that could be seen, and she had even sworn an oath of mutual non-interference and non-aggression with the God realm. What was even more important than that was that this promise had been made by Qi. Qi's goal was to save Jasmine and make sure that she wouldn't be confined to the dark shadows of the universe. But that very act had also saved the God realm and calmed countless hearts that had been trembling in terror. When you said that the evil infant had actually been mastered by the heavenly slaughter star god, and that she had also sworn to leave the God realm, this old one agreed to that arrangement with a wild joy. and I impatiently announced it to the public without delay, while also making a corresponding vow. It has been far too long since this old one felt this relaxed. In fact, this is practically the most relaxed I've ever felt in my life. It is hard to imagine just what the God realm would currently look like if we didn't have you. As he spoke, he shot a glance towards the distant Qianye Ying'er, someone who had very nearly caused Yun Qi's death in the past. When he had first witnessed the creation of the slave imprint between her and Yun Qi, he still found it a little hard to swallow, even though he had already promised to be a witness to this event. But at this moment, he had actually started to feel that Qianye Ying'er's current situation was practically a sort of blessing. However, after you send the Devil Emperor off, you are probably going to be staying in the lower realms for a long time, right? The Eternal Heaven God Emperor asked. His eyes were filled with the hope that Yun Qi could stay and some regret. Yes, Yun Qi replied as he gave a nod of his head. As he thought of Mu Xuanian, who was no longer willing to see him, a jolt of pain ripped through his heart, and his expression also went rigid for a while. Truth be told, the reason why this junior entered the God realm in the first place was to find her. And now I have achieved what I had set out to do, so I really don't have much attachment to the God realm now. Moreover, I am sure that Senior and everyone else will feel more at ease with me by Jasmine's side. Be that as it may, Sai. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor sighed yet again. The aura in the lower realms is muddy and turbid, and its resources are scarce. It will slow down one's cultivation while affecting one's lifespan. Also, I heard that you are going to marry the Glazed Light Realm's little princess next month. If you don't return frequently, I'm afraid that Glazed Light Realm King also won't agree to this. Ho ho. It was very clear that sly old fox Shui Qianheng had already impatiently exposed this matter a long time ago. This junior has never dared to forget the care and favor Senior has always shown me. In the future, this junior will regularly visit Senior and His Highness the Crown Prince. Amen. Even though he felt regretful, the Eternal Heaven God Emperor no longer tried to persuade Yun Qi to stay. It was just as Yun Qi had said. Everyone would only feel the most at ease when he was beside the evil infant. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor's gaze shifted to the main hall. The gathered God Emperors are in the hall, including the Moon God Emperor. Do you want to go inside as well? Will Senior Dragon Monarch also be there? Yun Qi asked. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor nodded his head. All right. Yun Qi nodded his head. Just as he was about to take a step forward, his body suddenly halted and he said, I think I won't after all. Even if I have been acknowledged by everyone in the end, I'm still a junior with a lowly status. I do not dare to sit together with the gathered God Emperors. Yun Qi did not wait for the Eternal Heaven God Emperor to invite him again. Instead, he asked him a question. So when will the grand dimensional formation that will take us to the easternmost point of the primal chaos open? In 12 hours, the Eternal Heaven God Emperor replied. All right, then this junior will go there and wait. I will take my leave now. Yun Qi had originally agreed, but he had suddenly reversed his decision after that. This made it clear that it had nothing to do with the reason that he had offered up. As the Eternal Heaven God Emperor stared at his departing back, doubt and suspicion appeared on his face. He pondered the matter for a while before he finally sighed and mumbled to himself. He not only saved the world and has a sacred heart, he is even so carefree. If Qingchen was even a tenth of him, I'd be happy. I wonder what sort of people his parents are, to think they would be blessed with such a heaven-sent child. The blue pole star, he softly muttered the name of a planet as he wondered whether he should pay it a visit. But when he recalled the existence of the evil infant, he gave up on that line of thought. In the end, his position was still far too special after all. Strictly speaking, if he were to personally visit that place, he would have violated his oath. Once he provoked the wrath of the evil infant and broke apart the balance he had built with much difficulty, he would become a great sinner. Realm, a few days ago, the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor appeared personally at the Eternal Heaven God Realm and announced that she was about to leave the primal chaos. Following that, almost all the God Emperors and Realm Kings who were present remained at the Eternal Heaven God Realm, waiting to send the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor off personally. But there were still some who had left at the last minute. Shui Qianheng of the Glazed Light Realm was one of them. His heart burned with anxiety as he left the Eternal Heaven God Realm and returned to the Glazed Light Realm. After that, he brought Shui Meiyan to visit the Snow Song Realm, all for the sake of wanting to settle the date with the Snow Song Realm King for Shui Meiyan's wedding. The reason why he wanted to settle the wedding date with such urgency during this frenetic period was extremely obvious. Currently, 13 god emperors and almost all of the higher realm kings in the eastern divine region were gathered in the eternal heaven god realm. What a grand spectacle this was. After sending off the heaving, smiting devil emperor, he would be able to directly announce the date of the wedding to all who were present. The fact that it was convenient was secondary. The most important thing was that it would be full of swagger. It would be grand. It would be so impressive. The son-in-law of I, the glazed light realm king, is the god-child messiah himself. Even the evil infant obeys him, and the Brahma Monarch goddess is only worthy enough to be his slave. But my daughter will be married off in a grand fashion. Qianye Ying'er returned to the glazed light realm after the wedding date was set, but he did not embark for the eternal heaven god realm immediately. Instead, he personally took charge of the wedding preparations as he assigned people to begin preparing for the wedding. And his booming voice, which was already many times hoarser than it usually was setting the entire sect abuzz. In fact, it was only when it was 20 hours before the activation of the grand dimensional formation that Qianye Ying'er finally decided to make his way to the eternal heaven realm, bringing Qianye Ying'er and Qianye Ying'er along with him. "Little sister, it's about time for us to leave." Qianye Ying'er arrived at Qianye Meiyan's room before looking at the items that she was currently fiddling with while a stunned expression was on her face. Astonishingly, there were more than 10 colorful and clear glazed soundstones of different shapes and sizes. "All right, I got it. I'll come right away." Qianye Meiyan put the glazed soundstones away and stood up. "Why are you fiddling around with these glazed soundstones anyway?" Qianye Ying'er asked. These glazed soundstones were the lowest grade of jade stones. To her knowledge, they were not even worthy of being touched by Qianye Meiyan. But just now, she had been earnestly fiddling around with them, because big brother Xianxia likes them and he even wears one around his neck. Qianye Meiyan said before lowering her voice into a whisper, "And he dares to say that I'm childish when he is clearly the childish one." Qianye Ying'er did not know how to respond to that, so she turned around and said, "Let's go." Qianye Meiyan agreed and followed after her older sister. But just as she was about to step out of the room, a black light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Her entire body was rooted to the spot, and the pupils of her eyes contracted dramatically. "What's wrong?" Qianye Ying'er turned her gaze, but when she looked at Qianye Meiyan, she was extremely shocked. She turned around and asked in an urgent voice, "What's wrong? Did you sense something?" "Don't go, don't go." She stared blankly into space as she murmured those words in a daze. A chaotic black light flickered in her eyes, and it looked as if there were black butterflies dancing in them. "Qianye Ying'er, what's wrong?" Qianye Ying'er appeared in a flash. He had clearly sensed that something was wrong with Qianye Meiyan at the first possible moment. Upon seeing Qianye Meiyan's current appearance, his eyebrows fiercely sank as his voice suddenly deepened. "Meiyan, what did you see?" "Don't go." Qianye Meiyan repeated that same two words. "Don't go where?" Qianye Ying'er's brows sank even further. Could it be the eternal heaven realm? Qianye Meiyan's pupils contracted even more as she tried her best to release the soul energy of the divine stainless soul to try and get a clearer picture of something. But the world she saw was turning darker and darker, and in the end, it had actually become pitch black. It was like a never-ending dark night, a bottomless abyss. The black light that flickered in her eyes dispersed, and her eyes lost their luster as her body slowly sank to the ground. Qianye Ying'er immediately rushed forward and cradled her in her arms. "Don't go to the eternal heaven realm." Qianye Meiyan's lashes trembled and her voice turned weak. "You must not go." Her eyelids fluttered before she finally stopped resisting and lost consciousness entirely. Qianye Ying'er looked at Qianye Ying'er, and a deeply shocked expression could be seen on both of their faces. 12 hours passed very quickly. A white ray shot up toward the sky from the eternal heaven's conferred God stage, and the outline of the grand dimensional formation appeared. The 13 God Emperors and the other great higher realm kings had already gathered at the conferred God stage. As a brilliant halo of spatial energy slowly revolved in the air, the 13 God Emperors stood in the center, but everyone's eyes had been focused on Xianxia. Yet the Xianxia today seemed to be a little strained, and the Snow Song Realm King that had previously accompanied him was not by his side either. He had displayed an exceptional indifference toward the probing, questioning, and flattery of the various great realm kings. In fact, he had spent most of the time standing alone at the edge of the profound formation. Qianye Ying'er had been silently standing just behind Xianxia the entire time. She was dressed exactly as she had always been described. Golden armor adorned her body, and a golden mask covered her face. The three words, Brahma Monarch Goddess, made it so that none of the higher realm kings dared to approach her or even gaze at her directly. They did not even dare to talk about her, only shooting glances at the Brahma Heaven God Emperor every now and then. However, they found that he wore a perpetual smile on his face, and his mild demeanor concealed a majestic presence that seized one's soul. There was absolutely nothing odd about him. It was at this moment that the grand dimensional formation was activated. One could well imagine just how much energy it took to activate a dimensional formation that connected the eternal Heaven God Realm to the easternmost part of the primal chaos. The last time it had been activated, they felt as if they were going to bear witness to a dark and gloomy apocalypse. But this time, the atmosphere was completely different. Not a single person in the eternal Heaven God Realm felt pained, and everyone was relaxed and excited. Profound light illuminated the sky as a matchlessly powerful spatial energy spread out and whisked everyone away from the eternal heaven's conferred God stage. After they made their long jump through space, the world in front of them suddenly changed and transformed into vast emptiness. But the difference was that they were not greeted by a destructive storm this time around. There was also no strange crimson light which could pierce one's soul. In fact, it was exceptionally calm. A diamond-shaped crimson crystal lay embedded in the distant wall of primal chaos. That was something that had been engraved by the world piercer, a spatial tunnel that was connected to the void outside the primal chaos. The heaven-smiting devil emperor had arrived from that passage and would return the same way. "This day has finally arrived," the eternal heaven god emperor said with a sigh. Even though this dimensional formation was not able to fulfill its original purpose, it will witness the coming and going of a devil emperor. As a result, it also bore witness to a great upheaval in the primal chaos destiny. In this case, its construction can still considered to be worth it. "Let's hope that there won't be any other variables or changes in the plan," the Western region's Qilin emperor said. If the heaven-smiting devil emperor were to suddenly go back on her word, then all of their rejoicing would have been for naught, and a calamity would soon follow after. Therefore, they could not truly be at ease until they personally witnessed the devil emperor's departure and the destruction of the spatial tunnel. "This old one believes in God Child Yun." The eternal heaven god emperor laughed heartily. Nowadays, it was exceptionally easy for him to say the three words, God Child Yun, and he was the most relaxed out of all the god emperors. Since eternal heaven has said so, this king feels greatly relieved. Qianye Ying'er laughed and said, "This matter has weighed heavily on me during this period of time. When this matter is over, we will finally be able to relax as much as we want for a while." "Oh, it looks like the Brahma Monarch God Emperor really likes God Child Yun." Someone had silently creeped up on them. It was a man with a frail stature and an elegant and youthful face, but his eyes would chill the soul of anyone who made eye contact with him. Astonishingly enough, this person was the Southern Sea God Emperor. "No wonder you were willing to give your own daughter to him as a slave." The space around them suddenly froze as all the god emperors immediately fell silent. Qianye Ying'er, however, was not the least bit angry. Rather, he flashed him a smile as he said, "This king cannot help but admire Ying'er's taste." She had looked down on a bevy of god children and god emperors like they were worn-out shoes. Yet when God Child Yun first displayed his magnificence atop the conferred god stage all those years ago, Ying'er stepped forward to get this king to take him as a son-in-law. But her wish was left unfulfilled. But now, she has used this method to be able to stick to God Child Yun day and night. How is this not a wonderful thing? The Brahma Heaven God Emperor said with a beaming smile. Is it possible to find a man more suitable than God Child Yun in this entire universe? Of course, Qianye Ying'er's tone suddenly changed as he continued. The entire world knows that you, the Southern Sea God Emperor, have always fancied Ying'er. But now, Ying'er has become Yun Chi's property, so the Southern Sea God Emperor can try to ask God Child Yun for her. If he does not agree, then given the abilities of the Southern Sea God Emperor, I'm sure you can try any scheme or trick that you want. This king eagerly looks forward to the day that you can fulfill your wish. The words of the Brahma Monarch God Emperor caused all the God Emperors around him to frown deeply. The Brahma Monarch Goddess, Qianye Ying'er, had always been Qianye Ying'er's greatest pride and joy. He doted on her immensely and gave her everything that she wanted. He had said more than once that even though she was a woman, she would inherit the position of God Emperor from him in the future. He had even given her a status and authority that was practically equal to his in the Brahma Monarch God Realm. Not only could she order around the Brahma kings, she had also been able to order around the 3 Brahma gods as well. But when he had mentioned Qianye Ying'er just now, he had actually said that she had already become Yun Qi's property. Perhaps Qianye Fanshan said those words flippantly, and it held no other meaning. But if one were to consider his words carefully, Nan Wansheng narrowed his eyes and gave a half-hearted smile. Good, that was well said. The Brahma Monarch God Emperor has indeed never disappointed this king. After he finished speaking, he turned around and did not speak another word. However, an extremely terrifying dark glint flashed across his eyes. To ask for her from Yun Qi? To use those sinister tricks which he was most proficient in on Yun Qi? Even if one were to put aside Yun Qi's halo, a halo that had come from saving the universe, just solely based on the fact that he was the main reason why the evil infant and God realm had agreed to a pact of mutual non-aggression, already meant that no one in this world would dare to touch Yun Qi. And this was regardless of whether the heaven-smiting devil emperor existed or not. No matter how deranged the Southern Sea God Emperor was, even if Yun Qi had killed his father, he absolutely would not dare to offend Yun Qi, let alone over a mere woman. This was the absolute deterrence produced by absolute power. Also, Yun Qi had the sky poison pearl, and he was the only one in this universe who had inherited the powers of a creation god. His display at the conferred god battle had already proven his unprecedented potential to the rest of the world. No one doubted that his strength in the future would surely rise above all of creation, and that time could very well arrive sooner than expected. For such a person, one had to either eliminate him from the start or never become his enemy. But Yun Qi had the halo of saving the world, the evil infant by his side, the goddess as his slave, and had an ambiguously romantic relationship with the Moon God Emperor. Even the eternal Heaven God Emperor was extremely protective of him, while the king realms of the 3 regions praised him to high heavens and gave him the title of God Child. The various big upper star realms of the eastern region could not wait to kneel down and lick his feet. Eliminate him, my ass. Southern Sea God Emperor. A cold and calm female voice rang out. Surprisingly, it was the Moon God Emperor who spoke. This king thinks that it would be best for you to stay far away from Yun Qi. Otherwise, if you stir up Yun Qi or the evil infant's memory of you almost killing the heavenly slaughter star god back then, I'm afraid that it would not be a good thing for you or for the Southern Sea God Realm. HMPH. Nan Wansheng narrowed his eyes until they became extremely fine slits as he coldly snorted. Back then, he had spared no effort to assassinate the heavenly slaughter star god just to please Qianye Ying'er. As the #1 god emperor of the southern divine region, he was extremely haughty and domineering to everyone else. But because he was madly infatuated with Qianye Ying'er, he would give all out to fulfill any of her requests. Moreover, in his eyes, Qianye Ying'er was the only person who had enough qualifications to make him give it his all. But so many years had passed, and he, the distinguished #1 God Emperor of the Southern Divine Region, had not even touched the corner of Qianye Ying'er's robes. Yet she had become Yun Qi's slave. A slave. What the FCK? After speaking, Jie Yuan stepped aside and left. But before she left, she seemed to have unintentionally glanced at the Dragon Monarch. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Jie Yuan stood beside Yun Qi before looking at him and asking, did something happen? Yun Qi kept his gaze on the distant crimson passageway as he shook his head and said, it's nothing, just something personal. When she saw that he did not wish to share, Jie Yuan did not pursue the topic anymore. Instead, her eyes swept over the surrounding area as she said, to think that no one from the glazed light realm actually came. I overheard some time ago that your wedding ceremony with Xianxia Meiyan is just around the corner, and I thought that the glazed light realm king would take this opportunity to announce this matter. This is a little strange. Yun Qi shot her a sideways glance and said, there's probably been a change in the wedding plans, and thus it's inconvenient for them to come. The reason why his mood had suddenly turned very sour was because he noticed that Shui Qianheng and Xianxia Meiyan had not arrived yet. In fact, they had not come even when the grand dimensional formation had been activated. His marriage to Xianxia Meiyan had been largely facilitated by Mu Xunian. Mu Bingyan had said that the reason she had poured so much effort into making this work was because she had wholeheartedly entrusted something to Xianxia Meiyan. But now, those feelings that had been wholeheartedly entrusted to another had definitely turned into humiliation. It would be totally normal for her to forcefully cancel this event. The fact that Shui Qianheng did not come could only mean that this had already happened. Jie Qingyu's delicate brows knit together slightly. What happened? Yuan-Chi shook his head and forced out a small smile. I don't feel like talking about it right now. I'll tell you about it in the future. Amen. Jie Qingyu nodded her head gently and said, It just so happens that I also have something to tell you later. Oh, it's regarding Senior Xianxia, Jie Qingyu replied. Yuan-Chi's brows twitched violently and he swiveled his head abruptly to look at her. What happened to Xianxia? As he was deeply concerned, Yuan-Chi had anxiously shouted, Xianxia, instead of Senior Xianxia. But Jie Qingyu seemed not to have noticed it as she gently said, Some time ago I took a trip to the Dragon God Realm and I found out about some matters regarding Senior Xianxia. Yuan-Chi, some time ago? However, it is not the right time to tell you about this now, Jie Qingyu said. The reason why I am mentioning it to you right now is to tell you that you do not need to visit the Dragon God Realm in the near future. When the time is ripe, I will explain everything to you in detail. But there are more important things at hand, so don't get distracted. All right. Yuan-Chi nodded before letting out a small breath as he tried to focus his mind as much as possible and waited for Jie Yuan to arrive. The easternmost point of the primal chaos was extremely vast, and the wall of primal chaos was right in front of them. The piece of crimson crystal embedded in it was exceptionally eye-catching. They had already been waiting for a long time. Given their exalted status in the God Realm, there was no one who was qualified to make them wait like this. But at this current moment, not a single person expressed any sort of impatience. Godchild Yun, I heard Royal Father mention that after this is all over, you will return to the lower realms and never step foot onto the God Realm ever again. If this is true, it would be such a great pity as Qingchen was hoping to become closer friends with Godchild Yun. Zhou Qingchen stood beside Yuan-Chi and said with a sigh, After all, I was born in the lower realms. My roots and home are there, and I have many things there that I hold dear to also, Yuan-Chi half-jokingly said. I have to personally watch over and protect the evil infant. Zhou Qingchen, however, did not take it to be a joke, but rather, a deep sense of respect could be seen on his face as he said, In the past, Qingchen has always felt that Royal Father's recognition of Godchild Yun was too excessive. But now, I realize that it would not be too exaggerated, even if Royal Father's praises were 10 times greater than that. Perhaps it would be the greatest blessing in Qingchen's life, to be able to personally see that the Godchild Yuan-Chi is still in this world at the end of my life, even after tens of thousands of years have passed. Yuan-Chi's scalp had turned a little numb, and he could only reply, Your Highness, you praise me too much, I'm not worthy of such praise. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Qingchen gave a carefree laugh but did not take his words back. It is hearing you call me, Your Highness, that puts this Qingchen to shame. If Godchild Yun doesn't mind, please call me Qingchen instead. All right, Brother Qingchen. Yuan-Chi chose not to be pretentious either and said with a laugh, In that case, please don't call me Godchild either, Brother Qingchen. Being called by that title in front of a true Godchild like Brother Qingchen truly makes me blush with shame. Ha ha, all right, Zhou Qingchen laughed. Brother Yun, if you ever have the spare time to return to the God Realm, you must give Qingchen the chance to be your host and also ask for your guidance. I definitely will. Yuan-Chi nodded his head. The two of them chatted merrily, and they ended up attracting the admiring gazes of quite a few young god children. Yuan-Chi and Zhou Qingchen had not interacted with each other in the past, but when they had first got to know each other, they managed to hit it off rather well. There were no other reasons for that. It was just that in Yuan-Chi's eyes, Zhou Qingchen had many similar traits to the eternal heaven god emperor. In addition to that, despite the fact that he was a god child, his demeanor was modest, his eyes and aura were pure, and he had a righteous air about him. All of these things left Yuan-Chi with an exceedingly favorable impression of him. In the eyes of Zhou Qingchen, Yuan-Chi was someone that his royal father esteemed and revered in every possible way. He had the world's most dazzling halo, had saved the entire universe, and had accomplishments that would last for all ages. Even with all that, he was neither proud nor hot-tempered. Furthermore, he had a bright and boundless future. And the most important thing was that he had a sacred heart. Quoting the words of his father, those who had a sacred heart would be able to relate to all creatures. They would have compassion for all living beings and would never be envious or have evil desires. They were the only ones in this universe that one could entrust their all to and would never have to be on guard against. There were only two such people in this universe, the Dragon Queen of the Western region and Yuan-Chi of the Eastern region. Brother Qingchen, Yuan-Chi said, You seem to have someone who you fancy. If my guess is right, that person should be Qianye Ying'er, am I right? Zhou Qingqian's expression turned rigid, and he subconsciously wanted to deny it. He struggled to say those words, but in the end he could only give a bitter smile and say, "Given the goddess beauty, which man would be able to truly maintain a pure mind if they were fortunate enough to meet her in person? Given your status, you should know what kind of person she is, and why exactly I imprinted this slave imprint on her." Xianxia spoke truthfully and directly. "It is not worth being distracted because of her." Zhou Qingqian shook his head. "Whether it's worth it or not, it all depends on the individual." He laughed and said, "In all honesty, my royal father has told me more than once to banish all thoughts of ever being together with her. But this sort of thing is the most irrational thing in the entire universe, and it is also the hardest to consciously control using logic and reason. I am still far from being mature enough in this regard." Xianxia gave a faint nod of his head and said, "You're right." Zhou Qingqian's smile was no longer stiff. Instead, it contained quite a bit of gratitude as he said, "I thank Brother Xianxia for being so frank with me. This Qingqian's heart has lightened considerably." Xianxia gave a small smile, but he sighed inwardly. During these 1,000 years, Qianye would have to obediently stay by his side and do whatever she was told. And after these 1,000 years had passed, Jie Yuan would surely kill Qianye. I hope that he can let go of his feelings by then. At this moment, the space around them suddenly froze. Everyone was left breathless as they felt as if a gigantic mountain was pressing down on their chests. A black figure appeared silently in front of the wall of primal chaos. A formless oppressive might envelop the region they were in, as well as the entire primal chaos. The heaven-smiting devil emperor, Jie Yuan, was far too powerful. She was so terrifyingly powerful that it had reached the point where the structure and laws of the primal chaos were unable to withstand her power. Thus, every time she appeared, she would always cause a terrifying phenomenon to occur. Even the elements went dormant, and the distant stars stopped in their tracks. Everyone felt as if they were being suppressed inside a cage of darkness. Their arrogance and their belligerence had been completely stripped away, and they were only left with the lowly feeling that their souls could be torn to shreds, and their lives could be ripped away from them at any time. "We respectfully welcome the heaven-smiting devil emperor." All the god emperors and divine masters greeted her respectfully. The heaven-smiting devil emperor was about to leave, and she had appeared just as she said she would. They should all be relaxed and secretly delighted. However, that extreme oppressive might that could crush anyone's will left them trembling in fear. The heaven-smiting devil emperor's back was facing everyone as she gazed at the crimson passage embedded in the wall of primal chaos. Without looking at anyone, she spoke in a cold voice, "Xianxia, come here." "Yes." Xianxia complied and walked forward. All eyes were on Xianxia, but no one dared to say anything. As Xianxia drew near, Jie Yuan waved an arm. Immediately, a pitch-black barrier was formed and isolated them from everything else around them. Inside the pitch-black barrier, Xianxia faced the heaven-smiting devil emperor directly. Jie Yuan's expression was always so cold and calm, and it was actually Xianxia who had a conflicted look in his eyes and expression on his face. She was about to abandon her clansmen, destroy the passageway, and return to the void outside of the primal chaos. As far as the primal chaos realm was concerned, this was indeed the best possible outcome. It was also the only way to truly eliminate this impending disaster. If not, the return of the devil gods would inevitably plunge the universe into calamity and turmoil. Jie Yuan remaining in this universe would also cause the structure and laws of the universe to slowly break down, which would in turn cause the deaths of many living beings. But, to put it nicely, Jie Yuan would be returning to beyond the primal chaos. But in reality, she would be completely throwing herself and her remaining kin into an abyss of death and despair, with no hope whatsoever of ever turning the situation around. He did not even dare imagine how Jie Yuan would face those devil gods, whose souls had become warped and twisted long ago, once they had returned to beyond the primal chaos. "Senior," Xianxia opened his mouth and spoke with some difficulty. "Perhaps you could get rid of a portion of your profound strength. This way, you might not continue to cause the structures of the universe to collapse even if you do remain." He knew what a rotten idea that was, but other than that, he could not think of anything else. Jie Yuan's expression did not change, and she did not get angry either. In fact, she did not even show a single hint of emotion. It was as if she had not even heard his suggestion. She raised an arm, and with a gentle flick of her fingers, she sent a small ball of black light flying towards Xianxia. "I no longer have any use for this thing, so I'll give it to you." Qi stretched out his hand subconsciously and received it. It was a piece of black jade that was roughly the size of a thumb. It was smooth, round, and dull, and it did not exude any warmth, aura, or energy. Qi inserted a bit of his profound energy into it, and he was immediately able to sense 8 different auras radiating from it. There were 6 elemental auras: sunflower water, flame, astral wind, lightning, sandstone, and darkness, and there were 2 special soul auras. Qi immediately realized that this was most likely something that came from the heretic god. "This stone is called Qianye Yuan," the heaven-smiting devil emperor said. "It was created from the powers of both Qianye Yuan and I, with his power taking precedence over mine. Wearing it will distort the perception of others toward you, and they will not be able to perceive your profound energy and aura. When I lived together with Qianye Yuan back then, I would always wear this on my person." This name, Qianye Yuan, had obviously been formed by taking a word from Qianye Yuan and Jie Yuan each. Indeed, without this Qianye Yuan stone, the relationship between the creation god of the elements and the heaven-smiting devil emperor would have been exposed much earlier, and it would have been impossible for them to even have children in the first place. After Qi put it away, he said in a serious tone, "I thank Senior for the gift. I will use it well." Qi was quite excellent at the art of disguise, and he had often used this ability in the lower realms. But once he had reached the god realm, it was very hard for him to display this ability. The only time he had used it was when he had disguised himself in the Darkia realm as Poison Saint Blackheart. But there was an extremely strict prerequisite for that particular situation. It was that Lei Qian Feng and the rest of the Black Soul Divine Sect had never interacted with him before. Otherwise, it would have been useless no matter how perfect his disguise was. That was because of his aura. After attaining the divine spirit realm through cultivation, a profound practitioner's spiritual senses would completely transcend the mortal world. One would be able to confirm another person's identity based on the aura of their profound energy. Even someone who possessed many types of profound energy like Qi could be identified by the aura of their life force. Yes, one could be recognized by the aura of their life force. Therefore, when Qi needed to conceal himself in the God realm, he had never tried to disguise himself. Instead, he always used hidden flowing lightning and moon-splitting cascade, which could suppress and rein in his aura to the largest extent. This Qianye Yuan stone was able to distort the senses of others. This meant that when others tried to sense the aura of the one who wore it, it would be entirely different from what it actually was. Regardless of the attributes of the wearer's profound energy, the wearer's profound strength, or even the aura of the wearer's life force. If the art of disguise was added to this, the most important point was that Jie Yuan had used this herself back then. In other words, one would be able to conceal himself even from an existence such as a true god or true devil, let alone the mortal beings of this era. "HMPH, I would rather hope that you will never have to use it in your lifetime," Jie Yuan said coldly. Qi spoke with sincerity. "Even if I never have to use it, it contains Senior's and the heretic god's auras. It is a priceless treasure to me and to the universe." Jie Yuan turned around and said in an incomparably dull tone, "It's about time for me to go. You better take care of yourself." Qi's head jerked up as his lips parted, but he simply did not know what to say. In the end, he could only speak in a low voice. "Is Senior not going to bid Heaven and Ying'er farewell?" "There's no need for that." She spoke those emotionless 5 words without any hesitation whatsoever. She lifted her palm, and a black light started to form at her fingertips. Just as she was about to withdraw the dark barrier, she stopped moving, and the black light at her fingertips froze in place. As her arm slowly sank, she closed her eyes and slowly said, "Let me see them one more time." "All right." Qi gently nodded his head as he summoned them with his thoughts. A crimson and pitch-black light flashed simultaneously from the sword imprint on his left arm, as Heaven and Ying'er appeared at the same time. Dancing red hair and gently floating silver hair drew 2 gorgeous arcs of light in front of Qi. Jie Yuan's aura froze when she felt them close at hand before she slowly turned around and looked at them. After that, she suddenly turned around again and closed her eyes. She said just one look, and she had truly only taken a single look. "All right, let them go back," Jie Yuan said. Her voice seemed to be completely void of any emotions as before. Qi responded as he felt a stifling sensation in his heart that he simply could not describe. He could understand what Jie Yuan felt. He truly could. She was the heaven-smiting devil emperor, but she was also a mother. His thoughts shifted slightly as the vermilion and dark lights that shone from Hunger's and Yuer's bodies started to flicker. It was at this very moment that Yuer's lips moved gently. "Mother," as the light on the sword imprint flashed, both Hunger and Yuer disappeared. Those soft and drowsy words that sounded like someone was mumbling in their sleep had actually caused the most powerful devil in the world to tremble. As time passed by, the trembling unceasingly grew ever more violent. Qianye did not say a word. Yuer's gentle cry had entered the deepest part of his soul. He knew exactly what that hazy and obscured word, a word that sounded like it had been spoken by a young infant, meant to Jie Yuan. "Qianye," Jie Yuan finally spoke with a trembling voice. It was not that she did not want to control the trembling in her voice, but rather, she could not control it. "Listen to me. Your strength was inherited from Xianxia, and your current status and radiance comes from me. The daughters of Xianxia and I are your companions, and I have also allowed you to use them as your sword. Their father used his remaining life to leave behind the seed which rescued the current primal chaos. Their mother, although she once brought about disaster upon this universe, it was something that the universe owed to her. Furthermore, she did not hesitate to betray and abandon her kin, destroy herself, and bestow peace upon this universe. As such, our Hunger and Yuer are worthy of all of the kindness of this universe. No one has the right to hurt them. If there ever comes a day where someone harms them, you must never let that person off, no matter who it is. Even if it is the entire universe that harms them and mistreats them, you would still need to massacre the entire universe." After a short period of silence, Qianye nodded his head gently and said, "Yes." Although he did not believe that such a matter would occur, he knew that Jie Yuan had the right to say something like that. The darkness barrier dispersed at this moment, revealing Qianye's and Jie Yuan's figures once more. The gazes of the god emperors and divine masters present focused at the same time. Yet Jie Yuan still did not spare anyone a single glance. With a flash, she already stood in front of the crimson passageway. This action of hers caused everyone present to hold their breaths. Every single person could clearly hear the sound of their heart beating with incomparable intensity. There were more than a few gazes directed towards Qianye, as if they wanted to obtain some sort of clue from him. But Qianye did not match gazes with anyone. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Jie Yuan's back. His mood was completely different from everyone else's. After Yuer had let out that soft cry, it took Jie Yuan a full 100 breaths before she could finally calm herself and dismiss her barrier. There were so many eyes on her right now, and not only was everyone afraid of her, they were also all eagerly waiting for her to leave. In fact, the sooner she left, the better. But none of them knew why exactly she was leaving, what burdens she bore, and what she would face once she returned to beyond the primal chaos. Only Qianye knew. He was even more acutely aware of the fact that Jie Yuan did not wish to leave. If she had chosen to be even a little bit more selfish, she would not have chosen to leave. In fact, if anyone present were to swap places with her, they would not have chosen to leave either. This was a devil that, in the eyes of these people, was an irredeemably wicked existence which could not be tolerated by heaven or earth. This was the devil emperor that Mo-E had not hesitated to shave off his own lifespan to try and kill back then. The devil emperor that he was willing to use despicable methods that he normally loathed, to kill back then. How lamentable, how sorrowful. Jie Yuan started walking forward amidst that silence. She grew ever closer to the crimson passageway that was just slightly more than 3 meters long, until she was only a single step away from it. At this time, Qianye bowed towards her as he cried out in a soft voice, "I respectfully send Senior off." That cry had been very soft, and it was filled with an indescribable melancholy and sorrow. The eyes of the present god emperors and divine masters wavered slightly as they all hurriedly bowed down and said, "We respectfully send off the devil emperor." Due to their extreme excitement and wild joy, their shouts had actually devolved into a cacophony of chaos, a rather ironic contrast from their previous orderliness. With just another step, Jie Yuan would enter the tunnel, and once she traveled through the tunnel, she would enter the void that lay beyond the primal chaos. She would destroy the tunnel from the other side, cutting off the only possibility for her and the devil gods to return. But it was at this moment that Jie Yuan's body suddenly froze and the look in her eyes abruptly changed. Her emotions fluctuated, causing the aura in the space around her to abruptly change. Qianye raised his head, and just as he was about to ask her what was going on, He saw black light suddenly explode from Jie Yuan's body before she fiercely smashed both her arms against the crimson crystal. Boom! An incomparably deep and heavy sound reverberated in the air, and it nearly caused everyone's internal organs to flip. In an instant, the space in the area started to toss and turn, and the elements around them went completely berserk as an incomparably huge spatial storm sprang into life. Yunqi was greatly shocked. At this moment, Zhou Qingchen, who was the person nearest to him, instantly moved, and an enormous power engulfed their area around them. He anxiously asked, "Brother Yun, are you okay?" At almost the same time, Jie Qingyu had also moved close to his side. Her crescent brows sank as she asked, "What's going on?" "I have no idea," Yunqi replied through gritted teeth. Black light once again exploded from Jie Yuan's body as Yunqi's voice fell, and a power that was even darker and gloomier than a black hole once again exploded against the surface of the crimson crystal. Boom! Space shook violently once again as everyone present was sent flying into the distance. This was accompanied by a tearing sound that was so piercing that no words could even begin to describe it. A crack swiftly spread on the surface of the crimson crystal. It was very obvious that Jie Yuan was using an extreme amount of power to destroy the spatial tunnel. All of the energy and blood in Yunqi's body was churning, but he could not even be bothered to adjust his breathing as he stared at Jie Yuan with an astonished look on his face. He thought she should only be destroying the tunnel after she passed through it. So why was she suddenly attacking it right now? If she destroyed the tunnel from the inside, wouldn't that mean that she would not be able to leave the primal Ko realm either? Could it be that she could not bear to part from Henger and Yue in the end, and so she went back on her word? Or, wait a minute, Yunqi's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be? At this moment, the already dark space around them suddenly grew even darker, and the rampaging spatial storm howled like a wild beast as it grew more and more violent. If Yunqi was not being protected by Jie Qingyu's power, he would have been ripped to shreds within seconds. However, even he, who was the weakest of all who were present, could clearly sense that this incomparably terrifying, dark, oppressive might, as well as the power that was causing this spatial catastrophe, were coming from where Jie Yuan was standing. But they were not coming from Jie Yuan herself. They were coming from inside the crimson tunnel. Could it be? Jie Qingyu's complexion abruptly changed as well. It was at this moment that everyone finally noticed what was going on as their faces went pale with shock. "The devil gods!" The eternal heaven god emperor cried out in shock. What followed that dreadful dark oppressive might and aura of destruction was a voice that seemed to come from a distant abyss, a voice that confirmed that awful guess in everyone's heart. "It's the aura of the primal chaos! The aura of the primal chaos!" Those short few words sounded so hoarse that they nearly split apart everyone's internal organs, but more terrifying than that was the twisted insanity contained in that voice. It was even more sinister than the wails of most terrifying evil spirit they could imagine. And there was more than one such voice. "We've finally returned, ahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahahehIt's the devil emperor's aura. Our exalted and supreme master is waiting for us. Boom. Jie Yuan's complexion was incredibly cold and gloomy as she once again smashed her terrifying power against the surface of the crimson tunnel, causing more than a dozen cracks which swiftly spread, along with the sinister roars and howls of the devil gods. "The tunnel is shaking. Is it going to collapse?" "No, someone is trying to destroy the tunnel. Let's hurry, damn it, no matter who it is, they all deserve to die. All of the gods in the primal chaos, every living creature, all of them deserve to die. All of them deserve to die." The roars and incomparably terrifying auras of these devil gods grew nearer and nearer. That was right, it was the devil gods. The devil gods who had survived up to now outside the primal chaos. They were currently using the crimson passageway the world piercer had opened up to return to the primal chaos. Every step they took felt like a crushing weight on everyone's heart and soul. All the god emperors and divine masters present had gone as pale as a sheet. The joy they had felt at the impending departure of the heaven-smiting devil emperor had been completely devoured by endless darkness and fear. How could it have happened so quickly? Yunqi's hands balled into fists. This horrifying turn of events had caught everyone off guard, including the heaven-smiting devil emperor herself. At first, Jie Yuan had told him that if the devil gods wanted to use their own power to open a connection to the crimson passageway, it would still require around 3 months, even if they had started at the first possible moment. But right now, only a little over 2 months had passed. The time Jie Yuan had chosen to depart was still more than early enough, and this date had specifically been chosen to prevent such an accident from happening. But it had actually still happened anyways, and it had occurred at the very last moment in such a cruel and coincidental fashion. Qianye was sure that this was not the heaven-smiting devil emperor's intention. It was just that he had never imagined that there could actually be something in this world that even she could miscalculate. Could it be that the extreme thirst and insanity they felt as they gazed upon the successfully opened crimson tunnel had triggered a power that exceeded their very limits? The reason was already no longer important. The moment these devil gods entered the primal chaos, they would definitely cause a universe-engulfing calamity that was unimaginably terrifying. Those roaring devilish voices contained an extremely dense resentment and maliciousness. Nearly 100 devil gods whose souls had been twisted and who hated the world. The moment they entered the primal chaos, no one would be able to stop universe-spanning calamity that would befall all of them. Not even Jie Yuan could. Boom. Another huge world-shaking explosion rent the air, causing space to crazily collapse. The internal organs of some of the divine masters immediately ruptured, causing blood to gush out of the corners of their mouths. This was not even because they had been trying to withstand Jie Yuan's power. They had actually merely been caught up in the backlash of her attacks, something that could not even be considered as the aftershock of her blows. But it was something that was already this terrifying. Under Jie Yuan's power, yet another spiderweb of cracks split open on the surface of the crimson passageway. At this moment, the entire diamond-shaped tunnel was filled with countless web-like cracks, and it seemed to be teetering on the edge of complete collapse. The howls and malicious auras of the devil gods had also started to approach them at a breakneck speed. The spatial passageway that was about to collapse caused them to notice something, and they started to let out increasingly terrifying roars. However, Jie Yuan's movement paused at this exact instant. After that, her body transformed into a beam of black light that shot forward and completely entered the crimson passageway, leaving behind only a vast devilish voice that resounded in everyone's ears. If you don't want to die, destroy this tunnel within 15 breaths of time, no matter what you have to do. RRRRMMBBB. A huge explosion that sounded like world-shaking profound lightning rang out from inside the passageway, along with the miserable cries of several devil gods. Their auras had also become much thinner and shallower all of a sudden. It was clear that they were being blasted far away and blocked by the power of the heaven-smiting Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor, what are you doing? The devil gods let out hoarse and frenzied howls of astonishment. Go back, Jie Yuan said in a deep voice. All the other gods and devils have been wiped out and the current primal chaos is no longer a world that we belong in. No. Devil Emperor, have you gone mad? Just how much torment have we endured to wait for this day to arrive? The Devil Emperor has gone mad. The Devil Emperor must have gone mad. Jie Yuan did not say another word. She knew that using words to persuade them would have no effect at all. She completely unleashed all of her dark divine power as she steadily pushed back the approaching devil gods. She was also completely blocking their power simultaneously, so as to prevent it from leaking into the primal chaos and harming Qianye and her daughters. The primal chaos is right in front of us. No one will be allowed to stand in our way. The Devil Emperor has gone mad. Stop the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor has gone crazy. Their auras weakened before they were pushed back even further. But after that, more darkness auras suddenly appeared. More and more devil gods were approaching. It had gone from several auras to over a dozen auras, and it would keep increasing. Hurry up and destroy that passageway. Qianye roared in a voice that nearly tore his throat. It was only then that all of the people present, all of whom had been scared and shocked silly, woke up from their reverie. The eternal heaven god emperor was the first to spring into action. He braced against the devil god power that could gush out of the tunnel at any time as he rushed towards its entrance. Profound light exploded from his body as he directly smashed the crack-riddled crimson passageway with all of his power. This blow was accompanied by a great shout. Hurry, hurry! After the eternal heaven god emperor had sprung into action, 11 other god emperors had also rushed over as well. Their powers erupted simultaneously as profound light filled the area. After she had covered Qianye's body with a protective barrier that flickered with dense moonlight, Jie Yuan also started to move, and soon, the powers of 13 god emperors simultaneously exploded against the crimson passageway. There were a total of 14 god emperors in the 3 divine regions. Today, The powers of 13 of these god emperors were blasting out their power with all of their might. And this was absolutely the first time something like this had happened in the history of the present primal chaos. After the god emperors had taken action, all of the others had also rushed forward as well. Beam after beam of divine masterclass, profound light pierced through the void and exploded against the crimson tunnel. Qianye, Yuan roared in a loud voice. Qianye Ying'er obeyed as she released a golden profound light. With the sole exception of Yuan, all of the people present were blasting their power in one direction with all of their might. The natures and moral values of everyone present may have differed, and there may have been hostility or even hatred between some of them. But at this moment, every single person wore a solemn grimace on their face. All of their profound energy exploded out at full power, and they were not holding anything back. Because this was not merely a simple spatial tunnel that had been carved out by the world piercer. This was a convergence point of their fates, a convergence point of the fate of the entire primal chaos. If they failed, they would all be caught up in catastrophe. Under such circumstances, who could have selfish thoughts? Who would even dare to have selfish thoughts? However, this was still the spatial divine power that had come from the world piercer. Even though cracks riddled the surface of the tunnel, even though it looked like it was on the brink of collapse, it actually did not seem to change at all despite being continuously bombarded by such terrifying power. In fact, it only seemed to be trembling very lightly under such a cavalcade of attacks. At the other side of the crimson tunnel, inside another black tunnel that was connected to it, a huge barrier stood in front of Jie Yuan, pushing back the onrushing devil gods, completely blocking their power and preventing them from even coming half a step closer to the crimson tunnel. Devil Emperor, why? The devil gods let out hoarse yells of rage, indignation, and madness. Jie Yuan had an incomparably calm expression on her face. There was no panic and no pain. There was only a cold calmness on her face as she said, "Stop! Those who have harmed us have already turned to dust. We have no right to vent our hatred and resentment on the mortal beings of the current age, let alone destroy the peace of an entire era. That is something that they owe us. OWEUSSS, everyone SHOULD die, all of them should die." They let out desperate roars as they rushed forward with all of their might. Yes, all of them had lost every shred of rationality a long time ago. They had been completely reduced to evil spirits who only lived for vengeance. Our misfortune has nothing to do with them. Don't worry, Jie Yuan said softly. No matter what, I will accompany all of you, I will protect your lives, and on the day that all of you have passed on to the next world, I will naturally follow right after you. The attacks and roars of the devil gods grew even more frenzied and violent. More and more devil gods were rushing towards her, and the barrier that she had formed with all of her power was gradually reaching its limit as well. She was well aware that she could not hold on for much longer. Jie Yuan turned her head and looked behind her, the look in her eyes simply far too gloomy and dim. She had chosen to bury herself and all her clansmen in the world beyond the primal chaos, and there was one other reason for her decision, a reason that she had not told Yuan about. The most important and also the most terrifying reason. Buzz, a golden sword that shimmered with a strange light had appeared in Qianye Fanchun's hand. It flashed with a dazzling golden light as it thrust straight towards the crimson tunnel, causing a clanging sound that was so piercing that it nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. At this moment, countless high-grade, profound artifacts and treasures were being taken out and used at a crazy pace. Even trump cards that did not usually ever get to see the light of the day were being used right now. All sorts of tyrannical auras were being chaotically released, causing even the powerful god emperors who were standing at the forefront to feel a stifling sensation. However, these attacks still did not seem to provoke much reaction from the crimson passageway. The cracks that covered its surface, the cracks that did not seem to widen no matter what they did, seemed to be mocking their inferiority and uselessness. And Jie Yuan had only given them 15 breaths worth of time. 15 breaths. That was also to say that, even with her abilities against an ever-increasing amount of devil gods, against what could end up being nearly 100 rampaging devil gods, she would only be able to completely hold them off for 15 breaths of time. After those 15 breaths had passed, the power of those devil gods would be able to pierce the barrier and leak into the primal chaos, burying most of these powerhouses. After that, once the very first devil god had stepped through the passageway, all would be lost. Yuan gritted his teeth so hard that it felt like they were going to break. But he was the most useless person here. In fact, if he even dared to take a single step out of the protective barrier Jie Qingyu had created. The excess power being radiated by the combined might of all of these powerhouses would be enough to instantly kill him, let alone any devil-god power that might leak out from the tunnel. Time continued to pass quickly. It was the first time in their lives that they had ever resented the swift passage of time. As he looked at the crimson passageway, which had barely changed under the weight of their full strength, even the eternal heaven god emperor's face had become completely distorted as he suddenly let out a furious howl that sounded like that of a wild beast's. PFFFFT? A large amount of fresh blood spewed out from his lips and splattered all over his body. But shockingly enough, what came after this fresh blood was his blood essence, and an even more frenzied, profound energy also started surging up from his body like a flood. This turn of events greatly shocked everyone, but after that, all of their eyes were dyed with a determined red light. All of the guardians behind the eternal heaven god emperor also used their blood essence at the first possible moment. After that, a stunning turn of events happened as everyone, from the lowest higher realm king to the supreme dragon monarch, used their blood essence. Immediately, wave after wave of horrifying and desperate power exploded in the easternmost part of the primal chaos. Clang, the crimson tunnel swayed slightly. Yet that rather muted clanging sound pierced through everything and resounded in everyone's hearts and souls. But in the end, it had merely only swayed a little. However, that loud clanging noise and that little bit of movement that everyone saw did not evoke feelings of pleasant surprise. Instead, it provoked feelings of abject despair, even though it was only a spatial passageway that did not possess any life and would not even counterattack them. It was still something that had been created by the spatial divine power of the world piercer. Its level was simply far too high. The power that the heaven-smiting devil emperor had summoned in a hurry had left countless cracks in the crimson tunnel, and her attacks had basically already destroyed its foundations. As long as some external force managed to penetrate it and widen those cracks, it would completely collapse. However, the power that came from combining 13 of the supreme powers in this universe, along with the vast majority of the ultimate powers that existed in the eastern divine region, had actually not even managed to widen those cracks by even 1 iota, and this was after all of them had forcefully used their blood essence. This was the distance between a mortal being and a devil emperor. Perhaps even Jie Yuan had not imagined that they would all actually be so useless. This isn't good, nothing seems to be working. My lord, what should we do? The eternal heaven's honorable Tai Yu asked through gritted teeth. The eternal heaven devil emperor's complexion had already gone so pale that it looked practically bloodless. But the despair and malevolence on his face had actually dimmed and transformed into a gloomy resignation. He looked ahead and muttered, "Is this the will of heaven in the end? We still cannot escape this calamity." RMMBZZ, RMMMMBBBRRR. Wave after wave of dreadful noises rang out from the crimson tunnel, energy explosions mixed with hoarse cries of devil gods. However, the power of the devil gods had not leaked out from the passageway yet. It was clear that their power was still being desperately blocked by the heaven-smiting devil emperor, because if even a little of it leaked out, it would be enough to kill or injure most of them. They could faintly sense that the devil god auras already numbered in the dozens. This meant that the heaven-smiting devil emperor was actually blocking dozens of devil gods by herself at this very moment. But even if it was the heaven-smiting devil emperor, she could not keep this up for too long, and the devil gods might very well break through her obstruction in the very next breath. Sigh, after he gave a long and drawn-out sigh, the eternal heaven god emperor closed his eyes, and he seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. But it was at this exact moment that a young girl's voice suddenly rang out in the air. "All of you get out of my way." The voice of this young girl was clearly a voice that sounded especially sweet to one's ears. Yet it pierced directly into everyone's souls like a poisoned blade, causing all of their hearts to violently shudder and even halting the flow of the profound energy in their bodies for an instant. Yun Qi's head jerked around as he cried out, "Jasmine, RIPP." The void was fiercely ripped open by a beam of black light. Within that slash of black light stood the figure of a girl in red. Her hair was as black as night, and her eyes were like deep abysses. She was accompanied by the silhouette of a strangely shaped wheel, wreathed in nightmarish black mist. The evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. The evil infant? It's the evil infant! The aura that radiated from the evil infant was far less terrifying than the aura that had come from the devil gods, but it penetrated one's heart and soul to a greater extent, This was because that was the power of the evil infant that surpassed the level of the true devils. As they faced the evil infant, the eyes of all the god emperors who were supposed to be panicking in fear flashed as they all realized something in that instant. The eternal heaven god emperor was the first one to withdraw his power, and as he retreated, he let out a furious roar. "Get back!" As everyone retreated panikedly, Jasmine brought the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations that was completely encased in black light to bear. She instantly shot past all the figures and released profound light like an abyssal meteor and smashed into the crimson passageway. Crack? The world-destroying devil wheel heavily smashed into the crimson passageway as a black light which desired to swallow up the entire primal chaos exploded out from it. The heart-wrenching cry of a baby seemed to ring out in the distant horizon. The instant that impact rang through the air, it nearly caused the god emperors, who were closest to the point of the impact, to vomit blood. But they could not be bothered about such a small detail. With wide eyes, they saw the cracks on the crimson tunnel suddenly spread under the abyssal black light that had been released by the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations. Even the color of those cracks had been dyed pitch black. Although Jasmine was strong, it was still impossible for her power to compare to the combined power of all the powerhouses who were present. However, when confronting this crimson passageway, one's impact power was more important than overall strength. Within the 7 great heavenly profound treasures, the world piercer was ranked 6th, while the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulation was ranked 2nd. So in terms of the level of power, the evil infant's darkness power definitely above the spatial divine power of the world piercer. It was like a sudden flash of hope in the midst of despair. After they had gotten over their shock, expressions of wild joy appeared on everyone's faces as they could feel hope once more. They had definitely never imagined that it would actually be the darkest existence in this universe that would give them the most dazzling hope at this moment. Jasmine's body was flung far away by the impact, but in the next instant, she resumed her fierce assault. The evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations once again smashed heavily against the crimson tunnel. Black light once again flooded the area. A voice resounded in the hearts and souls of everyone present. At one moment, it sounded like the wails of an infant. In the next moment, it sounded like the howls of a devil. The cracks on the surface of the crimson passageway widened yet again, and after that, it started to violently shake. Boom! The evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations smashed down for the 3rd time. Even though the darkness energy of the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations had only clashed with the spatial energy of the world piercer twice, the overly terrifying recoil caused blood to leak from a corner of her mouth. However, her eyes still remained gloomy and desolate, and the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations swiftly hurtled downward yet again. It exerted all of its strength with every assault, and every blow would release a black light that caused even the space around it to tremble. The cracks on the surface of the crimson tunnel were growing bigger and bigger, and its shaking was getting more and more violent. Blood flowed endlessly from the corner of Jasmine's lips, and it looked incomparably bright red and glaring. "Hurry, hurry up and help the evil infant!" The eternal heaven god emperor's great roar roused everyone from their dreams. Everyone started to focus and unleash their powers, which had been halted for a short moment, at full strength as they transformed into beam after beam of profound light that exploded against the crimson tunnel. Even though it was nearly impossible for their powers to affect the spatial divine energy that came from the world piercer, if they could seize that particular moment, they might be able to change the destiny of the entire primal chaos. "Everyone, quickly pass your power to me." As he roared those words, a pale white profound formation swiftly formed on the back of the eternal heaven god emperor, and all of the people who belonged to the eternal heaven god realm instantly understood what this meant. The 7 guardians who were present and eternal heaven crown Prince Zhou Qingchen gathered behind the eternal heaven god emperor as quickly as possible before they started pouring all of their power into that profound formation. This was the unique divine power that belonged to the eternal heaven god realm alone. It could fuse different types of power at an extremely fast rate, which would fundamentally change the strength and level of the person who possessed it. The eternal heaven god emperor had displayed this ability once before, when they had first arrived at the easternmost part of the eastern divine region and came face to face with the crimson crack. At that time, this skill had focused the power of all the divine masters who were present. The arrival of the evil infant had proved one thing. It had proved that level of one's power was far more important than quantity of one's power. In that case, perhaps this power, a power that had undergone a slight fundamental change after focusing and combining other powers, could be slightly useful. The others reacted to the situation after their moment of shock. Immediately, they withdrew all of their power before sending it hurtling toward the profound formation on the eternal heaven god emperor's back in the next instant. The profound formation swiftly revolved, and a cluster of overly dense white light engulfed his entire person. His eyes locked onto the crimson passageway that had started to violently shake as he prayed that the heaven-smiting devil emperor could hold on. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. It was only an instant away from the 15 breaths worth of time that the heaven-smiting devil emperor had given them. So the eternal heaven god emperor did not dare to continue condensing the power that had been given to him. With a low roar, he was about to fully unleash the power he had condensed inside of him. But it was at this moment that an incomparably mournful and shrill wail rang out in the primal chaos dimension. After a beam of black light that could swallow up stars struck it, the crimson tunnel, which was now riddled with black cracks, violently burst apart, transforming into reddish-black spatial fragments which filled the sky. After the tunnel had collapsed, a hole that was about as big as the tunnel appeared in the wall of primal chaos. This hole was ruthlessly torn open the moment the tunnel collapsed, before its swifty started to contract. No, no, they could hear waves of despairing howls coming from the other world that existed beyond the primal chaos. Shock, excitement, ecstasy, fantasy, all of these expressions chaotically appeared on the faces of everyone present. The tunnel had collapsed, and there was no possibility of it ever reappearing again. The crack in the wall of primal chaos would disappear in the next instant. And then the heaven-smiting devil emperor and those dreadful devil gods, who had been so close to them just moments before, would never again be able to step foot into this world. They had survived a great calamity. They had once again survived another great calamity. The eternal heaven god emperor's arms, which contained the condensed power of everyone present, came to a halt. After his wild joy had passed, a hint of conflict and struggle suddenly appeared in his eyes. However, this tiny bit of struggle only lasted for less than an instant, and the arm which had originally been stretched toward the crimson crack now suddenly changed direction, and fiercely smashed into Jasmine's back. Boo! With an explosive detonation, space completely shattered, and everyone, including the eternal heaven god emperor, was forcefully thrown into the air. Jasmine spewed out a long arrow of blood before she and the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulation hurtled toward that swiftly contracting crack in the wall of primal chaos like a black falling star. RIP. In the instant that Jasmine's body passed through the crack in the wall of primal chaos, the crack that seemed to be distorted by lightning completely disappeared. It did not even leave a single trace behind. It was so smooth that it would cause one to feel despair. KKK. The eternal heaven god emperor continuously vomited out foamy blood, but there was an incomparably happy and placid smile on his face. The devil emperor, the devil gods, and the evil infant have all been eliminated. The primal chaos can finally be at peace. Infant's wheel of myriad tribulations, the heaven-smiting devil emperor and the devil gods, she had been cut off from the primal chaos forever. She would never be able to return anymore. Everything had happened in an instant. The crimson passage shattering, the evil infant being blasted into the crack on the wall. Both had happened at almost the same time, and no one had seen it coming. The devil emperor's aura was gone. The devil god's auras were gone. Even the evil infant's aura was gone completely. The collapsing space and the spatial storms receded quickly afterwards. Everything was returning to calm once more. When the moment of shock had passed, what appeared on almost everyone's faces was mad joy. When the devil gods had approached without warning, they had been frightened, shocked, and at the brink of despair. Their strength was so far below the devil gods that there was fundamentally nothing they could do to stop them. But the devil emperor cut them off before they could do anything, and the evil infant suddenly appeared and destroyed the crimson tunnel, cutting off their one and only way to enter the primal chaos. Then the eternal heaven god emperor gathered everyone's strength and attacked the evil infant from behind, blasting her out of the primal chaos at nearly the same time. Just like that, the devil emperor, the devil gods, and the evil infant, the three biggest disasters to ever plague the primal chaos, had been eradicated in a single day. It was true there was a bit of irony involved because the devil emperor had left of her own volition. The devil gods had been cut off by the devil emperor herself, and the passageway had been destroyed by the evil infant. If it wasn't for the devil emperor and the evil infant's combined efforts, a world-ending calamity would have entered the primal chaos. But the evil infant had been taken by surprise, and the reason she had inevitably let her guard down was because she had spent all of her power destroying the crimson passageway and reeling a little from the impact. But who cared about the process or the methods as long as the results were obtained, especially when this particular outcome was the most perfect outcome anyone could hope for? Good, good, very good, very good, the heavens protect us, a higher realm king shouted emotionally. All 3 disasters are eliminated in a single day. The heavens really are watching over us. What a quick reaction and decisiveness. He truly deserves to be our master. Honorable Tai Yu sighed emotionally. This is bad, Jie Yuan muttered. The sudden approach of the devil gods, the sudden appearance of the evil infant, the sudden attack of Zhou Zuzi, no one had expected this to happen, and everything had happened in just an instant. It had been impossible to react to any of these unexpected events, much less stop them from happening. She then looked at Qianye and felt her heart sink further. Qianye had made too many enemies in the God realm, and he had the only creation god inheritance in the entire world. Jie Yuan had been his talisman early on, and the evil infant was supposed to follow in her footsteps. But now that the evil infant was gone, Qianye froze like someone had cast a spell on him. He stared at the spot Jasmine had disappeared with shrunken pupils, shivering all over. This might be a gift from the heavens to most people, but to him it was just a nightmare that came out of nowhere. Jas, mine. His own mutter broke him out of his trance as he stumbled towards the wall of primal chaos and was knocked back mercilessly. The wall of primal chaos was the most despair-inducing barrier in the entire world. It was impossible to break with any power. On the other side of the wall of primal chaos was a world of destruction and a horde of mindless devil gods. Jasmine herself had suffered serious injuries when she destroyed the Crimson Passage. There was no way she could survive the situation she had been dropped into, so she would never return. She was gone once and for all from this world and his life. His pupils contracted madly and his heart bled. He felt like he had been dropped into the cruelest, coldest hell in the entire world, and the chill was seeping into the deepest part of his soul through every pore. He turned around slowly and awkwardly until he was facing the eternal heaven god emperor, the god emperor he trusted, respected and appreciated the most in the entire eastern divine region. His rapidly fluctuating pupils turned as red as blood as he asked, Why did you? The space turned calm, and the gazes on Qianye suddenly became very complicated. In some cases, they were strange and contemplative. The eternal heaven god emperor closed his eyes as if he couldn't bear to meet Qianye's eyes. He sighed and said, The world wouldn't rest easy as long as the evil infant remained in existence, and that just now was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I just couldn't allow myself to miss it. Qianye's breathing was so heavy that it looked like his chest would burst open at any moment. An unprecedented level of anger, sorrow, hatred, and disbelief spread across his body, and his mind and aura had never been more chaotic than they were now. Even his vision had turned blood red in color before he realized it. Did you forget your promise to me earlier? I promised on behalf of Jasmine to back off and stay in the lower realms forever, and you promised that the two of you would never attack each other. You promised it yourself. The eternal heaven god emperor let out a heavy sigh before replying. That was a desperation choice. I knew that I didn't have the power to eliminate her, and that forcing it would only result in desperate retaliation and endless troubles. Even if she remained in the lower realms, she'd still exist. No one can guarantee that she'd restrain herself forever, and no one can truly forget or relax knowing that a fully awakened evil infant still existed in this world. It is true that I've broken my promise despite being a god emperor, said the eternal heaven god emperor sorrowfully. I did you wrong, and I've brought dishonor to the title of the god emperor. But I don't regret my decision, even if it means earning your hatred and being despised by the entire world. She saved your lives. She saved your lives. Qianye screamed like he had gone insane. If it wasn't for her, there was no way that passage would have been destroyed. The devil gods would have come in and all of you would have died. Everyone would have died. She was the one who saved your lives. She was the one who saved everyone's lives and the god realm's present and future. Qianye's roar had turned completely hoarse at this point. Every word he uttered sounded like they were soaked in blood. But you You took this opportunity to attack her. You attacked a person who did everything in her power to save all of your lives. How dare you feel no regret? How dare you? Brother Yun, Zhou Qingchen sounded a little flustered as he spoke. Please calm down first. Ha! The eternal heaven god emperor sighed again before saying, you're right. If it wasn't for the evil infant, a calamity would have struck us all. It is true that she was the one who saved us all. I was the one who committed treachery and bit the hand that feeds. My sin is irredeemable. I did you, the evil infant, and the entire world wrong with the sin I've committed. I can no longer live in this world knowing my shame. The eternal heaven god emperor withdrew his aura completely and said in a weak, powerless voice, to compensate for your loss, I will surrender my life to you. His words shocked everyone present. The leader of the Guardians, Honorable Tai Yu, blurted out in shock, my lord, what are you saying? Tai Yu, the eternal heaven god emperor closed his eyes and said, Qingchen is still young and he'll be needing your support for some time to come. It is a shame that I won't be able to bid the forefather goodbye, but it is necessary. God, Child Yun, please take my life. At least then I feel that my guilt will be lessened. Also, no one is to stop this exchange or pursue God, Child Yun for this after the fact. Royal Father, Zhou Qingchen appeared next to Zhou Zuzi in a flash. What nonsense are you talking about? My lord. The Guardians had also moved closer to Zhou Zuzi before Honorable Tai Yu said, my lord, a sacred one like you can't do something so foolish. You weren't wrong. You weren't wrong at all. It's true that you did Yun Qi wrong, but you absolutely don't have to die for it. You are our Lord, the God Emperor. Neither the eternal Heaven God Realm or the Eastern Divine Region can afford to lose. You're not allowed to speak of your death so easily. Heh, hee, Yun Qi laughed. His smile was colder than ice, and his hatred was devouring everything he had like a cruel beast of the wild. Blood was trailing down the corner of his lips without him realizing, and every time he spoke, blood flew all over the place. A life for a life. Heh, what a joke. Your life isn't worth my Jasmine's, eternal heaven. My Jasmine is someone who never used her power to take revenge against the world, even when she was betrayed by her next of kin, or feared and hated by the world. When the situation was dire, she had stepped out and saved everyone's lives at the cost of her health. She is the true Messiah you should all be thanking and worshiping for the rest of your lives. But you're always talking about justice, always talking about saving the world, but you're the one who killed the true Messiah in the most despicable, shameless, and malicious manner possible. And you dare say you have no regrets? The eternal heaven god emperor's eyebrows trembled and his face looked languid. He looked like he had aged years just an instant. Even an animal knows what gratitude is, but you don't deserve to be called the eternal heaven god emperor. You're less than even a pig. You want to repay Jasmine's life with yours. Your life isn't worth nearly as much, you dog. Everyone's expression changed when they heard Yun Qi's insult. The eternal heaven god emperor was the most reputable and respected god emperor in the Eastern Divine Region. No one had ever ridiculed him like this. No one had even tried to. The guardians of eternal heaven god realm bristled at the insult. Honorable Tai Yu's expression turned dark as he growled, You've gone too far, Yun Qi. But Yun Qi wasn't looking at him at all. He was staring at the eternal heaven god emperor with a kind of hatred that could only be sated by tearing his victim into bits in the most cruel fashion possible. And even then, that might still not be enough. Old dog eternal heaven? Before today, Yun Qi could never imagine that he would use such words on the god emperor he respected the most. Your dog life isn't worth burying with Jasmine's, but you deserve even less to live in this world. He let out a roar and activated Hell Monarch in an instant. Like a wild beast who was filled with hatred and bloodthirst, he pounced towards the eternal heaven god emperor with fingers that were surrounded by blood energy. It looked like he was wielding a blood-stained claw as he swiped ruthlessly at the eternal heaven god emperor's throat. The god emperor didn't move at all. He didn't circulate his aura either. Yun Qi, stop! Jie Qing'er shouted urgently. Bang! But Yun Qi was knocked away before Jie Qing'er could stop him herself. Honorable Tai Yu was standing in front of Zhou Zuzi with his hands raised and his eyebrows knitted. Don't think I won't hurt you, Yun Qi? Back off, the eternal heaven god emperor said in a low tone. Do not stop him. Royal Father. Even Zhou Qingchen had stood in front of the eternal heaven god emperor to block Yun Qi's path. His voice hardened as he looked at Yun Qi and said, Brother Yun, it's true that my father had done you wrong, but it is also true that he did the right thing. My father holds no grudge against the evil infant at all. He only did it to save everyone in the world. I would have done the same thing if I was in his place. You have the right to humiliate my royal father to your heart's content, but how can you actually try to take his life? K. Qianye coughed painfully as blood poured out of his lips. It was impossible to tell if he was bleeding because Honorable Tai Yu had wounded him, or sheer fury causing his blood circulation to go out of control. The Eternal Heaven Crown Prince is correct. A low voice suddenly cut through space as Qianye walked out slowly from the side. We've all heard the Eternal Heaven God Emperor agreeing to a non-aggression pact with the evil infant, and none of us disagreed with his decision back then. But it is also true that that was the only decision we could have made in that situation. Everyone knows that the Eternal Heaven God Emperor has a kind heart that encompasses all of the world, and his righteousness is only outdone by his faithfulness to his promises. But he went so far as to break his promise, commit a despicable act, and risk his honorable reputation. Why? Qianye looked up and stared at Qianye. Qianie's voice abruptly turned deeper as he growled. It's because the evil infant's death will bring peace to the world. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor went so far as to sacrifice his reputation and integrity to protect the world. How is he wrong? Godchild Yun, you're the one who saved the world and no one can point a finger at you. But an odd glint flashed across Qianie's eyes. I'll be the first person to disagree if you choose to attack Eternal Heaven for an evil that shouldn't have existed in the world in the first place. An imposing and even more intimidating voice rang out at this moment. Eternal Heaven broke his promise to wipe out the world's greatest calamity. Although he has broken his promise, it only makes his sacrifice all the more respectable. The words of this person caused tremors in everyone's heart. It was because the owner of the voice was the Dragon Monarch himself. Qianye, the Dragon Monarch looked at Qianye and said, "The evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations is an ultimate evil that once slaughtered even the gods and devils into extinction, and it is definitely beyond the current world's ability to control. Her very existence is an infinitely dangerous time bomb that may erupt into the worst calamity at any moment. No one can guarantee that this would never happen as long as the evil infant still remained in this world, even if we assume that the heavenly slaughter star god is in control. The destruction of the era of gods itself is a warning our predecessors left behind in blood. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor did not just kill the evil infant, he wiped away the biggest calamity in this world. He has my greatest respect, and he should be praised for his actions. It was wrong of you to support the evil infant in the first place, but now you even want to kill the Eternal Heaven God Emperor for her. How disappointing. After the heaven-smiting devil emperor and the evil infant were gone, the Dragon Monarch had become the world's supreme ruler once more. His words represented the highest power of the world. A strange atmosphere was spreading where the crimson crack had disappeared not long ago. Jie Yuan secretly sighed while frowning deeply. Qianye's biggest support had never been his messiah status, but the heaven-smiting devil emperor, the evil infant, her, and the Eternal Heaven God Emperor. Even with the departure of the heaven-smiting devil emperor, Qianye still should have been the crownless king. No one dared to offend because of the evil infant. However, a turning point no one could predict had not only resulted in the eternal departure of the heaven-smiting devil emperor, but also the evil infant's exile from the primal chaos. Even Qianye's closest ally, the Eternal Heaven God Emperor, had turned into the person he hated the most. Qianye laughed coldly and sorrowfully in response. When I made the promise on Jasmine's behalf to stay in the lower realms forever, why did none of you accuse me of collusion with the evil infant? It's true that she's carrying the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations in her, but it is also true that the absolute evil you spoke of saved you. All of you, what other unforgivable sins has she committed besides that? What other irreversible calamities has she caused? The Dragon Monarch's gaze was incredibly indifferent. He looked away from Qianye, his imposing countenance seemingly filled with immeasurable disappointment. It looks like you're dead set on this path of evil. Just your shaming of the Eternal Heaven God Emperor alone was an unforgivable crime already, but since you did save the world, I'll give you one chance. I'll show you the will of the people right now and let them tell you if you're in the right or wrong. Everyone. The Dragon Monarch's voice was heavy and soul-stunning. Those who think that the Eternal Heaven God Emperor should die and that the evil infant shouldn't die, please stand on Qianye's side. Those who think that the evil infant should die and that the Eternal Heaven God Emperor shouldn't die, please stand on the Eternal Heaven God Emperor's side. You are free to choose as you wish. Ha 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 ha! A frivolous laugh followed right after the Dragon Monarch was done speaking. A person's death for the peace and safety of all others. Is that even a question? The Southern Sea God Emperor walked up and stopped in between the Dragon Monarch and Qianye Ying'er without hurry. He first shot a glance at Qianye, then at Qianye Ying'er not far behind the latter before narrowing his eyes slightly. It's true that you'd saved the world, or a lower realm junior like you would never have been qualified to speak with us. But just because you're the God-Child Messiah doesn't mean that you can do whatever you like. Qianye, God-Child Yun. The Southern Sea God Emperor seemed to be smiling. Don't forget that we are the only ones who know that you're the God-Child Messiah right now. If you insist on walking the path of foolishness, you might not even be able to keep that title. The space turned dead silent, and everyone's expression kept changing. The atmosphere had changed completely. It had changed the moment Qianye Ying'er had stepped out to speak against Qianye. Qianye Ying'er was the strongest God Emperor and the highest authority in the Eastern Divine Region. Nanwansheng was the strongest God Emperor and the highest authority in the Southern Divine Region. As for the Dragon Monarch, he was both the strongest God Emperor of the Western Divine Region and the supreme ruler of the entire world. He was the highest authority in the entire God realm itself. All three people with the highest authority in three divine regions had come together and stood on the opposite side of Qianye. At this point, everyone had noticed that something was amiss. Qianye was the reason the heaven-smiting devil emperor had willingly left the primal chaos and even stopped her fellow kinsmen from returning. He was also the one who promised on behalf of the evil infant to never attack the God realm and dispelled their fear. He was without a doubt the God-Child Messiah and the pride of the Eastern Divine Region. In fact, most of these realm kings were grateful and happy for him from the bottom of their hearts. As for the God Emperors themselves, up until just now, they had always treated him respectfully and courteously. One might even say that they had spoken to Qianye like he was their equal. This included the Dragon Monarch, Qianye Ying'er, and Nanwansheng. The Eternal Heaven God Emperor especially had nothing but praise for Qianye. Or at least that was the case until 15 minutes ago. But after Jie Yuan had left, and the evil infant had been ambushed by the Eternal Heaven God Emperor, everything had changed without warning. In fact, it was such a drastic change that it was almost unnatural. With the evil infant gone, Qianye was no longer as intimidating to the God Emperors as before. In fact, no one was really surprised that the Brahma Heaven God Emperor had chosen this moment to attack Qianye. The enslavement of the Brahma Monarch Goddess had to be the most humiliating thing to ever happen to the Brahma Monarch God Realm in recent years. The Southern Sea God Emperor's decision to join in on the attack against Qianye wasn't a surprise either. After all, everyone knew that he was obsessed with the Brahma Monarch Goddess to the point of madness, and they could easily envision him doing anything out of hatred and jealousy. But what was wrong with the Dragon Monarch? No one here was stupid. Everyone could see that he wasn't just defending the Eternal Heaven God Emperor. The evil infant's death brings peace to the entire world. The Holy Eve's Realm King stood up and repeated Qianye Ying'er's words loudly. I fail to see how the Eternal Heaven God Emperor has done anything wrong. Qianye, your insolence has gone too far. That's right. Another Realm King followed right behind him and stood next to the Eternal Heaven God Emperor as well. How could you wish to kill the most esteemed person in the entire world for something as evil as the evil infant? The Eternal Heaven God Emperor had risked his very reputation and integrity to wipe out the greatest threat to the world. This is too much. I will not accept this even if you're the God-Child Messiah. A third Realm King quickly followed after them. The three God Emperors had pretty much decided everyone's stances with their decision. The rest of the God Emperors and the Great Realm Kings had started to move as well. At least half of them were scolding Qianye for his offense, and some were even glaring at him in anger. Their earlier groveling and gratitude towards the God-Child Messiah had completely vanished before anyone realized it. The remaining spoke not a word, but they ultimately chose to stand together with the Eternal Heaven God Emperor and the three strongest God Emperors of the entire world. Let's go, said the Qilin Emperor to the Blue Dragon Emperor. He could sense that the Blue Dragon Emperor was feeling unwell. When the Blue Dragon Emperor didn't move, the Qilin Emperor added, This has nothing to do with right or wrong. Our choice is also tied to the well-being of our king realms. The Blue Dragon Emperor finally let out a small sigh and followed the Qilin Emperor to the Dragon Monarch's side, who would support a junior who had lost all his support and stand on the opposite side of the three strongest God Emperors. God-Child Messiah. When the Devil Emperor was still in primal chaos, and the devil gods could be returning at any moment, Qianye was undeniably the god-child messiah they'd placed all their hopes on. At the time, Qianye's words were their command because he had the power to change their fates. Even after the devil emperor had gone away, the evil infant was still the strongest and most terrible power in the world. No one would dare to harm her, Qianye, or question the role he played in saving the world. But now the crisis was resolved, and the evil infant was thrown out of primal chaos because of an accident before the truth was revealed. This meant that Qianye was no longer in charge of his fate or even his merits. It was all in the hands of those with the strongest power and highest authority now. Qianye could no longer decide anyone's fate, but the three strongest god emperors opposite Qianye could. From this point onward, basic human nature was the highest factor in play, not his merits. It didn't take long before everyone except Jie Yuan was standing on the eternal heaven god emperor's side. Not a single person had decided to support Qianye. Many people standing on the eternal heaven god emperor's side tasted a deep sense of irony in their mouths. The eternal heaven god emperor himself was wearing a complicated look on his face as he sighed heavily. "Do you see now?" the dragon monarch said coolly, his draconic eyes looking down on Qianye like he was observing a pitiful ant. Just a moment ago, this pitiful ant had been the god-child messiah who was praised by all. The eternal heaven guardians clearly hadn't expected this to happen. They even looked incredibly bewildered. "You must apologize to the eternal heaven god emperor," Qianye Ying'er said indifferently. His words sounded like a mandate from heaven. "Heh, hee, heh." An icy, disdainful smile appeared on Qianye's face. It was so piercing that many people had looked away from him. "Tell me who is the one who protected you from harm. Was it me and Jasmine, or that old dog Eternal Heaven?" No one answered him. "You all claim that Jasmine is the ultimate evil, but what evil has she committed for the past few years? Yes, she had killed the Moon God Emperor a couple of years ago, but it was because the Moon God Emperor was the one who killed her mother first. Even the reason she took the evil infant into herself was to prevent it from falling into the hands of those who would destroy this world. This so-called ultimate evil is the one who has saved your lives, your people and your grandchildren. Everyone in this world owes her their life. But that old dog Eternal Heaven over there killed your savior in the most despicable fashion possible. And here you are calling him a saint. You can be blind and ungrateful, but can you feed even your conscience and shame to the dogs?" "Qianye," Jie Yuan spoke up before anyone could and appeared right next to Qianye. She then grabbed his arm and said, "You're being too emotional right now. Come with me first, and we'll think on this once you've calmed down, okay?" But Qianye threw her arm away as the people in front of him grew blurrier and blurrier. His voice suddenly became as deep as a cursing devil. "You all deserve to die, you all deserve to die." Calm down? How could he calm down? How could he possibly allow himself to calm down? There were a lot of people who were surprised or confused by Qianye's excessive loss of reason and anger over the loss of the evil infant. Although it was true that the evil infant had saved them, Qianye's apparent insanity had made no sense to them. In their opinion, the fact that the evil infant had saved them didn't change the fact that she was still the most evil and intolerable existence in the world. They didn't know of his relationship with the evil infant. They didn't know that Jasmine was the last thing he could afford to lose in his life. His absolute reverse scale. Those unforgettable days where they clung onto each other day and night. Those partings that felt like their hearts were being torn apart. Those days he searched for her relentlessly. The pain and despair of loss. The joy of recovering what was lost. The warmth of her embrace. The anticipation of returning blue pole star together. But why did it turn out like this? If she really had been controlled by the evil infant, if she really had committed an unforgivable sin, he would hurt. But he wouldn't have hated anyone for doing what was necessary. But she was no devil. She had saved all their lives just a moment ago. He had even saved the entire world from Jie Yuan, but the second Jie Yuan had gone away, they had immediately chosen to support Jasmine's murderer, the eternal heaven god emperor. "Slave Ying." His voice was trembling as he spoke. "Calm down. Calm down, can FC King die in a ditch. All he had left was rage and hatred. Kill them all." Qianye Ying'er obeyed his order and grabbed the soft sword made of golden threads around her waist. Then she did a sweeping arc and sent a blast of energy to the front. Jie Yuan frowned and raised a barrier in front of Qianye in a hurry. The Brahma Monarch goddess power was terrible, but long by, Qianye Ying'er and Nan Wansheng took a step forward and pushed outwards. Boom! All three were the strongest god emperors of their respective divine regions, the three strongest profound practitioners in the entire world. The golden light was scattered completely, and Qianye Ying'er froze in midair for an instant before she was thrown back at least 50 kilometers away. The remaining energy of the counterattack shook the barrier Jie Qingyu had created in haste before shattering it into pieces. Xianxia immediately stifled a groan as he collapsed on his knees and vomited blood. Every drop felt like it was infused with ice. The hatred in his eyes only grew more chaotic and ruthless, however. "Godchild Yun, it looks like you've truly gone insane," Qianye Fanchen said with a bit of regret. "You wish to kill us for an evil that shouldn't exist in the first place. What a joke, Yun Qi." This time it was the Southern Sea God Emperor. "Godchild Yun is just a title, a favor we grant out of praise for your deeds. Do you seriously think that you're a child of God?" The voices slowly faded away until they became completely fuzzy. His vision also felt like it was shrouded by a layer of darkness that was growing thicker and thicker. This time, though, he didn't feel like dispelling or escaping it at all. His previous conversation with Jie Yuan suddenly rang inside his mind. "Answer me, Yun Qi, do you think that this world is worth my sacrifice?" "I believe that it is worth it." His answer had been so firm and unwavering back then. The current primal chaos is undoubtedly lowly and weak compared to the old world. It has also developed its own stable laws and mature rules of survival, stable planes and worlds, since the passing of the gods and devils. I won't deny that there are many despicable and dark corners in this world, and some are more than enough to drive a person into despair. But ultimately, I believe the good in this world ultimately outweighs the bad. If nothing else, I believe that it is worth everything I have to protect. If this world never strays from the hopeful world you speak of, then it would never awaken. But if one day you are completely filled with disappointment and hatred for this world, then the opposite will happen. At the time, Jie Yuan had planted a seed of darkness in him. He didn't know what it was, but he could still remember his answer as clear as yesterday. "I've lost many things in my life, but I always regained them all in the end. I've experienced many moments of despair, but there was always a light at the end of the tunnel. I've also received countless malice, but time and time again my life has told me that there was always more good than malice in this world. The people at the top of this world also wish for a stable order. The eternal heaven God realm especially is a world that strives to punish the taboo and evil in order to ensure the peace and stability of all of the primal chaos. That's why I'm sure a day like this would never come. I'm sure you arrived at this decision because you believed the same as well, Senior." "Ha-ha, ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha," Yun Qi laughed suddenly. His laugh sounded crazy, heart-rending, sorrowful, and full of despair. The world suddenly darkened as a terrible, oppressive pressure enveloped everyone without warning. Everyone frowned deeply and attempted to look for the source when their pupils suddenly became focused on one person, shrinking. A pitch-black profound formation had appeared in front of Yun Qi's chest before anyone realized it. It flashed silently, but it caused the darkness profound energy inside Yun Qi to rise like that of an awakening devil god. It spilled outward violently and uncontrollably, spreading out Yun Qi's hair and dyeing his pupils until they were as black as a bottomless abyss. The sight of the black energy crawling all over Yun Qi sinisterly stabbed everyone painfully in the eye. Darkness, profound energy. An impossible amount of darkness, profound energy danced across everyone's pupils like a ghost. Darkness, profound energy, it's darkness, profound energy. A devil person? Devil. He's a devil. Everyone's expression changed drastically at this. Even the three god emperors who had driven Yun Qi to this state were shocked by his transformation. Of course, the eternal heaven god emperor was the most shocked of them all. Everyone knew that darkness, profound energy was negative, profound energy that defied the righteous way of the world. It was a power that belonged to the devils only, a power that shouldn't exist in the world. And all those who possessed darkness, profound energy were unquestionably devils. How can this be? The eternal heaven god emperor was completely stunned. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. In his opinion, Yun Qi was undoubtedly the best of the younger generation, and a man who deserved all his praise. As the owner of a sacred heart and the heretic god's divine power, his future was also limitless. That was why he never imagined that Yun Qi would possess darkness, profound energy. He never imagined that he was one of the most intolerable heretics in the world. "He's a devil! Yun Qi's a devil!" Honorable Tai Yu shouted. "Brother Yun, you..." Zhou Qingchen took a step back with a twisted expression on his face. Next to Yun Qi, Jie Qingyu had also moved far, far behind him with a frown that was full of shock and suspicion. Ha 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 ha! The Southern Sea God Emperor might be the only person in this situation who could laugh to his heart's content. No wonder. No wonder he tried to protect the evil infant with his life, and tried to kill even a world-renowned person like the eternal Heaven God Emperor. He's a devil person hiding in the Eastern Divine region. He's a devil just like the evil infant. Beside him, God Emperor Shishin bared his teeth and said, "Now this is an eye-opener." You're a devil," the Dragon Monarch said with great difficulty. His facial changes were greater than anyone present. He was shocked by this discovery, but his inability to accept the fact that Yun Qi was a devil far outweighed his shock. In that moment, he actually preferred when Yun Qi was still the magnificent God-child Messiah whom even realm kings must worship. How can this be? Countless realm kings were asking the exact same thing. Heh hee hee. Yun Qi was still laughing. His laugh sounded like a devil's, and the black energy surrounding him was growing increasingly distorted. He had been careful not to reveal his darkness profound energy ever since he set foot in the God realm. The longer he stayed here, the more he realized that revealing his darkness profound energy was the one thing he should never do. But at the same time, the risk of being discovered had never been part of his concern. Unlike other devils, he had absolute control over his darkness profound energy and could conceal it perfectly. It was impossible for anyone to find any darkness profound energy in him unless he revealed it himself. But when his hatred and anger had erupted in full, the darkness profound formation Jie Yuan had sealed in his heart had come to life and triggered all of his darkness profound energy at once. But Yun Qi didn't panic, and he definitely wasn't afraid or shocked. As his black hair floated behind his head, he swept a black glance across everyone in front of him and sneered scornfully and coldly. "That's right, I'm a devil. I am a devil." He had darkness profound energy even before he came to the God realm, but he had never thought himself to be a devil. In fact, he subconsciously disliked the very concept of devil quite a bit. But at this moment, he would rather call himself a devil. It was because he realized that these so-called righteous people who swore that they would never coexist with a devil were much more filthier than all the devils he had encountered in his life. The heaven-smiting devil emperor is a devil, and she buried herself and her entire race to protect the world. Jasmine is a devil, and she used the evil infant's wheel of myriad tribulations to save you all from the brink of death. I'm a devil too, and it is I who saved the primal chaos and averted a calamity. The heaven-smiting devil emperor is gone now, and Jasmine is dead and even slandered as the ultimate evil. I supposed it's my turn now. Yun Qi said slowly. I saved the entire world and all your lives, but I deserve to die just because I'm a devil meanwhile and ungrateful. Despicable oath-breaking dog is treated as a saint who benefited the whole world just because he killed a devil. Wonderful. How wonderful. I just can't get enough of your ugly faces and so-called righteousness. Just wonderful. So these are the people Jasmine and I did everything in our power to save. A group of dogs, hee-hee, ah-ha-ha-ha. Yun Qi's comment was as scathing as they came. Many divine masters had looked away while feeling a cramp in their hearts. Sigh, this is truly ironic, Honorable Tai Yu said. Who knew that the God-child Messiah would be a devil person? This would be the greatest joke in the world if it were allowed to spread. Qianye Ying'er said calmly, the heaven-smiting devil emperor's return and the title God-child Yun will not be spread in the God realm. As for the evil infant, she was destroyed by the eternal heaven God emperor. No one else should claim this credit. Everyone understood his meaning, of course. The realm kings of the Eastern Divine region nodded in unison. They would never allow the world to know that they had once worshipped the God-child Messiah, a devil person, much less the fact that this devil person and the evil infant were the ones who had saved the entire God realm. Behind Yun Qi, Jie Qingyu stared wordlessly at him. Right now, it felt like countless wraiths were struggling and howling from inside Yun Qi's body. It had been barely 100 breaths since that turning point, but it was apparently enough time to make Yun Qi feel complete despair and disappointment toward the whole world. Had things devolved to this state because Yun Qi had tried to kill the eternal heaven god emperor and take revenge for the evil infant? No, of course not. Everyone here owed their lives to Jasmine and Yun Qi. They also owed them the saving of the world. Anyone with even the tiniest bit of conscience wouldn't forget this for their entire lives. The people who really drove Qianye to a dead end were the Dragon Monarch, the Brahma Heaven God Emperor, and the Southern Sea God Emperor. Their strength, status, and authority were the greatest in this world. Alone, their wills would have been difficult to disobey, but when all three of them suddenly joined hands and attacked one person, who in the world could defy them? Who would even dare to defy them? Even if they knew that this was the definition of biting the hand that feeds them and hitting a person while they were down. Moreover, supposing that everyone had acted the way they did earlier because they were given no choice, and that they were ashamed of their actions. Now, they had all the reason they need to condemn Qianye because he had revealed his darkness profound energy. Suddenly it became perfectly normal, or even righteous to condemn Qianye. Jie Yuan's eyes slowly turned cold and focused. It was as if they had transformed into a pair of eerie, dark lakes. A dozen or so profound energies attacked Qianye from multiple directions at once, and not a single one was within Qianye's ability to endure. The pressure alone made Qianye feel like he was being crushed by a million mountains. Let alone escaping, it was impossible to move even his little finger. The darkness profound formation in front of his chest vanished, and the darkness profound energy that was running rampant around his body earlier was completely suppressed. However, his eyes still glinted with a light that was as dark as the abyss. "Take him down!" The Dragon Monarch growled out the order. It didn't matter who Qianye was or what he did now. There was no such thing as an excessive order when a devil person was involved. Qianye also acted the moment the Dragon Monarch had opened his mouth. "Kill them!" If Qianye hadn't revealed his darkness profound energy, he wouldn't be at a complete dead end. But the moment his darkness profound energy had erupted, he knew that there was almost no chance he would escape alive today. It was because he was a devil person, and in this world absolutely everyone had a righteous reason to kill him. Jie Yuan's mysterious seed was the culprit behind the activation of his darkness profound energy. Of course, Jie Yuan couldn't have predicted the seed to come active right after her departure, and in such a violent fashion no less. Of course, Qianye wasn't going to blame Jie Yuan for this. There was no living being in the entire world who had the right to put the blame on her. The darkness profound energy wasn't just dancing across his body. It was also engulfing his mind and his already scarce reason after the death of Jasmine. So he wasn't thinking about how he should deal with this situation or escape the encirclement. All that was left in him was absolute hatred, fury, and a killing intent that could devour everything. Unfortunately, his power wasn't strong enough to kill anyone present. He might not even be able to put up a commendable struggle. Even more ironic was the fact that the only power he could rely on was Qianye Ying'er. Although all three god emperors were present right now, and it was only a matter of time before Qianye Ying'er was suppressed, she should still be able to take a couple of people down with her. Not to mention that the order Qianye gave her was to kill them at all costs, including her life. He had never loved Qianye Ying'er in any way, so her death meant nothing to him. Qianye Ying'er obeyed his orders as golden aura burst out of her body. The power she displayed shocked the realm kings and even the god emperors. A very long time ago, it was already rumored that the Brahma Monarch goddess was almost as strong as the Brahma Heaven God Emperor himself. However, Qianye Ying'er had never been fond of flaunting her powers, so the rumors were never verified. No one dared to underestimate Qianye Ying'er, but no one really believed that her strength had approached her father's. After all, she wasn't even 1,000 years old. No matter how amazing her talent was, there was no way she could be at the level of God Emperor. But when Qianye Ying'er went all out, it was clear that she was a peak divine master with a God Emperor's pressure. She was definitely stronger than the three Brahma gods who were said to be second only to the Brahma Heaven God Emperor. The God Emperors abruptly turned their attention to Qianye Ying'er, and nearly a third of the realm kings had backed off in panic. Qianye Fanchen was the only one who wore an eerie smile on his face and shook his fingers a little. Ring! A clear, melodious ring suddenly resounded through the vast space, and the terrible pressure coming from Qianye Ying'er suddenly froze without warning. Ring! Another ring entered everyone's ears, and Qianye Ying'er shook violently as a painful groan spilled out of her mouth. She suddenly started falling without warning, and the profound energy she just gathered spilled away like water from a broken dam. This strange occurrence caused everyone to focus their attention on the object in Qianye Fanchen's hand. There was a golden light in his hand where there was nothing before. That clear ring had come from this golden light. The Brahma Soul Bell. The Dragon Monarch glanced sideways. "Oh, An odd glint flashed across the Southern Sea God Emperor's eyes. Brahma Heaven God Emperor, are you sure about this? The Brahma Soul Bell was the Brahma Monarch God Realm's most important lost artifact of the gods. It could withdraw any Brahma God power it had granted by force. Ring? Qianye Ying'er shook his hand again right after the Southern Sea God Emperor had spoken, causing the Brahma Soul Bell's golden light to vanish in an instant. At the same time, an extraordinary golden light erupted from Qianye Ying'er's body, forcing her to swallow an incredibly painful groan. In that moment, it was as if a golden star had cracked right before their eyes. Everyone looked surprised. At this level, everyone knew what the Brahma Soul Bell was, not to mention that they had personally tasted the impossible power of Qianye Ying'er. She was undoubtedly the pride of the Brahma Monarch God Realm, and considering how far she had come even before she was 1,000 years old, her future could very well lie further than even Qianye Ying'er's. However, the Brahma Heaven God Emperor had used the Brahma Soul Bell. The golden aura erupting from Qianye Ying'er just now was her Brahma God origin power. It was going to leave her body. God Emperor. Forget the others. Even the Brahma kings behind Qianye Ying'er were at a loss seeing their God Emperor's action. A few years ago, Ying'er did something to Qianye for her own selfish purposes. Although nothing came out of it in the end, what was done couldn't be forgotten. Qianye Ying'er looked so calm it was as if he was talking about another person's business. Moreover, Qianye was the only one who could keep the heaven-smiting devil emperor in check back then. So when Ying'er was forced to accept a slave imprint from Qianye, this king had no choice but to accept. Half of it was atonement for my sins, and the other half was sacrifice for the peace of the Brahma Monarch God Realm. The eternal heaven god emperor looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to keep his silence. But now that we know that Qianye is a devil person, Qianye Ying'er half narrowed his eyes and said, I would rather destroy my daughter than to allow her associate with a devil. Before the crowd could react to his words, he actually looked at the Southern Sea God Emperor and smiled. However, Southern Sea God Emperor, it is true that Ying'er's power is forged using the Brahma God's divine power as the foundation, but her potential is still excellent to say the least. She will lose all of her profound art, of course, but she will retain a sizable amount of her profound energy. More importantly, Ying'er cultivated an independent Brahma soul just like me, and her slave imprint is embedded inside her Brahma soul. Jie Yuan furrowed her brows deeply when she heard this, but her expression quickly returned to normal in the next moment. The Southern Sea God Emperor raised his eyebrows for a short moment as confusion gripped him. Then he suddenly realized Qianye Ying'er's meaning and laughed like a madman. Ha 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 ha. Brahma Heaven God Emperor, what a Brahma Heaven God Emperor. You've made a wise, no, a perfect choice. This king is growing to like you more and more, ha 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 ha. I hope that our realms will never become enemies, Qianye Ying'er said smilingly. Of course, the Southern Sea God Emperor said with a laugh. Meanwhile, Qianye Ying'er had been brought to her knees. She was completely immobilized, and her golden aura grew dimmer every time it flashed. Restrain her, Qianye Ying'er said. Yes, your highness. The 8th Brahma king received the order and moved forwards. He raised his palm and dropped a cover of profound energy on Qianye Ying'er. However, Qianye Ying'er was losing her Brahma God divine power, and her profound energy appeared to be completely out of control. It was impossible for her to pose a threat to anyone. That was why the restriction power he placed Qianye Ying'er was inattentive at best. Most of his focus was on Qianye himself. Everyone wanted to see Qianye's end with their own eyes, an ending that was destined to be ironic and regretful. What are you waiting for? The Dragon Monarch said again. Wait! The eternal heaven god emperor cried out suddenly. He looked like he hadn't recovered from the discovery that Qianye was a devil person, judging from how deathly pale he looked. He let out a sigh and said, Qianye may be a devil, but he did save the world. So, are you telling us to let him go? The Southern Sea God Emperor cut him off strongly before he could finish. Devils are the heretics of the world and seeds of misfortune that cannot be allowed to exist. It's true that he saved the world, but it's also obvious that he's filled with hatred right now. He's the successor of the heretic god's power, and his future is unpredictable. If we let him live, he may become a calamity that's even greater than the evil infant. Your moment of mercy might end up planting the seeds of calamity, eternal heaven god emperor. The Southern Sea God Emperor is correct. Honorable Tai Yu nodded. That is not what I'm asking for. The eternal heaven god emperor sounded powerless as he spoke. His cultivation can be broken and his profound veins can be destroyed, but please spare his life. Heh, he. Qianye slowly raised his head despite the pressure sitting on his person. His blood-stained lips were curled into a sneer. I thank you for your benevolence, God Emperor. The eternal heaven god emperor averted his gaze. I agree with the eternal heaven god emperor's suggestion, shrouding sky realm King Lu Zhou said with a sigh. Absolutely not. Holy Eve's realm King Luo Xianxia rebuked harshly. A weed must be cut completely or it'll only renew itself. HMPH, if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't even have the chance to cut this weed, Lu Zhou said in a low tone. What did you say? Is that the Holy Eve's realm aligning itself with a devil person? Luo Xianxia said coldly. Both his sister Luo Guxi and his son Luo Changsheng hated Qianye to the bones. His reaction was nothing to be surprised at. Luo Zhou gritted his teeth but stayed quiet. No one could afford to be associated with devils. The eternal heaven god emperor is benevolent and merciful. This king actually agrees with your alternative, however. Qianye Ying'er's words surprised everyone. He continued, he may be a devil person, but he did save the world, so I suppose we can make an exception. It almost sounded too good to be true. However, he must first surrender the sky poison pearl and the heretic god's divine power, Qianye Ying'er said with a smile. There'd be nothing left to be worried about after that. Everyone's gaze turned as sharp as needles when they heard of the sky poison pearl and the heretic god divine power. You truly are the Brahma heaven god emperor. That greed will probably be a permanent stain on your personality. Finally, Jie Yuan spoke up against Qianye Ying'er. With a half-smile on her face, she said, ignoring the fact that we know nothing about the sky poison pearl's master selection process, or if it's even possible to surrender the heretic god's divine power, how can you be sure that both objects will fall into your hands? I'm afraid this delusion could very well result in a river of blood across the entire God realm. Everyone's gazes fell on Jie Yuan. Some were different from the other. Jie Yuan and Qianye used to be husband and wife. She had escaped with Qianye and abandoned Yue Wuya back at the Moon God Realm, and she was the mastermind behind Qianye Ying'er's slave imprint. Everyone here knew about this. Oh, Qianye Ying'er smiled at her. This king is truly impressed that you were able to endure until now, Moon God Emperor. Really? Jie Yuan smiled right back. Are you expecting something, Brahma Heaven God Emperor? Ha 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 ha. The Brahma Heaven God Emperor laughed loudly, but a well-concealed darkness flashed across his eyes in that moment. He would never forget that the biggest shame in his life was caused by this woman. This king is looking forward to seeing how the wise Moon God Emperor is going to defend the devil person Qianye, of course. Qianye Ying'er's words echoed the thoughts of many people. Defend Qianye? Jie Yuan smiled and shot him an open, scornful stare. To think that the Brahma Heaven God Emperor would say something so naive. No wonder the Brahma Monarch God Realm has been declining recently. Qianye Ying'er looked surprised for a moment. Pity, greed, whatever. Everyone has a reason to keep him alive, Jie Yuan said indifferently. But not me. Killing him is my only choice, and this king must be the blade that cuts him down. Oh, Qianye Ying'er looked at her curiously. He obviously didn't believe her one bit. Very well. If you truly wish to kill him yourself, this king obviously isn't going to try to stop you, but you better not disappoint us, Moon God Emperor. Shink. But before Qianye Ying'er could even finish speaking, a purple beam suddenly appeared in Jie Yuan's hand. It was a sword about 7 feet long, and its body looked like it was made of velurium. It was covered in purple light, and the invisible pressure it exuded surpassed even the God Emperor's. The purple pylon divine sword, the Realm Kings exclaimed in surprise. The blade slashed horizontally and left behind a purple arc that persisted for a very long time when the tip of the sword was pointed at Qianye's head. The purple pylon divine sword's power suddenly surrounded him. In that instant, the profound energy suppressing Qianye was destroyed and replaced by something that was countless times more powerful. Not even a billion Qianyes could survive the combined power of a God Emperor and a God Emperor's sword. Jie Yuan said slowly under everyone's shocked gaze. This king has cut all ties with Qianye in the past, but we were husband and wife, and that old bond had prompted me to invest much effort in him. However, that's before I learned that he's a devil person today. He's a mark of shame to this king and the Moon God Realm. This shame can only be cleansed by his death in my hands. Her eyes turned murderous and chilly in an instant. Qianye Ying'er tugged at his lips, but his smile immediately froze when Jie Yuan's killing intent hit him. He couldn't sense any falsehood from her, and her purple pylon divine power had grown to an unbelievable level. He abruptly frowned and turned serious. "Wait, you can't seriously be? He can't die yet." "Heh," Jie Yuan sneered at him. "Brahma Heaven God Emperor, it's true I can't protect him today, but the opposite is equally true. No one can stop me from killing him. You may as well give up." Qianye Ying'er took a step forward but didn't move further. She was right. At their level, killing a divine king was the matter of a mere thought. If she truly had set her mind to kill Xianxia, then there was no one who could truly stop her. "The Moon God Emperor is correct," the Dragon Monarch said slowly and emotionlessly. Strangely, he sounded a little tired for some reason. "Even if we can extract the Sky Poison Pearl and the heretic god's divine power from him, it would only result in endless strife and greed. Everyone here is a witness to the fact that Xianxia is a devil person. There are many things we can make an exception for, but a devil person isn't one of them. As the former wife of a devil person, it is equally true that the Moon God Emperor can only cleanse this shame by killing him with her own hands. In that case, we will allow the Moon God Emperor to end this right here and now." The Dragon Monarch looked away completely and turned his back towards Xianxia after that. The eternal Heaven God Emperor closed his eyes. He looked beaten, but his mind was in turmoil. The Dragon Monarch had spoken, and nothing could change what was going to happen no matter what. Xianxia slowly looked up and looked into Jie Yuan's eyes. They glowed deep purple like a pair of beautiful, dreamy stars. He didn't say anything. He didn't believe that Jie Yuan would kill him either. Even when his mind was clouded by the darkness' profound energy, the thought of borrowing Jie Yuan's power never crossed his mind. After all, no matter how out of his mind and hateful he was, he subconsciously didn't want to drag Jie Yuan into his mess. But why did her eyes look so cold? And this killing intent? It felt like a real blade pressing against the deepest part of his lifeline, heart and soul. "Xianxia," she said indifferently, "this king admits that she's partly responsible for this situation you're in, but you are a devil person. You understand why I have to merciless, don't you? But don't worry, we were husband and wife. This king promises to annihilate you completely. Think on what you should do after you've reached the underworld. Now, die."